Part 4, Chapter 1 of The Gambler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. The Gambler by Katherine Cecil THURSTON. Part 4, Chapter 1. The penetrating Florentine sunshine was enveloping the villa that stood upon the hill above San Domenico. But it was not the full, warm sunshine of late April that had opened the roses in the garden and deepened the shadows of the cypress trees nearly 2 years earlier, when Clodagh had dreamed of her visit to Venice. It was the cool sunlight of February, and it fell across the polished floors and threw into prominence the many antique and curious objects that filled the rooms with a searching clearness that almost seemed like a human scrutiny. In a small salon that opened upon the terrace, Clodagh sat at a bureau. In front of her was a formidable array of letters and business papers, neatly bound into packets by elastic bands, and under her hand was spread a sheaf of unused black-bordered notepaper. Whether it was the multitude of her own thoughts that retarded the task she had in hand, or a certain air of absolute stillness that seemed to brood over the villa, one could not say. But certain it is that for nearly half an hour she sat in an attitude of abstraction, her fingers poised above the notepaper, the tip of her pen held against her lips. At last, however, a new idea seemed born in her mind, for she laid down her pen, rose suddenly to her feet, and moving across the room, paused beside the window. For a long silent space she stood at this closed window, her gaze wandering over the scene that custom had rendered so familiar, the hillside cut into characteristic tiers of earth, until it sloped downwards almost like a flight of steps, from which the gray olive trees and the black cypresses rose sharply defined in the brilliant atmosphere. At its foot, Florence, with its suggestion of dark-roofed houses and clustering spires, and beyond all, encircling all, the low chain of mountains, blue and purple in the sun. Quite suddenly, with a swift impulsive movement, she unfastened the latch and threw the window open. In the added radiance that poured into the room she stood more distinctly revealed, and the slight changes that even 2 years can make became visible in her face and figure. The pose of her body and the carriage of her head were precisely as they had been, but her cheeks were a little thinner, and some of her brilliant coloring was gone. But the fact that would most speedily have appealed to one who had not seen her for the 2 years was the circumstance that she wore deep mourning, a mourning that lent an unfamiliar, almost a fragile air to her whole appearance. That would have been the first impression, and then, as one studied her more closely, it would have been borne in upon one that these were mere outward signs, that the true, the real alteration lay not in dress, not in the thinness of her face, nor in the unwonted pallor of her skin, but in the very curious expression with which she gazed out over the distant hills, the look of kinship, of comprehension, of that elusive, subtle sentiment that we call anticipation, with which her eyes met the far-off skyline. For many moments she stood as if fascinated by the sense of promise that breathed and vibrated in the spring air. Then at last, with a quickly taken breath, she turned away from the open window, and, recrossing the room, seated herself again at the bureau, picked up her pen, and with new inspiration began to write. Larry, dear cousin, I, the worst correspondent in all the world, am going to write you a long letter, because my heart is so full of thoughts that I must unburden it to some one who will listen. Who better than my friend, my brother of the old dear, dear days? It was good of you and Aunt Fan to write me those 2 long affectionate letters, and I needed them. For though there was no horror in James' death, death itself is, and always must be, terrible to me. Terrible, but also very, very wonderful. Wonderful beyond words when one realizes that somebody one has known as good and kind and unselfish, but ordinary Larry, ordinary as one's self, is suddenly transformed into something infinitely wise and mysterious, with a mystery one can only think about and fear. 1 month ago James was in his usual health, going about his little daily tasks, losing himself in his little daily interests. And now he understands the million things that puzzle you and me and the rest of the world of living people. His death, as I told you in my first note, was painless and quiet and unselfish like his life. He held my hand and knew me to the very end, and spoke to me quite lucidly of his affairs half an hour before he died. And, Larry, I think he was happy. You cannot imagine what it is to be able to say that. Death brings us so many regrets. It frightens me when I look back now over the years and think of our marriage. It was so terribly, cruelly unwise. A man of his age, a girl of mine. And knowing what I know now, the first years must have been very bitter for him. Since then, things have been better and worse. 2 years ago we were perilously near disaster, he and I, when something, it does not matter what, saved us both. How sincerely I thank God now that it was so. At the time I suffered horribly, but it was good for me. It made me see that duty is not merely a negative thing. And now it is all over like a dream that is past. I am as I was. I am free. I seem heartless to say that. I could not say it to anyone except you or Nance. And I even wonder if Nance could quite understand. I feel that she must be so very much younger than myself. But you will not misunderstand, Larry, will you? You will see that it isn't want of heart, but just the knowledge that there is a future for me who had ceased to believe in one. Just before I began this letter, I stood for a long time at an open window, looking out over Florence lying below me in the wonderful sunshine that comes to Italy in the spring. And quite suddenly, Larry, I thought of England in May. England in May. It seems to suggest 100,000 things. Don't say I am disloyal, for of course I want to go home to Orristown, but not just yet. Not just yet. I feel, I cannot quite explain it to you, just a little afraid of going back to Ireland. Just at the moment it is too full of memories. But I want to see England. I want to live in England. Yes, I shall live in England, for the present at least. And you and Aunt Fan must come and stay with me, and then you will report on your stewardship. For of course you are still to manage Orristown as well and capably as you have managed it during the last 3 years. I always think it was one of James's kindest actions to me to give that management to you, though I shall always regret that you and Aunt Fan will not make use of that big empty house. But what is the good of talking? The Ashlins are all disgustingly proud. I can see you smile as you read this, and perhaps I can hear you say, "How like Clo." I hope, oh Larry, I hope I can. Give them all my love, Hannah, Bert, the dogs, and Polly. Dear, pretty Polly. How I crave sometimes for just one long, wild gallop. She must be 8 years old by now, and yet she looks as fit as ever. You said so in your letter of a month ago. Dear, pretty Polly. I can do very much as I like now, Larry, in every way. James has been more than generous. I am to have the interest on £60,000, although I may not touch the capital. A wise precaution. Was there ever an Ashlin who could keep money? But as it is, I shall be rich. £2,000 a year. Why, it is wealth. And then again there is another thing in which James has been good to us. He has placed £1,000 to my credit, apart from my own money, which I am to give to Nance on her 21st birthday, or on her engagement should she marry with my consent before she comes of age. Was it not a kindly, thoughtful act? But does it not seem incredible to talk about Nance, little Nance, being of an age when she might think of marrying? I often long to see her, and sometimes I feel ridiculously shy and a little bit afraid. It is so strange that we have never in all these years visited England, and that some plan of poor James's should always have prevented her spending her holidays with us, though so far as that goes, Carrigmore was a more homelike place than Italy to spend them in. What is she really like? You say she has grown very pretty, but you never say more than that. Men don't realize how women crave for details. But I shall see her for myself in a few weeks. She leaves school next month, you know, and will join me at once. Before James's death she had been asked on a visit to America by the mother of a school friend of hers, a girl named Escoit, who is leaving school on the same day as Nance. But now that is all changed. She writes begging me to let her come to me directly, and her letter has made me know that, beneath all the silly feelings of shyness and uncertainty, I too want her. So now I have said all. Now you see me as I am, Larry, more the old Clodagh than I have been for years, the Clodagh who remembers and loves you always as her dear cousin, her dear, dear brother." The letter ended unconventionally, without a signature, but the writing of the last lines was strong and bold, with a vigorous upward curve. With a touch of impetuosity, Clodagh picked up an envelope and addressed it to Lawrence Asshlin at Orristown. Then, rising from the bureau, she rang a bell. An Italian manservant responded to the summons, the same manservant who had waited at breakfast on the morning that Milbank had received Barnard's summons to Venice. Entering the room with sympathetic deference, he paused just inside the door. "Signora," he murmured. Clodagh turned to him, the black-edged envelope in her hand. "Tell Simonetta to bring me my hat and cloak," she said. "I'm going down into Florence to post a letter." And without waiting to see what expression her declaration brought to the man's face, she crossed the room and stood once more in the flood of clear, cool sunlight that poured through the open window. Chapter 2. Exactly 1 week later, Clodagh arrived in Paris on her way to England. Simonetta Orlenghi, an Italian woman who had been in her service as maid for nearly 4 years, was her only companion. There was no friend to meet or welcome her in the unfamiliar city, and even the dog Mick, the companion of so many solitary hours, had been left behind in Florence until she could conveniently send for him. Yet, incongruous as it may sound, her feelings were happy. Her mind was free from loneliness as her train steamed into the crowded railway station, and she found herself free to drive to her hotel. After all, life undeniably stretched before her, and there was no prohibition against letting her eyes dwell upon the vistas it opened up. Knowledge of duty done, be the doing ever so tardy, is the best stimulus for the wayfarer in the world's byways. And Clodagh, as she stepped from her train on that February afternoon, was conscious of some such reassuring certainty. In the last 2 years life for her had been a thing of physical inaction, accompanied by a subtle process of mental development. The night of tempestuous excitement, when, in a whirl of pain, chagrin, and passionate self-contempt, she had repudiated Venice and her newly made friends, had been the birth of a fresh phase in her existence. With all the ardour, all the enthusiasm whereof her vivid nature was capable, she had veered from her former point of view to another almost as extreme. The return to Florence, the taking up of existence in the secluded villa, had been like the incidents of a dream. Then, in the days that had succeeded, in the early mornings or the late evenings, as she sat upon the marble rim of the drowsy fountain in the garden, gazed down from Fiesole upon the sleeping Roman amphitheatre, or knelt in a dim recess of the old church of San Domenico, rendered mystical by the smell of incense and the flicker of wax tapers, the dream had shaped itself. It had become a tapestry, into the picture of which many figures were woven, but where only 2 took place and prominence, her own and one other. For in those silent hours the thought of Gore, the remembrance of Gore, had come back to her as tangible things. In that solitude peopled by imagination she had forgotten the hurt vanity, the bitter disappointment that had clothed her last interview with him, and remembered only that, seeing fit to reprove her, he had dared to do so, that, seeing the brink upon which she had stood, he had put out his hand to draw her back. And standing in this new light, Gore became an ideal, a being apart, endowed with endless power to inspire high deeds. An idealist born, Clodagh was created to make believe. The make-believes were probably the swaying of an impulsive mind from one emotional pole to the other. But in this case, at least, benefit accrued. She developed a sudden gentle tolerance of Milbank, an altogether unprecedented care for his comfort and well-being. The working of this profoundly subtle emotion was far too deep to be even guessed at by herself, and had any student of human nature told her that the new tenderness for the timid, unassuming husband who made so few demands upon her consideration, arose from the fact that another man had crossed her life, rousing at once her imagination, her antagonism, and her admiration, showing her new depths in the world around her, new possibilities within herself. She would have been both incredulous and indignant. But no student of human nature visited the villa, and she lived undisturbed in her atmosphere of dreams. Whether the vague subconscious thought that Gore, away in his own world, might hear of her graver attitude towards life and might secretly approve, ever lent zest to her self-imposed duties, it would have been impossible to say. But certain it is that if the thought came, it came unbidden and stayed unrecognized. And now Milbank was dead. And life, not the mythical life of memories, of dreams, even of ideals, but the life of hope and warm human possibilities, was hers as it had been long ago, before her husband's name had ever been spoken in her presence. Her mind was at peace as she drove through the narrow streets of Paris with their cheerful, characteristic chorus of shouting news vendors and cracking whips. The hotel she had chosen was a small one close to the Place Vendôme, and when her fiacre stopped and she entered the vestibule, her sense of pleasure and contentment increased. The quiet air of the place contrasted agreeably with her previous experience of hotel life. Still conscious of this impression of security, she turned away from the bureau where she had registered her name and crossed the vestibule to the lift. Taking her place on the velvet-covered seat, she watched the attendant close the iron doors and turned to set the lift in motion. But at the moment that he laid his hand upon the button she saw the swinging doors of the hotel open to admit a lady. The newcomer, seeing that the lift was about to ascend, hurried towards it, and Clodagh, idly interested by the sound of rustling silk, leaned forward in her seat. But the light in the vestibule was dim, and she caught nothing beyond the outline of a large hat and the suggestion of a pale green dress. Then suddenly the stranger spoke, and her heart gave a tremendous leap. "Wait," she called in French. "Wait, I am coming." It needed but the 5 words, spoken in a clear, dictatorial voice, to assure Clodagh that the speaker was known to her, and as the attendant paused in his task and turning promptly opened the grilled door, her mind was prepared for the vision of Lady Frances Hope. But if she was prepared for the encounter, the newcomer was taken completely by surprise. Entering the lift she glanced casually at its other occupant, then her whole face changed. It can't be! It is Mrs. Milbank!" Her glance passed rapidly over Clodagh's deep mourning, and her expression altered in accordance. "My dear Mrs. Milbank," she said softly, "how thoughtless of me not to realize at once. I heard through Mr. Barnard. How are you? How are you?" She pressed the hand Clodagh had offered her, and looked sympathetically into her face. Then, as the lift, gliding upwards, stopped at the first floor, and Clodagh rose, her expression changed again. "Are you located on this floor? How delightful! We are neighbours. I am number 5. Where are you?" 7, Clodagh said gently, speaking for the first time. There was something very strange to her in this meeting, something not altogether unpleasant. In the 2 years since they had met, and in the light of her last evening in Venice, the image of Lady Frances Hope had become slightly distorted, and there was a sense of surprise, of reassurance in finding her so kindly, so gracious, so unalarming. 7, Lady Frances repeated. "Delightful! You must dine with me to-night. I have a private room and am quite alone. It will be an act of charity. I am on my way south. By the way, where are you bound for?" Clodagh smiled. "I am going home." "Home?" "To England." "England? My dear child, not England in February. Why, the atmosphere is a combination of fog and sleet, and the people—" She made a gesture of horror. "Everybody who hasn't influenza is either expecting it or shaking it off." Clodagh laughed a little. "I have never had influenza. It will be an experience. But I must look after my maid. Travelling is new to her." She glanced down the corridor to where Simonetta was awaiting her beside a mountain of luggage. Lady Frances made haste to echo her laugh. "Well, well," she said, "it's good to have the enthusiasm of youth. But you will dine with me? Dinner in an hour?" Clodagh hesitated. Yesterday she would have ardently avoided a meeting with Lady Frances Hope. Now that it had been thrust upon her, it seemed to possess no danger. What was it Gore had said on that memorable night? "I am not deprecating Lady Frances Hope or her social standing." Very swiftly she recalled the words and construed them in the light of her present feelings. After all, she was not the child she had been 2 years ago. And it was not Lady Frances, but the set that surrounded her to which Gore took exception. Her companion, seeing the hesitation in her eyes, gave a quick, bright smile. "Do come. I will give you news of everyone." Clodagh colored slightly. "Very well," she said. "In an hour. Thank you very much." And with an agreeable, unfamiliar sense of interest and excitement, she turned and passed down the corridor to where Simonetta stood. Before opening her own door, Lady Frances Hope stood for a few seconds watching the retreating figure. Then, apparently without reason, she frowned, drew her lips together, and pushing her door hastily open, passed out of sight. Still imbued with a sense of contentment, Clodagh changed her heavy black travelling dress for one of lighter texture, allowed Simonetta to rearrange her hair, and at the appointed hour presented herself at Lady Frances Hope's door. Lady Frances had also discarded her elaborate costume for something lighter and more comfortable, and was ensconced on a low divan reading a French novel when her guest was announced. Immediately Clodagh's name reached her, she threw the book aside and rose with great cordiality. "How sweet you look!" she exclaimed. "You are the first dark woman I've ever liked in black. But then, of course, you are not exactly dark. Sit down. Dinner will be served in a moment. How did you know of this place? Have you stayed here before?" Clodagh had come forward and seated herself beside her hostess. Now, as she looked about her, she noticed with a feeling of restfulness that the room was pretty and homelike, and that there were flowers on the tables and soft yellow shades on the electric lamps. "No, I have never been here before. Mr. Barnard gave the address to my husband when we were in Venice, and I came across it among his papers after " She hesitated. Lady Frances leaned forward sympathetically. "Poor child," she murmured. "Don't talk of it. You have had a most trying time. Barney told me all about it only a week ago. But this place is really quite good," she added in a cheerful voice, "better now than ever. They have just secured the chef from the Abati restaurant in Venice. But, of course, you knew Abati's." Her quick glance passed over Clodagh's face. Then she rose and moved to the table as 2 waiters entered, and dinner was announced. Clodagh colored and crossed the room in her hostess's wake. "Yes," she said, taking her seat at the table. "Yes, I once dined there. It was a wonderfully fascinating place. Has it been a failure?" Lady Frances shrugged her shoulders. "Vanished. But tell me about yourself." She turned to her guest with a change of manner. "You are not seriously contemplating England at this time of year?" Clodagh smiled calmly. "Quite seriously. But, my dear child, why, if one may be inquisitive?" "Because I want to know England, to know the English." Lady Frances's eyes narrowed very slightly. Then she gave one of her bright laughs. "Then come back with me to the Riviera. Any English people worth studying will be found there. Change your plans. Come back with me." Clodagh looked up. She was uncertain whether the suggestion had been made in jest or earnest, and the smiling, searching glance of her hostess did not enlighten her. With a slight feeling of embarrassment, she broke off abruptly into another channel of talk. "And how is Mr. Barnard?" she asked. "Barney? Oh, optimistic as ever. Then there is one amusing person left in England." Lady Frances laughed. "Only temporarily. He takes his holiday next month. Last March he joined the Luards and me in Naples, and we all went on to Sicily. It was tremendous fun." She laughed again over some recollection, and entered upon a history of her Sicilian adventures that occupied the rest of dinner. At the termination of the meal, however, when the waiters had brought in coffee and silently retired, she dropped her reminiscent tone, and rising from table moved back to the divan which was drawn pleasantly near to a bright wood fire. "Come here and let's be comfortable," she said. "I always have a cigarette after dinner. I forget whether you smoke." Clodagh smiled as she came slowly forward. "Not since my cousin and I used to smoke in the top branches of an apple tree in Ireland. I should be afraid to try the experiment again. I might lose an illusion. No other cigarettes could taste like those stolen ones." She gave a little sigh, then a little laugh, and seated herself. Lady Francis looked up from the cigarettes she was drawing from her case. "Illusions," she said. "Why, life is all illusions at your age." She paused, then, after a moment's silence, went on again, but in a slower, more considered voice. "You thought I was jesting at dinner when I asked you to come south with me. But I wasn't. I meant it." She struck a match and lighted her cigarette. "You don't know how you would enjoy Nice. You lost yourself in the delights of roulette at Venice. Think what Monte Carlo would be." With a sudden tumultuous confusion, Clodagh flushed. I have ceased to care about things like that," she said in a hurried voice. Lady Francis's expression changed to one of deep interest, sharpened by surprise. "Ceased to care?" she repeated softly. "Since when? And why?" "Since" Clodagh hesitated. "Oh, since that time in Venice." Her hostess flicked the ash from her cigarette. "Some new influence?" Clodagh was taken unawares. I have got to know myself better since that time in Venice," she said below her breath. Something has made me see that it was not my true self that showed then. I was foolish in those days. I was carried away." A very faint smile flitted across Lady Francis's lips. "That idea belongs to someone else?" she said in a quiet, cordial tone that invited confidence. Moved by a sudden impulse, Clodagh leant forward in her seat and clasped her hands. As on the day in Florence, the day when she had written her letter to Lawrence Asshlin, her soul thirsted for confession. After 2 long years of silent thought, the temptation to open her heart in speech was overmastering. The room was comfortable, dimly lighted, almost homelike. The hour was propitious. Her hostess's voice was extraordinarily kind. She stole one half shy, half eager glance at the averted face. "Lady Francis," she said suddenly, "I was very childish, very foolish that time in Venice. I knew it even before I left." With extreme tact, Lady Francis refrained from looking at her. Smoking quietly, she made her next remark in a low, reassuring voice. "Then that was why you left so suddenly?" "That was why." "Walter Gore must have been very eloquent." Lady Francis spoke in the same even tone, but as she felt the thrill of surprise with which Clodagh received her words, she turned quickly and decisively and met her startled eyes. "I always knew that Walter Gore went back with you to your hotel on that last night," she said. "I always knew that he read you a very moral lecture." Clodagh drew a quick breath. "But how did you know?" Lady Francis studied her face for a moment. Then she gave a direct answer to the question put to her. "Walter himself told me," she said. After she had spoken there was silence in the room. On her part it was the silence of the experimenter, who has taken a step in a new direction and is waiting for results. On Clodagh's it was a silence of incredulity, of doubt, of dread. That Gore should have spoken of that last night in Venice to any third person was a circumstance that, at very least, needed explanation. She sat breathlessly waiting that explanation. During the moment of fruitful silence, Lady Francis Hope remained very still, fingering her cigarette, drawing in fitful puffs of smoke, avoiding with elaborate carelessness any observation of her companion's manner. Then, as if some psychological crisis for which she was waiting had been achieved, she altered her position and her expression, and turning laid her hand upon Clodagh's. "Dear Mrs. Milbank," she said, "I am glad all this has happened. I am glad we have met. You are at a moment in your life when you need a friend who understands." Her fingers tightened upon Clodagh's in a warm, sympathetic pressure. "You are young, you are free, you have the whole world at your feet. Don't spoil your life by taking it too seriously. When I was your age, or only a little older than you, I was left a widow, as you have been left. But I was unlike you in one particular. I had a very wise and far-seeing mother to help me with her advice. Do you know what her advice was?" Clodagh sat silent. It was comprised in one sentence: "Avoid scandal, but fly from sentiment." "Do you see all the wisdom in that advice to a woman who has just become her own mistress?" Still Clodagh was silent. filled by a sense of uncertainty, of loneliness, of fear. She waited for Lady Frances's explanation with the numb sense of helplessness that is born of ignorance. "Of course I may be wrong," the strong, reliant voice went on, "but I feel you are in need of just such counsel. You are emotional. You are an idealist. You are coming out into life expecting it to be a fairy tale. And it is not a fairy tale. It is a realistic story, sometimes a long one, sometimes a short one, but always realistic. Take my advice. Make the best of it as it is. Don't break your heart because there are no dragons or castles or princes." She paused at last, and at last Clodagh spoke. "You are very kind, very good, but I don't see what it all has to do with me." With a frank, almost an affectionate gesture, Lady Frances took both her hands, and looking into her face, spoke the words for which she had so carefully prepared the way. "If what I am going to say hurts you, you must forgive me. I feel such centuries older than you that I can risk a great deal. Don't spoil your life. Don't throw away your pleasure because of one moral lecture. It isn't worth while. I know what I am saying. People like Walter Gore are reprehensible. They take themselves so seriously that sometimes other people make the mistake of taking them seriously too, and then things go wrong." Clodagh's face became a shade paler. I am stupid," she said. "I don't seem to understand." "My dear, it is so hard to say it bluntly." "Please say it bluntly." For an instant the older woman hesitated before the coldness of Clodagh's tone, but the next she took the opening offered her. "You are deliberately turning away from the best in life because some one in a moment of enthusiasm preached you a sermon. You make the mistake of thinking that Walter Gore did something unusual when he warned you against cards and roulette, against Lord Deerhurst and Val Sericolt and me, whereas Walter was born to preach." Clodagh's lips parted. Lady Frances had justified herself. Gore had spoken of that last interview. But why? And how? "Lady Frances," she said very quietly, "why did Sir Walter Gore tell you all these things?" Lady Frances freed the hands she had continued to hold. "Oh, we are old friends. He tells me many things. I fought more than one battle for you while you were in Venice, and afterwards." "For me? After I left Venice?" "Oh, many battles. Walter is so extreme in his judgments of men and things. I lose patience with him sometimes." "And what was Sir Walter Gore's judgment of me after I left Venice?" Lady Frances gave a little deprecating laugh. "Would that be quite fair?" "Yes, I think so, if I wish to know." The older woman took a fresh cigarette from the case beside her. "And you won't be offended?" "I won't be offended." Clodagh's voice sounded a little dry. "Well, then. Oh, really, it's very stupid. Perhaps I'd better not." Clodagh rose quietly from the divan and walked to the mantelpiece. "Please tell me," she said. At her tone her hostess ceased to dally. She struck a match and raised the cigarette to her lips. "Well," she said, with another little apologetic laugh, "I think Walter has always imagined you a very pretty, very fascinating little fool." There was another silence, very short but very tense. Lady Frances laid down her cigarette unlighted and blew out the match. "Mrs. Milbank, you don't mind?" Clodagh laughed, suddenly and almost loudly. "Mind? Mind? Why should I mind?" Had her denial been a shade less intense, its steadiness might have deceived her companion. As it was, the faintest flickering smile touched her lips as she also rose and came slowly forward. "My dear child," she murmured reproachfully, "my dear child, you have misunderstood. I never implied that Walter interested you personally. I merely used him as an illustration, as a means of conveying the folly of taking serious people seriously. But you are tired. I have been cruelly unreasonable. I shall send you straight to bed. You are fagged after that long journey." She put out her hand and laid it on Clodagh's arm. But Clodagh was not in the mood to be caressed. "It's all right," she said abruptly. "I suppose we both misunderstood. I am a little tired. I think I will say good night." "Good night, dear child." Lady Frances pressed her hand and walked with her slowly across the room. As she passed out into the corridor, she waved a gay farewell. "Sleep well," she called, "but dream of an English February, and wake with a changed mind." As she said the last words, Clodagh paused for a moment, then went on again without speaking, and entered her own room. Tired though she was, she scarcely slept that night, and in the early hours of the morning she saw the bright dawn break over Paris. At 8 o'clock she rang for Simonetta and asked for ink, pen, and notepaper. Sitting up in bed, she wrote the following note: "Dear Lady Francis, as we are both women, I can hope that you won't call me variable. If you still want me as a companion, I think I will, after all, go with you to Nice. Looking into the matter more closely, I find I really have no affinity for sleep or influenza. Yours, Clodagh Millbank." Having dispatched the note to Lady Francis Hope, she wrote 2 long, feverishly hasty letters, one to Lawrence Asshlin at Orristown, the other to Nance at her school near London. Chapter 3. It was the middle of February that Clodagh arrived in Paris on her journey home, and it was the end of April before that ardently planned return to England at last took place. On a fresh, showery April afternoon, when all London looked renewed and beautified by soft air and fitful, brilliant sunshine, she alighted from the train at Charing Cross. Her arrival in the lofty, unfamiliar station was very different from her arrival at the bustling, exciting Parisian terminus 2 months earlier. Then she had descended from her train with the rapidity of one who sees in the least promising object the hope, if not the certainty, of interest. Now she left her carriage with the quiet indifference to outward circumstance that acquaintance with society teaches. Unconsciously she had learned to move as the women of the world move, the women who know themselves possessed of a certain value, and are faintly flattered, faintly amused, perhaps faintly wearied by the knowledge. As she walked down the platform, a momentary glimmering of disappointment crossed her face, and she turned to Simonetta, who had come hurrying towards her. "I thought Lady Francis would have met us," she said, "but I suppose she is waiting at the flat." Simonetta looked up solicitously at her mistress. "And the signora?" she hazarded. "She is not tired?" Clodagh smiled a little absently. "Oh no, Simonetta, you must not trouble about me. I have come home, you know." She gave a little laugh. "But we must not delay," she added. "Have you the keys of all the boxes?" "Yes, signora." "Then you can see to the examining of the luggage. When it is done, this porter will put you into a cab. I have given him the address." "Yes, signora." "Then I shall see you at the flat." "Yes, signora." Clodagh smiled again, and turning away, wended her way through the crowd of passengers surrounded by eager relatives and friends. Reaching the courtyard of the station, she unostentatiously hailed a hansom, and, having given her new address to the cabman, took her seat. A moment later the cab swung out into London, became one with the concourse of traffic that, in the season, seemed to overflow the streets. For the instant Clodagh felt herself merged in the teeming life which the open doors of the vehicle permitted to approach so nearly. For the instant she stifled the sense of isolation that had been slowly gathering force, and leaning forward in her seat, fixed her attention upon the passing scene. Across Trafalgar Square, up Waterloo Place, and into the traffic of Piccadilly she was borne with exhilarating speed, the cabman avoiding with extreme dexterity the throng of carriages, motor cars, and omnibuses that seemed momentarily to increase. To Clodagh, sitting rigidly attentive, the scene appeared like an impressive pageant, a pageant of magnificent wealth and abundant prosperity, a splendid characteristic picture in which the budding English trees, the imposing English clubs, the gorgeous English equipages, and the beautiful English women made up the background and the central figures. It was the great possession of a life she had seen only in imagination, and as her curious eyes drank in its details, she found herself almost mechanically repeating in her mind the formula to which for the past 2 months she had clung with passionate persistence: "I will live, I will enjoy." For the 2 months this had been her philosophy. Unconsciously it had been her philosophy since the night in Paris when in 1 hour her castle of imagination had fallen about her feet, and she had stood, as it were, houseless. In that brief space of time she had realized that she had been inhabiting a fool's paradise. A fool's paradise! The name had seemed curiously apt. And through the long dark hours of that hateful night her cheeks had burned as she recalled how she had peopled her enchanted realm, while all the time its unconscious creator had forgotten its creation, or remembered it only as one self-righteous act among many. Lady Frances Hope was right. Deerhurst had been right. Barnard had been right. Ideals were a mistake, things made to be shattered, as hopes were made to be broken. To live fully, heedlessly, extravagantly, was the only wisdom. Gore had spoken truly. She had been a fool. She had been wrong in supposing that she had a debt to work off. On the contrary, life was her debtor. It was she who had a score against life. In this fever of mind she had written the letters that sent Nance on her interrupted journey to America, cancelled her invitation to her aunt and cousin to stay with her in England, and set her own feet on the road to the south. And in the weeks that followed the same fever had burned in her blood. During the preparations for the Riviera and during the journey to Nice she had been possessed by a frenzy of energy. She had craved for incessant action and excitement with a pertinacity that had seemed insatiable. And in the crowded casino at Monte Carlo she had at last attained her object. She had at last succeeded in losing herself. There, day after day, night after night, she had sat in the stifling scented atmosphere, listening to the incessant significant click of gold and silver, watching the artificial light glare down upon the hideously artificial faces pressed in densely packed circles round the long green tables. The place had fascinated her with its outward immobility, its hidden sea of greedy passion. It was, she had fiercely told herself, life. After 6 weeks, Lady Frances Hope had announced her intention of returning to London, but Clodagh had implored her to postpone her departure for another week, and when she had laughingly declared the delay impossible, had announced her own determination to remain on alone, a determination which no argument of her companions had been powerful enough to alter. And now, after nearly 8 weeks spent between Monte Carlo and Nice, she was returning to take up her residence in a London flat chosen for her by Lady Frances. Her brain felt feverishly active as the cab, having skirted the park railings from Hyde Park Corner to Knightsbridge, turned into the square courtyard belonging to the large quiet building where she was to find her home. Descending quickly, she entered the big doorway and glanced curiously at her new surroundings. The vestibule was imposing, but a little lonely, and although the hall porter came almost immediately to her assistance and listened attentively to the information that she was the new tenant of the second-floor flat, and that her maid and her luggage were following in another cab, his impersonal air daunted her. She was annoyed, and almost frightened, by the sudden poignant desire that assailed her to see even one familiar face. However, she listened in her own turn to the polite assurance that all was in readiness for her arrival, and in due course she passed sedately to the lift and was borne upwards. As she stepped out upon the richly carpeted passage that led to her own door, she looked round in the half-formed expectation that Lady Frances Hope might be waiting for her outside her rooms. But almost at once she dismissed the idea. English people were not demonstrative. She would find Lady Frances awaiting her beside a cosy tea-table or a bright fire. With the haste of anticipation she crossed the corridor and pressed the electric bell. There was a slight delay before the summons was answered. Then the door was opened by a well-dressed, unemotional-looking maid. Clodagh stepped forward. "I am Mrs. Milbank, your mistress," she said quickly. The woman looked at her without curiosity. "Will you kindly walk in, madame?" she said. "I hope you will find everything in order." A chill that painfully suggested homesickness, fell upon Clodagh, but she thrust it resentfully aside and entered the pretty panelled hall of the flat. "Where is Lady Frances Hope?" she asked, pausing just inside the threshold. The maid came forward respectfully, but without enthusiasm. "Her ladyship has not been here to day, madam. "Can I attend to you, madam, until your maid arrives?" Clodagh stood very still. She was conscious of a horrible, inordinate disappointment. But aware that the servant's eyes were still upon her, she rallied her self-control. "Thanks," she said. "I shan't want anything but a cup of tea. Bring me some tea to my own room. Did Lady Frances leave no message?" "No message, madam." The maid hesitated for an instant longer, then, feeling herself dismissed, moved noiselessly away to the servants' quarters. Left alone, Clodagh stood irresolute. This was her home. Her eyes wandered round the hall, from the walls of which the pictures of the former tenant looked down as though they criticised the intruder. This was her home-coming, a home-coming devoid of one friendly hand, one welcoming word. Unable to quell the passion of loneliness that swelled within her, she turned blindly and opened the door that stood nearest to her. It was the dining room that she had chanced upon, a charming white-panelled room, furnished with Sheraton furniture. But in her present mood its graceful severity failed to please her. To her lonely gaze it had an uninhabited look. It seemed almost to resemble a very perfect room upon the stage. Drawing back hastily, she closed the door, and moving down the hall, entered another room. This proved to be her own bedroom, a bright, high-ceiled apartment, decorated and furnished in old French fashion and possessing two large windows looking upon Hyde Park. But here again she was confronted by the sensation of unfamiliarity. And as she paused just inside the door, looking from the long windows to the stately bed, she was suddenly and completely dominated by her feelings. In a tempestuous wave of emotion her hunger for happiness rose menacingly, while the tide of her philosophy suddenly ebbed. In that moment, as she stood alone in the wide room, she swayed between trust in her own heart and faith in the world's healing power. Then, as so frequently happens, the world snatched the laurels before they had been held out. With the same unmoved demeanour, the maid who had admitted her appeared at the door. "If you please, madam, the housemaid tells me that her ladyship did send a note for you this morning. You'll find it on the dressing-table." At the woman's words, Clodagh started, and her whole face coloured and changed. Hurrying across the room, she saw the letter, picked it up, and tore it open. "Dearest Clodagh," she read, "I must seem a perfect beast, but my old Aunt Deborah, with whom I can't afford to quarrel, has announced her stupid intention of spending a day in town. And of course it must be this day of all days. Do be a darling, and show you forgive me by coming round to dine at 8:30. Lord Deerhurst returned yesterday from the famous 2 months' rest cure, looking younger than ever. He and Val will be here to-night. Bridge after dinner. Don't fail to come. Yours, F. H." As Clodagh read the last line of the letter, she lifted her head and turned with a quick gesture to the maid who was waiting by the door. "I want a fire lighted here and my tea brought to me immediately it is ready," she cried in a changed voice, "and send my maid in directly she arrives. I'm dining out." Without waiting for a reply, she crossed the room and paused beside one of the windows, looking down upon the park. Her spirits had risen, her excitement had been rekindled, she had been saved from the companionship she had learned to dread, companionship with herself. End of chapter 3. Recording by Tom Weiss, tomsaudioBooks.com. Part 4, Chapter 4 of The Gambler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. The Gambler by Katherine Cecil THURSTON. Chapter 4. Lady Frances Hope's house was situated in Curzon Street, and thither Clodagh departed shortly after 8 o'clock. Again she chose a hansom as a means of conveyance, for as yet there had been no question of her procuring a carriage of her own. And again she became conscious of the peculiar stimulus, the peculiar power that the great tide of London life exercises upon its observers. The last glimmering of daylight was lingering in the sky as the cab passed up Knightsbridge, but already the houses and hotels were brilliantly lighted, and the stream of diners and theatre goers was forming into its nightly procession. During that short drive she encountered many glances of interest, criticism or curiosity from women well dressed as herself and bound upon some such mission as her own, glances of sharp speculation or sudden admiration from men driving west or southward. And something of London's immensity, something of London's secrecy came to her in those brief moments. She was stirred by the fact that has moved many another dweller in the vast city, the fact that every day, every night, some thousands of lives brush our own in a passing glance, in a stray word, in a chance touch, and then drift on into mystery, never to reappear. Her thoughts were confused and excited as she descended from the cab and entered the Curzon Street house. But on the moment that she stepped into the hall, her dreams were banished. A door on her right opened, and her hostess hurried forward and kissed her effusively. "You dear thing!" she cried. "Was it abominable of me? Was the arrival desperately weary? Come up to my bedroom. The men haven't come yet. What ages it seems since we said good-bye at Nice!" "How are you?" She talked in her masterful voice without waiting for a reply until they entered the bedroom. Then her maid, who was busying herself at the dressing table, came forward to assist Clodagh. But Lady Frances checked her at once. "Mrs. Milbank won't need you, Rees. I'll take off her cloak." Rees moved obediently towards the door, but there she ventured to pause for a moment. "I hope you had a comfortable journey, madam," she said. Clodagh, invariably gracious to her inferiors, turned to her warmly. "Thank you, Rees. An excellent journey. But I'm glad to see everybody look so well." She added the last with a little smile, to which the maid responded as she closed the door. Lady Frances laughed. "You have bewitched Reeves," she said. "But you do that as you eat or sleep, by instinct. Let me look at you." She laid her hands on Clodagh's shoulders and turned her towards the light. "You have been playing every night since I left you," she said with decision. Clodagh laughed with some constraint. "And losing?" Clodagh flushed. "I have no luck," she said shortly. Then, almost at once, she turned away, freeing herself from her companion's detaining hands. "Lady Frances," she said in a different tone, "please don't think I forget about " she hesitated. "I get my first allowance at the beginning of July, you know." She paused, and Lady Frances gave a seemingly careless laugh. "My good child, don't speak of it. Any time, any time." "You are very kind. I had hoped to settle up on my return, but the last week was shocking. But everything will be right at the beginning of July." She walked over to the dressing table and looked at herself in the long glass. "What a sweet house you have!" she said suddenly in an entirely different voice. Lady Frances had been watching her with a close scrutiny, but now, with a good deal of ready dissimulation, she threw off her attentive manner and answered in Clodagh's own light tone. "Yes, it is a nice little place. But what about the flat? Isn't that perfect?" "Yes." "You are not enthusiastic. Oh, I am disappointed." Clodagh turned from the mirror. "Forgive me," she said impulsively. "Of course the flat is perfectly sweet, and exactly what I want. It was just the arriving alone that made it seem a little " Of course, of course. Poor dear child. But wait till you begin to know people." Clodagh's expressive face brightened. "Yes, and when my sister comes back, oh, I must enjoy myself. I must be happy." "Why should you be anything else?" "When have you heard from your sister?" "The day I left Nice, a most dear letter. She is having a heavenly time in America. The Escoits are such delightful companions. The girl is 7 months younger than she is, and the boy is 7 years older. Curious difference, isn't it?" "Very. But I didn't know there was a boy. I thought it was only the school friend and the mother." "Oh, no, there's the brother Pierce. Nance's letters are full of him." Lady Frances gave a little half sarcastic laugh. "Then Nance is presumably still learning, though she has left school?" Something in the utterance of the words made Clodagh flush. "Don't," she said involuntarily. "Don't. Nance is different from me." Then, as her hostess remained silent, she turned and looked at her. "Don't be offended," she added. "It is only that I can't have anything cynical said of Nance. I know you don't understand. It seems that because I sent her to America, I don't really care." She halted again. "But I don't make you understand. I don't seem to make any one understand." Her voice dropped slightly, and Lady Frances, as though fearing some emotional outburst, broke in hastily. "My dear child, my dear Clodagh!" Then she passed, for the door opened and her maid Rees reappeared. "Excuse me, my lady, but Lord Deerhurst and Mr. Sericold are in the drawing room. Franks thought your ladyship would wish to know." "Quite right. Thank you, Rees. Clodagh, are you ready?" Clodagh's face was slightly flushed from her momentary outbreak as she left the bedroom. Descending the stairs, Lady Frances moved to her side and pressed her hand through her arm. And at the touch, a sharp repulsion to this friendship, this fair-weather, effusive, superficial friendship, surged through her. And yet where was she to find a firmer sentiment? Where in all the world was there a being who had any real need of her? Her aunt? Her cousin? She knew instinctively that their world and her own were inevitably sundered. Nance? Had not even Nance, the little Nance of childish days, already begun to gather interests of her own, to form her own friendships? No, there was no niche that especially claimed, that especially needed her. And at this point in her hasty and confused speculations, the door of the drawing room was thrown open, and after an interval of 2 years she saw Lord Deerhurst and Sericold. More than once she had pictured the meeting with the old peer. But, as is invariably the case, the reality was much more vivid than the imagination had been. Deerhurst came forward with a stiff, courtly manner that brought back with almost painful clearness the balcony of the Venetian palace, the Venetian salon with its polished floor and glittering chandeliers, the Venetian night music borne across the waters. It all surged back in a wave of memory. First a pang of pain, then a pang of reckless self-contempt. After all, who cared? What did her action, her manner of living, even her existence, matter to any living soul? She held out her hand and allowed him to bow over it. He bowed over it for a long time. Then he raised his head and looked at her. His pale, inscrutable face was as wax-like as ever. His eyes were as cold, as penetrating, as old in their look of supreme wisdom. "So we meet again," he said. "My hope has been fulfilled." For a moment Clodagh stood, permitting him to clasp her fingers and look into her face, while she herself made no effort to speak. Then, as if suddenly conscious of something strange in the position, she freed her hand with a little nervous laugh and turned to where Sericold was waiting to greet her. With a smile and a gesture of easy familiarity, the younger man came forward. "Welcome to England," he said. "Only yesterday a man at my club was telling me of the prettiest woman on the Riviera this year. I won't be personal, but the lady was at Monte Carlo only a week ago, turning other people's heads and emptying her own pockets with the most delightful impartiality." Clodagh laughed, but this time without embarrassment. "Be as personal as you like," she said carelessly. "It wasn't my fault if luck was dead against me." Deerhurst came forward slowly. "But the turned heads?" he asked. She smiled. "Was it my business to put them straight again? I'm not a surgeon." They all laughed, and at that moment dinner was announced. Lady Frances Hope touched Clodagh's arm. "Lord Deerhurst will play host, Clodagh. Val, I consign myself to you." Sericold moved to her side with his usual indolent ease, and Deerhurst offered Clodagh his arm. They had to traverse the length of a large double drawing room before the dining room was reached, and during that passage he found opportunity for a whispered word or two. As they moved forward he avoided looking at Clodagh, but his arm slightly and unmistakably pressed hers. "Am I not forgiving to be so glad to see you?" he murmured in his thin, cold voice. "I waited on the terrace until 12 o'clock that night in Venice." Involuntarily her face flushed. His voice was as potent as ever to express infinitely more than the words it uttered. "I wish to forget Venice," she said. He stole a swift glance at her. "Then we shall make a compact. Shall we forget it jointly?" She said nothing. Again, almost imperceptibly, his arm pressed hers. "Why try to ignore me? I am in your life." The words were few and very simple. so simple and so few that they conveyed a peculiar impression of power, of weight. A faint, half-comprehended chill fell upon Clodagh, such a chill as had fallen upon her once before in the Abadi restaurant when Deerhurst had drunk to their next meeting as host and guest. She laughed suddenly, with a quick, nervous lifting of her head. "But it is life itself that I wish to ignore." Again he glanced at her, very swiftly, very searchingly. "So be it," he said. "I take that as a challenge to life and to me." At the conclusion of dinner that night, the little party of four sat down to bridge, and an hour after midnight Clodagh rose from the card table a loser to the extent of over £40. Chapter 5. On a certain morning in the last week in June, Lady Frances Hope rode into the courtyard of the Knightsbridge flats. Throwing her bridle to the manservant who was attending her, she dismounted from her horse, gathered up her habit, and entered the doorway of the building. Seating herself in the lift, she was borne upwards, and a few seconds later stepped out upon the second floor, and going briskly forward pressed the bell of Clodagh's hall door. The summons was answered by the same maid who had admitted Clodagh on the day of her arrival, and seeing the visitor she drew back instantly, throwing the door wide. "Is Mrs. Milbank up, Parkes?" Lady Frances asked. "I did not see her in the park this morning." "Mrs. Milbank does not ride this morning, my lady. She is having breakfast in her own room. Shall I say your ladyship is here?" Lady Frances replied by walking into the hall. "No, thanks. I'll announce myself." Stepping forward without ceremony, she passed down the hall and opened the door of Clodagh's bedroom. But on the threshold she paused, interested by what she saw. The two windows that looked upon the park were wide open, and through them the beautiful warm sunshine was pouring across the room, touching the old French furniture into a renewal of its glories. Drawn into the full radiance of this light stood a small round table set with silver, china, and a bowl of flowers, and at the table sat Clodagh. She was wearing a simple dress of black muslin, and her hair, which gleamed almost bronze in the clear, strong sunshine, was twisted into one thick coil. But it was neither her dress nor appearance that attracted her visitor. It was something vaguely disturbing, something subtly suggestive, in her attitude as she sat close to the table, an array of letters and papers spread before her, a gold pencil held thoughtfully against her lips. Thinking it was a servant who had entered the room, she did not change her position with the opening of the door, and Lady Frances Hope had a full minute in which to observe her. Then, having made her deductions, she allowed her presence to be known. "Can you tolerate such an early visitor?" she asked. Clodagh started almost guiltily, and drew the array of papers into a confused heap. Then she rose hastily, laughing to cover her momentary confusion. "How you frightened me!" she said. "I must be developing nerves. But come in. I am delighted." She went forward with apparent cordiality, and taking her visitor's hand, kissed it. "How nice and energetic you look. You make me feel very lazy. I wasn't in the mood for a ride this morning. Come in. Sit down." Lady Frances responded to the suggestion by moving across the room. Pausing by the breakfast table, she bent forward and buried her face for a moment in the flowers, at the same time stealing a swift glance at the scattered letters beside Clodagh's plate. Then, straightening herself again with apparent nonchalance, she moved to the open window and stood looking down upon the park. "Clodagh," she said suddenly, "are you busy? Can we talk?" Clodagh turned sharply, and almost with a gesture of surprise. The whole round of her intercourse with Lady Frances Hope had been of so easy, of so superficial a nature, the whole tone of their friendship had been pitched in so unemotional a key, since the one night in the Paris hotel when they had touched upon things vital to them both, that the suggestion of reality, or even gravity, brought a sudden uneasiness to her mind. "Oh, of course," she said uncertainly. "Of course. Let us sit down." She returned to her own seat, and indicated another to her visitor with a slightly hurried movement. But Lady Frances did not respond to the invitation. Instead, she wandered back to the table and again bent over the bowl of flowers. "Why are we always climbing, only to slip back again?" she asked irreverently. Again a faint uneasiness touched Clodagh's face. "I thought you enjoyed climbing." "Not to day, Clodagh. You'll think me a horrid nuisance. But it's about that money." She paused as she said the word, and involuntarily her quick glance passed once more over the papers on the table. For a second Clodagh remained silent. Then she spoke, a little slowly, a little haltingly. "Oh, yes, the money," she said. Lady Frances looked at her shrewdly. "Yes, you remember on Tuesday, when you borrowed that £60 to pay old Lady Schrawl, I said I could wait for everything till August." "Yes, oh, yes." "Well, I've had a horrid drop since then yesterday, in fact." For a moment longer Clodagh sat staring aimlessly at the papers in front of her. Then she raised her head and looked at her companion. Her face was a little pale, but her eyes and lips looked almost scornfully unconcerned. "Poor you," she said uneasily. "What a bore! You must let me settle up our differences at once to day." She rose and pushed back her chair. A look of surprise crossed the older woman's face. This time it was surprise tempered with bewilderment. "To day? But can you? I know how many little expenses." She waved her hand expressively towards the breakfast table, with its many costly adjuncts. Clodagh made a lofty gesture of denial, and walking across the room, paused beside her bureau. For a minute there was no sound in the room save the abrupt opening and shutting of one or two small drawers. Then Clodagh turned round again, a cheque book in her hand. "Now, tell me what I owe you," she said. "I'll write you a cheque and post date it to July the 1st. Will that do? I draw my money then, you know." "Perfectly. But, my dear Clodagh—" But again Clodagh made a gesture that seemed to relegate the matter to a region of obscure, if not of absolutely contemptible things. "Don't trouble," she said. "Money is never worth an argument. What do I owe?" During her words her companion had sat silent, speculative, and suspicious. To her worldly mind Clodagh's grand manner, Clodagh's extraordinary behaviour indicated but one possibility. She had found means of augmenting her income. Any knowledge of the false pride, the empty magnificence that will, metaphorically speaking, fling its last coin to a beggar, while passing on to penury, had never come within her experience. It needs the environments of such places as Orristown to bring them to maturity. She looked now at her companion, and her eyes narrowed in a sudden triumphant satisfaction. Something that she had anticipated had come to pass. At the imagined discovery she gave a quick laugh. "If you insist on being so scrupulous." Clodagh looked round from the bureau at which she had seated herself. "How much?" she said laconically. Lady Frances pretended to knit her brows. "Well, there was the £800 at Nice, and the £40 the night of your return to town, the night we played bridge with Val and Deerhurst." She looked very quickly at Clodagh. But Clodagh gave no sign. "And the £50 a fortnight ago, besides the 60 for Lady Schrawl," she interrupted. "Yes, oh yes, let me see, that makes—" "£950," Clodagh interjected in a very quiet voice, and picking up a pen she wrote out the cheque, signing it with her usual bold signature. A moment later she rose, blotted it, and held it out. As the flimsy slip of paper passed from one to the other, the elder woman permitted a gleam of curiosity to show in her eyes. "A thousand thanks!" she exclaimed. "And don't think me a wretch if I run away now that I've got it. You know how fidgety my bay mare is. Well, good bye. I shall see you at Ranelagh?" But Clodagh was absently studying her cheque book. "I don't think so," she said. "Lord Deerhurst offered to take me down, but I shan't go. I have some business to attend to." Lady Frances laughed, picked up her riding whip, which she had laid aside, and coming forward kissed Clodagh. "Then I expect I shall see you. Deerhurst is much more insistent than any business." Once again her shrewd glance travelled over Clodagh's face. "Good bye. In any case you'll be at the Ords for bridge to night? We can arrange then about going down to Tuffnell." "Yes." Clodagh returned the pressure of her hand. "Yes, I suppose I shall go to the Ords. Yes, I shall. Good bye." She walked with her visitor to the door of the bedroom, and stood waiting on the threshold until the hall door had closed. Then, almost mechanically, she turned, walked back to the table, and with a sharp, nervous movement gathered up the heap of papers still lying beside her plate. As she stood there in the flood of June sunshine, beside the attractive disarray of the pretty breakfast table, she was aware of a horrible sense of helplessness, of alarm and impotence. For the papers she held between her hand were bills, a sheaf of bills, all unpaid and all pressing. As she stood there, a swift review of the past months sped before her mind, carrying something like dismay in its train. In April she had entered upon the tenancy of a furnished flat, having already borrowed £800 from her friend and counsellor, Lady Frances Hope, and under the auspices of this same counsellor had begun her career as a woman of fashion. In social circles the period and the conditions of mourning become more slender every season, and nowadays, although a widow may not attend dances or large dinner parties, there are 100 smaller, more exclusive, and possibly more expensive, forms of entertainment at which she may appear in her own intimate set. Very quiet dinners, very small luncheon parties, even friendly bridge parties are quite permissible when it is a tacitly accepted fact that the mourner is, by a natural law, fairly entering upon her life, that the one mourned has departed from it by an equally natural dispensation. Under these conditions Clodagh had begun her London career, and for more than a month she had lived, in the most costly sense of the word. Her mourning had been the most distinguished that a famous dressmaker could devise. Her electric brougham had possessed all the newest improvements. The flowers that filled her room had been supplied by a fashionable florist at an exorbitant cost. In a word, she had behaved like a child who has been given a pocketful of bright new pennies and believes them to be golden coins. Once or twice in the course of those extravagant weeks a pang of misgiving had crossed her soul, but it had only been a pang of the moment. The phantom of tradesmen's bills is one so easily dismissed from the Irish mind that, unless it materializes very forcibly, it may almost be considered non-existent. On July the 1st she was to receive her half-yearly allowance, and towards July the 1st she looked with an almost superstitious confidence. £1,000. It was sufficient to settle a planetful of debts, and if any remained as satellites to the planet, well, there was the 1st of January. But now her confidence had been rudely shaken. In a sudden moment of pride, of bravado, she had signed away almost the whole of the anticipated half-yearly income. She stood possessed of £50 with which to dress, to eat, to exist from July to January, and in her hands was the sheaf of unpaid bills. There is no race of people that undertakes liabilities so lightly, and that is so overwhelmed when retribution falls upon it, as the Irish race. As Clodagh gradually faced her position, panic seized upon her. For weeks she had lived upon the credit that the London tradesman gives to customers who come provided with good references, and now suddenly she had realized, first by the arrival of certain bills couched in a new and imperative strain, later by Lady Frances Hope's unexpected demand for her money, that English credit is not the lax, indefinite credit of such places as Muscovy and Carrigmore, that it is a credit demanding, insisting upon, timely payment. And where was she to turn, where look, for the necessary funds? In a dazed way she thought of David Barnard, who had returned a month previously from a holiday in Spain. But her pride made her shrink sensitively from the thought of the suave indulgence with which he would listen to her confession of folly. Once the thought of recalling Lady Frances Hope and explaining the position to her sped through her mind, but she dismissed it as swiftly as it came. In restless perturbation she turned and walked across the room, pausing once more beside the bureau which stood in a recess between the windows. Where could she turn, where look, for the money that would tide over her difficulties? In her mental distraction she laid aside the bills she was still holding, and aimlessly picked up a half-dozen open letters that lay awaiting answers. A couple of invitations to lunch, an invitation to play bridge, the offer of a box at the opera, Lawrence Ashlin's monthly report from Orristown, Nance's last letter from America. With a vague preoccupation she raised the last of these and looked at it. How free and unhampered Nance seemed in her inexperience of life. She looked unseeingly at the closely written lines, her mind in a harassed way contrasting her own and her sister's fate. Then quite suddenly she dropped the letter and lifted her head. A thought had struck her. As a flash of lightning might rend a night sky, an inspiration had illuminated the darkness of her mind. The £1,000 which was to be Nance's property when she came of age or upon her engagement still lay to her own credit, in her own name, in the bank with which Millbank had done business. It is extraordinary how rapidly a thought can mature in a receptive mind. In one moment, as Clodagh stood beside the bureau, all the possibilities comprised in that £1,000 broke upon her understanding. How if she withdrew it as a loan? No one, not even Nance herself, need know, and she could refund it within 6 months or within a year, long before the thought of marriage could enter the child's mind. Then suddenly she paused in her mental calculations, and a new expression passed over her face. Was it right, was it honourable to make use of this money left in her safe keeping? Uneasy and distressed, she turned to the open window, as though a study of the life beyond her own might help her in her dilemma. The scene she looked upon was interesting and even beautiful. The grass of the park still retained something of its first greenness. In the distance the clustering bower of chestnuts and copper beeches suggested something far removed from the traffic and toil of the great town, while below the window, under a canopy of leaves, the morning procession of horses and carriages passed incessantly to and fro. What a curious world it was! How conventional and obvious, and yet in reality how inscrutable! What would it say of her, did it know her true position? What comfort, what aid would it offer? Involuntarily, almost curiously, she laid her finger tips upon the window sill and bent slightly forward. Then very suddenly she drew back into the room, her face flushing. Lord Deerhurst, mounted upon a high black horse, had passed the window at the moment that she had looked out, and raising his head had seen and bowed to her. The incident was slight, but at certain moments the Celtic nature is extraordinarily, even mysteriously, open to suggestion. Clodagh could not have defined her thought, but the thought was there, a vague, half fearful, wholly instinctive thought that suddenly prompted her to shield herself, to ward off the nearer approach to this world that she had leant from her window to study impersonally, and from which she had received so peculiarly personal a response. She continued to stand for a moment longer in an attitude of doubt. Then swiftly, almost abruptly, she turned round to the bureau, and kneeling down before it, reopened her cheque-book with tremulous hands, and wrote out a cheque for £1,000, payable to herself. Chapter 6. The habit of self-deception had become as a cloak in which Clodagh wrapped herself. She desired happiness, therefore she told herself that she was happy. She instinctively wished to live honourably, therefore, through her own persuasion, she believed her actions to be honourable. And under this insidiously sheltering garment, her appropriation of her sister's money was securely hidden away. To her own thinking, once the first misgiving had been buried, there was no real wrong, no real dishonour, in the taking of the £1,000. She needed it temporarily, and would in due time repay it with interest. The fact that she did not think it necessary to inform Nance of what she had done certainly weakens the case for her defence. But had she come to be judged with some impersonal source, it is quite possible she would have made as subtle and specious a justification of her conduct as that which she offered to herself. In this light the act stood recorded in her own conscience. She needed the money, she took the money, and having taken it, she set about banishing the recollection of it from her mind. For 3 days after she signed the cheque, she retired into semi-privacy. She was at home to no one, and although she continued to ride each morning and drive each afternoon in the park, she did so with so cold a demeanour that none of her friends had dared to accost her. For 3 nights she stayed indoors alone. But on the fourth the insurmountable restlessness that settles so frequently upon the high-spirited woman devoid of home ties seized on her remorselessly. The thought of further solitude became unendurable. The thought of another lonely evening something not to be borne. At 8 o'clock she rose from her solitary dinner, tingling in every nerve for some companionship, and telephoning to Curzon Street, ascertained that Lady Frances Hope was at home and willing to see her. And a quarter of an hour later she stepped from her brougham at the door of the familiar house. She was informed that Lady Frances was in her own room, preparing to go out, but would be glad to see her if she would come upstairs. She acquiesced quickly, and before the servant could conduct her down the hall, had brushed past him and begun to run up the stairs. Opening the door of her friend's bedroom, she paused on the threshold and gave a little exclamation of admiration. Lady Frances Hope was standing before a long mirror, while the maid Rees knelt upon the ground beside her, giving the finishing touches to the skirt of a strikingly beautiful dress. Clodagh clasped her hands in a gesture of delight, then ran forward into the room. "How splendid you look!" she cried. "Where are you going? What a heavenly dress!" Lady Frances smiled. "At last!" she exclaimed, holding out her cheek to be kissed. "What have you been doing with yourself? I have been persecuted with inquiries for you." Clodagh laughed excitedly. "I have been paying bills," she said in a high, light voice. "So that you may begin to run up new ones?" "Quite possibly. But where are you going? All this magnificence makes me curious." She sank into a low chair and glanced with bright, interested eyes at her stately companion. But Lady Frances ignored her question. "We shall soon be finished with all vainglories," she said. "The season is dying, even if it's dying hard. Do you pine for the country, now that the heat has come? I should expect you to love Tuffnell, you know. It really is quaint. Even I am fond of it." Clodagh looked up eagerly. "Of course I shall love Tuffnell. It has been sweet of your sister to ask me there. But it has been sweeter still of her to ask Nance. You don't know what it will be like for me to meet Nance down there, away from everything." Her voice fell a little. Lady Frances laughed pleasantly. "I am so glad you have arranged that she should come right on from Liverpool, instead of staying in town for a night," she said easily. "It will be much the simpler plan. By the way, what day will we arrange to go down? You and I mean. Diana's big dance is on the 5th. Suppose we go down a day or two before?" Clodagh responded instantly. "Yes," she said. "Yes, certainly. But talking of the dance reminds me of my curiosity. Where are you going to-night?" This time evasion was impossible. Lady Frances turned to the dressing table and picked up a diamond ornament. "You can fix this in, Rees," she said, "and then go. I am going to the Tamperleys'," she added, carelessly, without looking at Clodagh. "The Tamperleys?" "In Grosvenor Place. Dull people." Clodagh picked up a fan that was lying on a table near her and examined it thoughtfully. "Isn't Lady Tamperley an aunt of Sir Walter Gore's?" "Yes, and old Lord Tamperley is a cousin of my mother's, which connects Walter and me in a roundabout way." There was a slight silence while Rees hovered about her mistress with one or two last attentions, and then quietly left the room. As she closed the door, Clodagh looked up from the fan she had been studying so attentively. "Lady Frances," she said quickly, "you know Lady Tamperley very well?" Lady Frances' eyes became vigilant. "Yes," she said vaguely. "Oh, yes." "Then take me with you to her party as you took me to the Hensleys and the Vibrants last week. I'm wild to go somewhere, to go anywhere to-night." She paused excitedly. Then, as her eyes scanned Lady Frances's face, her expression fell. "Of course, if there's the very least difficulty." With a swift, tactful movement, Lady Frances came towards her. "My dear Clodagh, don't. You know how proud I am of you. My hesitation was merely—" "Merely what?" Lady Frances laid her hand upon Clodagh's shoulder. "Walter came back from Russia a week ago. He will be there to-night, and I think," she seemed to hesitate, "I think that perhaps in view of his narrow ideas it might be pleasanter for you—" She left the sentence expressly unfinished. Clodagh rose rather hastily, her face red.
"Of course," she said, "of course, Sir Walter Gore is the last man in London I should wish to meet." Lady Frances said nothing, but moving calmly across the room, took her cloak from a chair. "Where can I drop you?" she asked. "At the club?" For a second Clodagh stood, staring with very bright eyes at an open window, across which a lace curtain hung motionless in the still hot air. Then she lifted her head and, in her own turn, crossed the room. "Yes," she said quietly. "Yes, at the club." Not many days later, Clodagh, in company with Lady Frances Hope, left London for Buckinghamshire on her promised visit to the latter's sister, Lady Diana Tuffnell. The house party at Tuffnell Place was to include, besides one or two men and women of personal distinction, a small section of Lady Frances Hope's coterie from the merely fashionable world, comprising Lord Deerhurst, Sarah Cauld, and Mrs. Bathurst. For although Lady Diana Tuffnell was very uncompromising in the choice of her own friends, she had always been a complaisant sister, and Tuffnell Place generally opened its doors during the month of July to Lady Frances Hope and her intimates. It was late in the evening when Clodagh arrived, and the old Elizabethan house, with its many windows of thick, small paned glass and its fine oak raftered hall, filled her with delight. After she had been greeted by Lady Diana and introduced to Mr. Tuffnell, a typical kindly English squire who invariably went his own way straightly and was content to assume that others did the same, she passed up the shallow staircase and entered the room that had been allotted to her with a sense of something nearer to happiness than she had known for months. In the whole air of the house and its inmates there was a suggestion of restfulness, of friendliness, of sincerity to which she had been long a stranger. Unconsciously she warmed and softened under the home-like atmosphere. And when, a quarter of an hour later, Simonetta came softly into the bright, chintz-hung bedroom, she found her mistress busily unpacking her writing case and sorting her letters at an old-fashioned oak writing table. That night the two visitors, who had preceded the other members of the house party by a day, dined alone with their host and hostess. They were a very small party for the great dining hall, but Clodagh was conscious that at many a crowded restaurant she would have been less well amused. There was a feeling of sincerity in the atmosphere, an honest desire on the part of the entertainers to put their guest at her ease that precluded dulness and artificiality. After dinner Lady Frances wandered off to the billiard room with her brother-in-law, and Clodagh followed her hostess into the drawing room, a long tapestried room full of the scent of roses. The lamps were lighting when they entered, but the windows were set wide open, admitting the fragrance of the garden. Involuntarily Clodagh crossed the room and paused beside one of these broad windows. A moment later her hostess followed her. "Well, Mrs. Milbank," she said, "what do you think of England? Isn't it a place to be happy in?" She spoke with something of the strength and domination of her sister, but it was a softened strength, as her face, although possessing the same bold outline as Lady Frances's, was softer, gentler, more sympathetic. Clodagh turned and looked at her. "I think it is a place to be content in," she said after a moment's pause. Lady Diana Tuffnell's glance rested upon her interestedly, and as the thought of her youth and her mourning rose to her mind, something like pity touched her face. "You are very right," she said. "We women make a great mistake in dissociating happiness and contentment. There is too much struggle in many of our lives, and too little peace. Frances, for instance, her life is one restless race after something that is unattainable." "But Lady Frances is happy. She likes struggling." Lady Diana smiled. "She thinks she does. But the truly contented woman does not need to persuade herself that she is satisfied. Happiness is a fact, not an attainment." With a quiet, kindly movement she turned aside and picked up two photographs that stood upon a side table. "Mrs. Milbank, this is the happiness that comes and stays, the happiness that needs no expounding." She held out the photographs. Clodagh took them and looked at them. One was the picture of her host, the other the photograph of three plain-looking, honest-eyed boys, who each possessed in an almost ridiculous degree their mother's outline of feature. She looked at them intently for a long time. Then she handed them back. "Thank you," she said almost inaudibly. Then, moved by a sudden thought, she looked up into Lady Diana's face. "Lady Diana," she said, "I want you to like my little sister. Will you like her? I don't want her to be one of the struggling women." Then she paused suddenly, as the drawing-room door opened and Lady Frances Hope entered, followed by her brother-in-law. At the sound of the opening door, Lady Diana gave her a quick smile of sympathy and understanding, and turned to greet the newcomers. "What, Frances?" she exclaimed laughingly, as she caught sight of her sister's face. "Has George been beating you?" Lady Frances came forward frowning. "How ridiculous you are, Dee. Your mind never soars above George." Then, realizing that her annoyance had carried her away, she gave a short laugh and suddenly recovered her composure. "I am angry because our game was spoiled. I was making a really excellent break when we were interrupted by a stupid telegram from Walter Gore." Almost abruptly, Clodagh turned back to the open window, conscious that her face and ears were suddenly burning, and that her heart had given a great unsteady throb. Lady Diana looked quickly from her sister to her husband. "From Walter?" she said in surprise. "Yes, from Walter. George Tuffnell came forward with an open telegram in his hand. Listen to this: 'Back from Russia. Town insufferably hot. Gore bridges in tradesmen's hands. No plans for immediate week. Can you put me up from to-morrow? Walter Gore.' Luck, isn't it? Why, we haven't seen him for a year. Dear old Walter." Tuffnell's good-natured face beamed with hospitable enthusiasm. "What do you say, Dee?" he added. "Of course we can manage it. Of course. Why, it will make our party complete." Lady Diana glanced at her sister, but to her surprise there was no response in Lady Frances's expression. With a movement of sudden decision she had stepped forward. "Dee, wait a minute," she said. "You know Walter and Val Sericolt never hit it off, and Walter and Deerhurst detest each other. Do you think it would be wise?" Lady Diana looked perplexed. "It is a little difficult," she said, "but we cannot refuse Walter." She looked at her husband. George Tuffnell responded with a laugh. "Refuse Walter? Why, I'd as soon refuse to have the boys home for the holidays. The house is big enough for everybody. What do you say, Mrs. Milbank?" Clodagh turned from the open window. From being red her face was now very pale. She stammered. Again Tuffnell laughed good-naturedly. "Certainly. Don't you think, Dee, that Mrs. Milbank could give us an expert opinion on the management of man?" Clodagh laughed unsteadily. Then, all at once, her mental balance was shaken by a wave of feeling. The thought of Gore, the remembrance of Gore, rose like tangible things, blotting out all else. She lifted her eyes to her host. "I agree with you," she swiftly said. "I should say that the house is big enough." Chapter 6. Recording by Tom Weiss, tomsaudioBooks.com. Part 4, Chapter 7 of The Gambler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. The Gambler by Katherine Cecil THURSTON. Chapter 7. The remaining hours of that night passed like a dream for Clodagh. Condemn herself as she might for the weakness, there was no subduing the tumultuous excitement kindled by the thought that she was to see Gore again. It was not to be denied that time, intervening incidents, and a subconscious personal desire had blunted the first resentment that Lady Frances Hope's disclosures had engendered. In the reckless pursuit of excitement that had marked the past 3 months, she had imagined him banished from her mind. But now, at the knowledge of his promised advent, she realized that it had only been an imagination, that despite everything, his place in her mind had never been usurped. When at last she fell asleep long after midnight, her thoughts were strange, exciting, almost happy. And when next morning the entrance of Simonetta roused her to consciousness, it was with something like hopefulness and anticipation that she turned her eyes to the open window through which the clear country sunlight was breaking between the gay chintz curtains.
With a quick, eager wakefulness she sat up in bed and pushed back her loosened hair. A feeling, long forgotten, was stirring in her heart, the vague, delicious hope of future things that had been wont to thrill her long ago when she read her father's horses along the strand at Orristown in the untarnished dawn of an Irish day. During the process of dressing, this sense of anticipation grew, and with it came a spontaneous wish for action. She became imbued with the same desire for light and air and freedom that had possessed her on the day in Florence when she had gazed out upon the distant hills from the window of the villa. Something of her eager energy was shining in her eyes as she descended the stairs and entered the sunny morning room where breakfast was always served when the party at Tuffnell was small. Lady Diana and her husband were already in the room, glancing through their morning letters, the former wearing a plain linen dress, the latter an old shooting suit that had seen much service. At the moment that she opened the door, Lady Diana was reading aloud from the letter in her hand, while George Tuffnell was laughing with enormous amusement. They made a very homely, pleasant picture of contented, successful married life. Seeing their guest, they both came forward cordially, and George Tuffnell smiled warm-heartedly as he took her hand. "Well, Mrs. Milbank, and what is Tuffnell like in daylight? Isn't it worth 100 Londons? Haven't you got an appetite for breakfast?" Lady Diana laughed as she led Clodagh to the table. "George is a horrible egotist," she said cheerfully. "He thinks the only things in the world worthy of consideration are Tuffnell and the Tuffnells." Clodagh smiled as she took her seat. "He is very much justified," she said softly. Then she glanced round the table. "But where's Lady Frances?" Her hostess smiled. "Breakfasting in bed. I knocked at her door at 7 o'clock to ask whether she would care for a canter before breakfast, or whether she would like to walk over to the home farm with George, but she literally drove me away. She's out of sorts to day. Poor Frances." "Oh, I am sorry." Clodagh looked distressed. "Just to day, when everybody's coming." George Tuffnell turned to her with his habitual bluff kindliness. "Don't trouble, Mrs. Milbank," he said. "She'll be all right by the afternoon. It's the mornings that society plays the deuce with. Look at Dee. Look what a country life has done for her." Clodagh looked almost shyly at her hostess's straight shoulders and healthy, happy face. "Don't make me more envious than I am," she said gently. "Lady Diana has everything." With a sympathetic gesture Lady Diana extended her hand and touched hers lightly. "My dear," she said, "you have no reason to repine, and Tuffnell is to bring you enjoyment, not regret. What amusement can we plan for the morning, George?" George Tuffnell looked up from the omelette to which he was helping himself. "What would Mrs. Milbank like? You may do anything you like here, Mrs. Milbank, except be unhappy." Clodagh smiled brightly. "Anything?" "Anything in wisdom." She hesitated for a moment, looking down at her plate. Then, with a quick winning movement, she lifted her head, glancing from one of her entertainers to the other. "Then give me a horse," she said quickly, "and let me ride by myself till lunch time." Lady Diana looked distressed. "What, alone?" she asked. But her husband laughed cheerily. "Why not, if she wishes? Tuffnell is Liberty Hall, Mrs. Milbank. You shall have the best horse in the stables." Lady Diana smiled indulgently. "I hope we are doing right. 4 hours by oneself in the saddle is rather a lonely thing." "Oh, but I won't be alone," Clodagh cried. "A good horse is the best company in the world." At the conclusion of breakfast she rose to go upstairs and change into her habit. As she passed her hostess she paused. "Shall I run in and see Lady Frances?" she asked. Lady Diana looked up at her. "I think not. Frances called through the door this morning that no one was to go near her before 12 o'clock. I'd wait till then, if I were you." And Clodagh nodded comprehendingly and left the room. Half an hour later she rode down a long avenue of chestnuts, mounted on a splendid bay horse of Lady Diana's, and emerged upon the road that skirted the park wall. Tuffnell Place was situated in one of the richest corners of Buckinghamshire, and as she drew rein for a moment outside the large gates and surveyed the surrounding country,
It seemed to her that, as far as the eye could reach, the land stretched away in one great tract of prosperous, well-tilled fields and sweeping meadowland broken by high hedges and low wooded hills. The day was one to revel in, the scene one to bring complete repose; and as she gathered up her reins and allowed the bay horse to sweep down the gently sloping road into this land of plenty, she permitted the atmosphere to take full possession of her. For the moment the thought of London, of her fellow beings, even of herself, fell away from her conscious consideration, and she dreamed, as an Irishwoman can always dream, with her eyes open and her senses alert to her horse's slightest movement, yet wrapped in a world of her own, created from the warm blue haze of summer that lay over the rich country, from the summer sun that warmed her blood, from the close instinctive comprehension of nature that no artificiality has power to eradicate. It was more than 3 hours later when she rode back to the gates of Tuffnell, having covered many miles of country, and revelled for a long, delicious stretch of time in her own musings. The air and the hot sun had warmed her face to a splendid healthy colour, her lips were parted eagerly, and across her saddle she was carrying a spray of honeysuckle plucked from the tall hedgerows. Her mood was generous, pliable, brimming with high impulses. If, in that moment, one loving hand had been stretched forth to hers, one honest soul come out of the sunlight to meet her own, many things might have been different. But the moment came, and the moment passed. Riding quickly up the avenue, she drew rein at the hall door, and at the same instant Lady Frances Hope crossed into the wide, sunny hall. Clodagh saw her at once, and a shade of disappointment touched her face. Lady Frances was so intensely suggestive of the world she had been trying to forget. Her impulses of a minute ago shrank instinctively. The habit of indifference came back to her by suggestion. She suddenly felt ashamed of her sunburned face and of the spray of honeysuckle. But Lady Frances came forward to the hall door, and at the same moment a groom hurried round from the stables. Clodagh slipped easily from her horse, took her flowers from the saddle, and then turned to greet her friend. "How are you?" she said. "I was so sorry not to have seen you this morning. I have had a glorious ride." Lady Frances did not respond to the words with her habitual smile, and on closer scrutiny, Clodagh observed, despite a very careful toilet, she looked tired and annoyed. "You've been away an age," she said irritably. "It's after 12. "Then perhaps I'd better change. The coach is to be back from the station at 12:30. No, never mind. Diana isn't conventional. You can meet the people, and lunch too, in your habit. I want to talk to you." Clodagh's eyes opened. It was new to find Lady Frances's manner either hasty or perturbed. "To me? What about?" The other hesitated for a moment, then looked straight at her companion. "About Walter Gore." The onslaught was so sudden that Clodagh had no time to guard her feelings. She flushed, a deep, painful flush that spread over her cheeks, her ears, her forehead. Lady Frances looked at her mercilessly. "I have been worrying so about his coming, worrying so about you." "About me?" Clodagh said the words consciously and uncomfortably. "Yes, I feel so much for you. You who are so sensitive, Clodagh." She laid her fingers lightly on Clodagh's arm. "Clodagh, I am your best friend. You believe that?" You have always been very good to me." "And always shall be good to you. Look here." Her voice suddenly took on the tone of seeming frankness that is the clever woman's best weapon. "I'm enormously fond of you. Enormously fond of you. I should hate to see you hurt or " She paused judiciously. "But who would hurt me? Why should I be hurt?" "You shouldn't be, of course. But sometimes circumstances, chances, people hurt one. Oh, my dear girl, I'm unhappy at this unlucky coming of Walter's. It's hard, it's really hard, on you." As the words were uttered, it seemed to Clodagh that a faint cold wind blew from some unseen quarter, chilling the summer warmth, chilling her own happiness. "Why hard on me?" she asked. "Dear child," Lady Frances's tone was deep and kind. "Do you remember the night in town when you asked me to take you to the Taperleys party?" "Yes, I remember." "You remember why I refused?" "Yes, I remember." "But you did not know my full reason for refusing. I had met Walter a day or two before. We had discussed you." "And what had Sir Walter Gore to say of me?" "He said oh, dear child, don't ask me to be too literal." "But I do." Clodagh freed her arm. "Is it worth while? I tried to keep you two apart while I could. Now it has become impossible." "But why should we be kept apart? What have I done?" "Dear Clodagh, you know Walter. You know how entirely he disapproves." "Disapproves! Disapproves! What right has Sir Walter Gore to disapprove of me, to criticise, to speak of me?" Her voice shook, not, as she herself imagined, with outraged pride, but with uncontrollable disappointment and pain. "Oh, I resent it!" she cried. "I resent it!" Then suddenly she paused, turning to her companion with an almost frightened gesture. Up the long avenue came the sound of wheels and the rapid clatter of many hoofs. Lady Frances put out her hand again and touched Clodagh's wrist. "Here they are," she said. "I am glad to see your courage. I admire it." As she had intended, the sharp, concise words braced her companion. She stood for an instant longer in an attitude of nervous panic. Then suddenly she threw up her head with a touch of the boyish spirit that had marked her long ago. "I am not a coward, Lady Frances," she said. Side by side they waited, while the big yellow coach, piloted by George Tuffnell, swung round the bend of the drive. And as Clodagh stood there, watching the great vehicle sweep round to the hall door, her face became pale and her fingers closed tightly round the handle of her riding crop. It was her world in miniature, that swayed towards her, while she impotently waited its approach. On the box, beside George Tuffnell, sat Mrs. Bathurst, radiant in summer garments. Behind were Deerhurst, Sericold, Gore, and a middle-aged man who was unknown to her. As her eyes passed from one face to another, Tuffnell drew the horses up with great dexterity. The servants sprang to the ground, and Lady Diana came hospitably forward from the recesses of the hall. The first guest to descend from the coach was Sericold. Reaching the ground, he paused for a second to brush some dust from his light flannel suit. Then he came forward to his hostess. "How do you do, Lady Diana? And Lady Frances?" He shook hands with both. Then he turned to Clodagh with rather more impressiveness. "How tremendously fit you look!" he said. Before she could answer, Deerhurst joined them, calmly taking her hand as though it were his right. "Well, Circe," he said below his breath, "we have followed." Clodagh turned her eyes hastily, almost nervously, from Sericold's attentive face to the cold features of the older man. "I should feel very flattered," she said lightly. Her eyes were on Deerhurst, her hand was in his, but her mind was poignantly conscious of Gore's figure standing close behind her, of Gore's voice exchanging greetings with Lady Diana Tuffnell. A moment later she knew that he had turned and had seen the tableau made by the old peer, Sericold, and herself. "How do you do, Mrs. Milbank? It is a long time since we have met." It was not until he had directly addressed her, not until she had turned and met his glance, that Clodagh realized how deeply, how peculiarly he had influenced her. She drew her fingers sharply from Deerhurst. "It is a long time," she said very softly. Gore took her hand. At the same moment Deerhurst laughed, his laugh of unfathomable cynical wisdom. "Mrs. Milbank was the chrysalis in those old days, Gore," he said lightly. "Now you see the butterfly." At the laugh and the tone, Gore's expression became cold, and he released Clodagh's hand. "So I have been told," he said a little stiffly. "I must congratulate Mrs. Milbank on her development." He gave a slightly constrained laugh and moved back to Lady Diana's side. Deerhurst looked after him, a malicious, humorous look. "Isn't it too lenient of the prettiest lady in London to allow a young Puritan to take her to task in public?" he asked in his satirical voice. Clodagh flushed, and turning as if to answer, let the spray of honeysuckle slip inadvertently from between her fingers. Instantly both Deerhurst and Sericold stooped to recover it. The younger man was successful, and straightening himself quickly wheeled round to return it. Then his face fell, and again Deerhurst laughed. Without a word, Clodagh had left the little group and disappeared into the house. Chapter 8 At lunch-time Clodagh sent word to Lady Diana Tuffnell that the long ride in the morning sun had given her a headache, and that she would be glad of a few hours' rest. On receipt of the message her hostess was much concerned, and came herself to Clodagh's bedroom door to inquire whether she could be of any use to the sufferer. But there she was met by Simonetta, who conveyed the intelligence that her mistress was asleep. But in reality Clodagh was not sleeping, was not even lying down. She was sitting in a low chair in the shadow of the drawn chintz curtains, striving to solve the question of her future conduct. Would she remain at Tuffnell and face the difficulties of her position? Would she turn coward and run away? She passed in review the incidents of the morning until by persistent contemplation of them her humiliation kindled to anger. First anger against herself, then anger against the world at large, lastly anger against Gore. By the time afternoon tea was brought to her, the headache she had feigned had become a reality, and before dinner time arrived she had fallen into a state of miserable despondency. But scarcely had this black mood taken possession of her than a new and more intolerable distress assailed her. She suddenly realized the gossip to which her abrupt retirement might give rise. What would the house party think of her disappearance? Would not Lady Frances Hope, if no one else, presume that she was suffering from wounded vanity? The thought was unendurable. No sooner did it present itself than she sprang from her chair in a fever of apprehension and rang hastily for Simonetta. 10 minutes before the dinner hour she emerged from her room and passed downstairs. Faint daylight was still filling the house, but everywhere the lamps had been lighted, and the mellow double illumination gave a curious softening effect to the old raftered ceilings and panelled walls. In the hall she was met by Lady Frances Hope, who paused and looked at her scrutinizingly. "What is the matter with you?" she asked with unusual brusqueness. "You almost look as if you had a fever. Your eyes are glittering." Clodagh laughed nervously and put one hand to her cheek. "Nothing is the matter." Lady Frances's lip curled slightly. "You should go to bed early." "Yes, early in the morning I feel I could sit up all night." "Playing bridge?" Again Clodagh laughed, this time a little recklessly. "Why not?" she asked. "Will you play to-night?" "Not here. George is rather a stickler where his relations are concerned." "And his guests?" Clodagh's question was quick and a little anxious. "Oh, his guests can amuse themselves as they like, of course." "Then I shall play to-night, if I can find any one to play with." Lady Frances looked over her shoulder, attracted by the sound of voices. "Well, here comes Rose," she said. "Press her into your service. She won't refuse if you give her Mr. Mansfeld as a partner. The set she has made on that man the whole afternoon is perfectly disgraceful." She turned with a smile to Mrs. Bathurst. "Ah, Rose, how nice to see you, and you are just in time. We have been taking your name in vain." Clodagh became the centre of a noisy party until dinner was announced, and during the meal itself the same air of inconsequent gaiety was maintained in her regard, for she sat between Sericold and his uncle. A dozen topics were touched upon during the course of the meal, the latest sporting gossip, the latest social scandal, the latest Parisian play, all were discussed, and all laughed over the triviality of the world that has few prejudices, few responsibilities, fewer ideals. From time to time during the easy flow of this light talk she found herself stealing surreptitious glances down the long table to where Gore was seated between Lady Diana Tuffnell and her sister. But not once did she surprise a glance from him. It seemed that he had very successfully banished her from his mind. After dinner the whole party left the dining room together, as was the custom at Tuffnell, some to play billiards, some to stroll in the gardens, others to find their way to the music room, where Lady Diana usually gathered a little audience to listen to her singing. On this evening Clodagh was amongst the first to pass out of the dining room, and moving into the centre of the hall, she paused and looked expectantly over her shoulder. As she had anticipated, Deerhurst appeared almost at once and came directly to her side. "What is your pleasure?" he said. "Bridge?" She looked up swiftly. "Yes, bridge," she said quickly. "I feel I must have excitement to-night." He looked at her immovably. "As you wish," he said calmly. "I shall ask Rose Bathurst and Mansfeld to play." He turned away, and at the same moment Lady Diana came forward from a little group that included her husband and Gore. Coming close to Clodagh, she laid her hand kindly on her arm. "Well, Mrs. Milbank," she said pleasantly, "how shall we amuse you this evening?" Clodagh turned swiftly. Her nerves felt so tense and strained that even her hostess's quiet voice set them tingling. "Oh, I have chosen my amusement," she said. "I want a game of bridge, and Lord Deerhurst has gone to make up a four." Lady Diana's expression changed, betraying a leaven of disappointment. "Bridge," she repeated. "Do you think you are quite wise? Remember your headache." Clodagh gave a short, excited laugh. "Ah, you are not a bridge player, Lady Diana. If you were, you would know that bridge is a cure for all the ills of humanity. Here comes Lord Deerhurst with two accomplices. Fancy, it is the first time that I have met the rich Mr. Mansfeld." Lady Diana was silent. She looked once more at Clodagh, a rapid, penetrating look that might have belonged to her sister. Then she compelled herself to smile. "I hope your game will be a good one," she said graciously, and moving quietly away, she rejoined her husband. Almost at the same moment Deerhurst approached, followed at some little distance by Mrs. Bathurst and Mansfeld, a South African millionaire who had recently found his way into society. "Rose is making the running," he remarked in a maliciously amused whisper. "She asked me before dinner exactly what Mansfeld is worth. Ah, here you are, Mansfeld," he added aloud. "Allow me to present you to Mrs. Milbank. Mrs. Milbank, will you show us the way to the card room? I hear you are the spoiled child of the house." Clodagh bowed to Mansfeld, and responding at once to Deerhurst's suggestion, led the way across the hall. The card room at Tuffnell was the only room in the big rambling house that had not preserved an air of old world repose. Here alone the artistic decorator had been allowed to encroach upon the handiwork of time, and the result, although comfortable and even luxurious, was modern and slightly bizarre. An Oriental carpet, a few divans and coffee stools, half a dozen chairs, and 3 or 4 baize-covered tables comprised the somewhat conventional furniture, while the walls were covered in fabric of bright scarlet and decorated with a peculiar and extravagant frieze representing the 52 cards of the pack. As Clodagh entered, an irrepressible recollection of London, of the clubs, the card rooms, the smoking rooms of London, where men and women idle away their lives and their money, rose to her mind, banishing the pictures of country peace that the last 12 hours had conjured. Pausing by one of the tables, she looked back at her 3 companions. "Let's cut for partners," she cried quickly, picking up an unused pack of cards. "See, I've cut a 10." Mrs. Bathurst came languidly forward and raised a portion of the pack. "A 3," she said. "Now, Mr. Mansfield and Lord Deerhurst." She looked with graceful interest towards the men. Deerhurst cut a 4. Then the millionaire followed with a 2. Her face flushed with pleasure. "How strange," she murmured. "Do you mind having a very stupid partner, Mr. Mansfeld?" Her large brown eyes rested on the rich man's face exactly as they had rested upon Deerhurst in the days at Venice. Observing and comprehending this by the light of recent knowledge, Clodagh gave a sharp, amused laugh. "I think every one is satisfied, Rose," she said. "Now, about points. Lord Deerhurst, what points?" Deerhurst bowed complacently. "What would you like, partner? Our usual 40 shillings a hundred?" "Or 20 shillings a hundred," suggested Mrs. Bathurst, with a deprecating smile at Mansfeld. Again Clodagh laughed. "You are getting very modest, Rose. Do you remember the last time we were opponents at bridge? But I won't tell tales out of school." Mrs. Bathurst looked annoyed. "Would it be quite wise?" she asked sharply. But Deerhurst intervened. "Well," he said, "shall we decide on 40 shilling points? Mr. Mansfeld, do you agree?" Mansfeld, who was an intensely reserved and silent man, looked up unemotionally. "I am in your hands," he said, and following the example already set by Clodagh and Mrs. Bathurst, he seated himself at the card table. "Very well. 40 shilling points." Deerhurst also seated himself and began to collect the scattered cards. But with a swift gesture Clodagh leant across the table and placed a detaining hand over his. "Wait," she said. "Let's make it 80 shillings a hundred." Deerhurst raised his eyebrows, and the millionaire glanced at her curiously, while Mrs. Bathurst made a little affected exclamation of dismay. "Clodagh, I couldn't. I'm horribly hard up." Once again Clodagh laughed shortly. "Then trust to luck. You're more lucky than I am." Her voice was high and charged with excitement. Her eyes looked hard and very bright. Deerhurst's cold glance rested for a moment on her face. "You really want excitement to night?" he asked in a low voice. She threw up her head with a reckless movement. "Yes, I do want excitement. Rose, will you agree to 80 shilling points?" Mrs. Bathurst allowed her gaze to flutter prettily from one face to another until it finally rested upon Mansfeld's. "Will you decide, partner?" she said in a confiding whisper. Mansfeld looked at her for an instant in slight embarrassment. Then he appeared to regain his stolidity of bearing. "You may play," he said decisively, and a faint, indescribable smile flitted across Mrs. Bathurst's lips as she sank back into her chair. It was nearly 2 hours before the steady progress of their play was interrupted by any remark not directly connected with the game. Then, at the conclusion of the second rubber, Clodagh looked across at Deerhurst as if obeying a sudden impulse. "I bring you bad luck, partner," she said quickly. Mrs. Bathurst laughed. "Unlucky at cards, lucky in love. He won't complain, Clodagh." Deerhurst smiled calmly. "Is it well to aver that?" he said. "Look at your own score." She laughed again, a laugh of complete satisfaction. "Ah, but I owe that to my partner's play, not to luck. Shall we lower the points, Clodagh? You are a horrible loser." Clodagh's hot cheeks flushed a deeper red. "Lower the points? I would rather raise them. But aren't we losing time? Deal, Mr. Mansfeld, please." Her excitement was obvious. Her lips were obstinately set, and her fingers tapped the table in nervous impatience. A third rubber was begun and finished, then a fourth and a fifth, and very gradually, as the play continued, the sounds throughout the house became fainter and fewer. At first the tones of Lady Diana's voice had floated up from the music room, and the usual hum of applause had succeeded, to be followed in its own turn by more music. Song after song had been sung. Then had come the sound of talk and laughter, as the party from the music room had adjourned to the garden. But slowly these sounds had lessened. The laughter had ceased, and the entertainment out of doors had died down to the murmuring of 2 men's voices and the slow pacing of a couple of pairs of feet up and down the terrace beneath the card-room window. At last even this had ended with a heavy shutting of a door, and save for the occasional distant sound of a closing window, silence reigned in the house. The sixth rubber was drawing to its close when the door of the card-room opened quietly, and Lady Diana entered, looking slightly tired and pale. She came forward to the table and stood looking at the players. "Don't stir," she said. "I only came in to see that you are all right. Who has been lucky?" Mrs. Bathurst looked up self-confidently. "We have, enormously," she said. "Mrs. Milbank was most daring and doubled our ordinary stakes. The results have been wonderful." "For us." "Indeed!" Lady Diana's voice sounded unusually cold, and Clodagh was conscious that her observant eyes had turned upon her. But she played on without looking up. At last the final trick was won, the score reckoned up, and the players rose. Deerhurst pushed back his chair and looked about him speculatively. "It feels late," he said. "What is the time, Lady Diana? My conscience begins to trouble me." Lady Diana smiled a little conventionally. "I think it is about 2:30, she answered. "Oh, Lady Diana, how wicked of us!" Mrs. Bathurst affected a charming penitence. Mansfield looked genuinely uncomfortable and distressed. "We owe you an apology," he said. "We have kept you from your rest." But Lady Diana graciously waved all apologies aside. "It is nothing, nothing," she assured them. We are not so rustic as all that. Lord Deerhurst, you and Mr. Mansfeld will find George in the smoking room." She gave the suggestion with her usual hospitable warmth, but the smile that accompanied the words was not the smile she had given to Clodagh the evening before, or that morning at breakfast. And Clodagh, keenly sensitive to this altered bearing, stood silent, offering no apology. At last, as though the tension of the position compelled her to action, she held out her hand in a half diffident, half defiant gesture. "Good night, Lady Diana. Good night, Rose. Good night, Mr. Mansfeld. Good night." Last of all, her fingers touched Deerhurst, and as his cold hand closed over hers, he bent his head deferentially. "Good night, partner. Sleep well. We will be more fortunate in the future." But Clodagh gave no sign that she had even heard. Almost ungraciously she freed her hand, and without glancing at any of the occupants of the room, moved quickly to the door and passed out into the corridor. Her brain seemed to burn as she mounted the long flight of shallow stairs that led to the bedrooms. Her head ached, her senses felt confused. She had lost money to a far greater extent than she could possibly afford. She had alienated the friend she had so ardently desired to make. She had acted wilfully, absurdly, wrongly. She opened the door of her bedroom with hasty, unsteady fingers. The lamp on the writing table was lighted, but the rest of the room was dim. Through the open windows came a slight breeze that stirred the chintz curtains. In a chair by the dressing table sat Simonetta in an attitude of weariness. The sight of the woman's tired figure jarred on Clodagh's overstrained nerves. "You can go, Simonetta," she said sharply. "I'll put myself to bed." Simonetta started up remorsefully. "Pardon, signora," she exclaimed. But Clodagh cut her short. "You can go," she said. "Good night." The woman looked at her for a moment in doubt and reluctance, then, instinctively realizing that argument was useless, moved softly to the door. "Good night, signora," she ventured, but as Clodagh made no response, she departed, silently closing the door. Left alone, Clodagh moved aimlessly to the centre of the room and stood there as if seeking some object which might distract her mind. Her glance passed vaguely over the dressing table, laden with familiar personal objects, then strayed to a couch on which lay an open book that she had made a fruitless attempt to read during the hot hours of the afternoon. At last, attracted by the light of the lamp, it turned to the writing table, on which was placed the heavy leather writing case that had belonged to her mother, and that had remained with her through all her wanderings since the time of her marriage. It lay unlocked as she had left it the evening before, the contents protruding untidily from under the thick leather flap. Something intimate and friendly in the shabby object appealed to her and attracted her. Without considering the action, she went slowly forward and laid her fingers hesitatingly upon it. All the small records that constituted memory lay side by side in this warm leather case: her check books, her letters, the few souvenirs her life had provided. She raised the flap lingeringly and lifted out the topmost papers. First to her hand came a bundle of Lawrence Ashlin's monthly reports from Orristown, boyish, spirited records of trivial doings, ill constructed from a literary point of view, shrewdly humorous in their own peculiar way. These she tossed aside as things of small account, and turned almost hurriedly to the papers that lay immediately beneath. They proved to be her sister's letters, dating from the time of their parting in London, when Nance had been sent to school. For a space she held them in her hand, while a curious expression, half antagonistic, half tender, touched her face. Then, with a little sigh, she laid them down again, without having turned a page. The next object that she drew forth was the faded telegram that, years ago, at the time of Dennis Ashlin's accident, had brought the longed-for news that Milbank was on his way to Orristown. She opened it, read it, then folded it and replaced it with something of uneasy haste, and again, burying her hand in the recesses of the case, brought to light another link with the past, a large envelope into which were crushed a number of things, among them the first invitation from Lady Frances Hope in Venice, a ribbon that had tied a bouquet of flowers on the dining-room table at the Abati restaurant, a Venetian theatre programme, a couple of dry roses that she had worn on the night when Gore had taken her home from the Palazzo Uguccini. Very slowly she drew these trophies forth. Each breathed the romance of things gone by, yet each possessed the poison of present regret. As she lifted up the roses, her expression became suddenly pained and resentful, and with a fierce impulse she crushed the dry brown leaves between her fingers, flung them from her across the room, and hurriedly lifted the next object from the writing case. This last was a large bundle of papers tied together with a black ribbon. Lifting it into the light, she looked at it for a long time without attempting to untie the string. It was the collection of her father's scanty correspondence and ill-assorted business letters, which she had bound together the night before her marriage and had never since opened. A curious feeling assailed her now as she looked at these yellowing papers, eloquent of dead days, and at the mourning ribbon, significant of emotions keen and bitter in the living, but buried now under the weight of newer things. How strange, how distant and impersonal the pages seemed! And yet the time had been when every written line had played its part in some human, personal endeavor. Each document had represented loss or gain to some individual. Each letter had conveyed its fragment of earthly sentiment. Moved suddenly by the suggestions of the moment, she untied the string. A faint dry odor rose from the loosened papers, the intangible scent that indicates the past. It seemed that some world, distant and forgotten, had suddenly put forth a shadowy hand pointing she knew not whither. Over her brain, fevered from the night's excitement, fell a stillness, an arresting calm. Across her thoughts, distorted by mistaken struggles, glided a memory, a picture. She saw herself as she had been before her marriage, in the far-off isolated days when life had been a simple thing, when the world outside Orristown had been a golden realm lying beyond the sunset. How young she had been then, how extraordinarily, indescribably young, how untrammeled in her actions and sweeping in her judgments. As the old existence pressed about her in a cloud of images, she opened the first letter, but so unsteadily, so agitatedly that in the opening 5 or 6 of the pages slipped from the packet and fluttered to the writing table, bringing with them a small unframed ivory miniature that had been wrapped within the sheets. The thin, fragile picture dropped with a faint tinkling sound. Clodagh bent forward to recover it, then paused, leaning over the table in an attitude of attention. The miniature lay face upwards, and in the strong light of the lamp its outline and colours shone forth distinctly. It represented the head and shoulders of a man in a scarlet coat and hunting stock, a man of 30, with a handsome, defiant face, fine eyes, and an obstinate, unreliable mouth. It lay looking up into her face while she stared back at it as though a ghost had risen from the faded letters. On the night before her marriage she had come upon this miniature of Dennis Asshlin, and in a frenzy of renewed grief had thrust it out of sight amongst the papers she had collected. Then the picture had seemed pitifully sad in its presentment of the dead man in the days of his strength. Now, as she looked upon it in the light of subsequent knowledge, it seemed a thing instinct with portent and dread. Sharply and cruelly, the glamour cast by death receded from her memory. She saw Asshlin as she had seen him in life, selfish, obstinate, and yet weak. And quick as the vision came, another followed, the vision of herself, of her own attitude towards her existence and her responsibilities. In silent, intent concentration she gazed upon the picture until at last, seized by an ungovernable impulse, half instinctive realization, half superstitious dread, she caught up the lamp and walked to the dressing table. There, removing the colored shade, she laid it upon the table, and lifting the mirror looked fixedly at her own reflection, intensified by the crude, strong light. For several minutes she stood quite motionless, her questioning eyes searching the eyes in the glass, her pale face confronting its own reflection. And as she looked, expressions of doubt, of fear, of conviction chased each other across her features. The image that confronted her was her father's image, softened by differences of age and sex, but fundamentally the same. The image of one who had wasted his life, ignored his duties, squandered the substance of those who were dependent upon him, one whom even his children had learned to despise. And with a sudden sensation of physical faintness she turned from the table. For every folly of Dennis Ashlin's there sprang to her mind some corresponding folly in her own more brilliant life. How inefficiently she had worked out of her own destiny, she who long ago had been so rigid in her condemnation of him. In sudden terror she moved unsteadily across the room and stood leaning against the foot of the oak bedstead. Then, all at once, she made a swift, passionate gesture and dropped to her knees. "Oh, God!" she whispered wildly. "God, who made me! I am afraid!"
End of chapter 8. Recording by Tom Weiss, tomsaudioBooks.com. Part 4, Chapter 9 of The Gambler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. The Gambler by Katherine Cecil THURSTON. Chapter 9. At 11 o'clock on July the 4th, Nance was to arrive at Tuffnell. Her boat reached Liverpool on the 3rd, but it had been arranged that she was to spend the night on board and take an early train to Buckinghamshire on the following morning. At 10 o'clock Clodagh, wearing a hat and veil, and drawing on her gloves, left her bedroom and descended the stairs. Taking advantage of Lady Diana's arrangement that all the guests were at liberty to breakfast in their own rooms, she had elected to avoid the family meal, at which her instinct told her Gore would be present. After last night's mental crisis, the idea of encountering his polite avoidance had seemed to her intolerable. As she passed downstairs now, with slow and sobered steps, she half paused as the burly figure of George Tuffnell appeared at the open hall door. But her hesitation was not permitted to last, for instantly her host caught sight of her, he came forward hospitably. And a new shame woke in her, as she realized that Lady Diana Tuffnell had preserved silence even to her husband upon the subject of last night's incident, or at least upon her share in it. "Hello, Mrs. Milbank!" he cried cheerfully. "Has the London atmosphere got imported with our guests? These are London hours, you know." He strode up to her, followed closely by a couple of dogs, and seized her hand cordially. Clodagh gave a little embarrassed laugh, and instantly stooped to caress the dogs. "I feel ashamed of myself," she said hurriedly. "You and Lady Diana must forgive me, but I was very tired last night." Tuffnell waved the matter good-naturedly. "Don't apologize. Don't mention it. But you should be thinking about the train. I was just coming to tell you that the trap is ready whenever you are. It was Dee's idea to give you the trap. She said you'd hate a big conveyance that would tempt people to offer themselves as escorts." He laughed in his hearty, untroubled way. "One of the men will drive you over, but you can get rid of him at the station. He'll come back in the dog-cart with Miss Ashlin's luggage." Again Clodagh bent to pat the dogs. "How kind of Lady Diana," she murmured. "I haven't seen my little sister for years and years, you know." "You'll find her changed, I'll guarantee. Children do spring up." He gave a loud, contented sigh. "But shall I order the trap round? Or do you want to see Dee first?" "I think I'll see Lady Diana later, if it will not seem ungracious." "Ungracious? Not a bit. I'll get the trap." He turned and swung across the sunny hall, whistling to his dogs, and Clodagh, still quiet and subdued, walked slowly after him to the door. No one was about when the small trap was brought round from the stables, followed by Tuffnell and the dogs. And as Clodagh came down the steps, the two animals pressed forward with upturned eager faces, and the friendly appeal in their faithful eyes touched her to remembrance of many grey and misty mornings when Dennis Ashlin's high old-fashioned trap would sweep round from the Orristown stable-yard, and dogs such as these would plead passionately for a share in the impending journey. A dry, painful sensation seemed to catch her throat. "May they come with me?" she asked softly. "I love animals. I had to send my own Irish terrier home to Ireland when I gave up my house in Italy,
and nothing has ever quite taken his place. Do let them come. They would be so good." The two dogs looked swiftly from her face to their master's. But George Tuffnell pretended to be stern. "No," he said loudly. "No. Dick and Tom can't go to the station to day." Instantly the two tails dropped. "Come, Myers," he called to the groom. "Mrs. Milbank has no time to spare. Dick, Tom, to heel." He winked humorously at Clodagh as she stepped into the trap, and a moment later the groom took his seat and picked up the reins. Then suddenly he broke into a shout of genial laughter. "You villains!" he cried. "Off with you! Away with you!" And with a yelp of wild delight the dogs sped down the avenue. Clodagh scarcely noticed the details of that swift drive, for a nervous sense of excitement and trepidation banished her powers of observation. As she stepped from the little trap and entered the small country station, she could scarcely command a steady voice in which to ask whether the train was yet due. The train proved to be overdue by 3 minutes, and the knowledge brought an added qualm of apprehension. What if little Nance were utterly changed? What if America had spoiled her? But her thoughts and fears were alike broken in upon by a long, shrill whistle. The expected train loomed round a curve in the line, and a moment later roared its way into the station. There was a second of uncertainty. Then, somewhere in the front of the train, a door was flung open, a small slight figure in a muslin dress sped down the platform, and two warm arms were thrown about Clodagh's neck, bridging in one moment the gulf of years. The sisters held and kissed each other, regardless of the one or two country passengers who had alighted from the train, and the two grooms from Tuffnell who were waiting for Nance's luggage. Then at last the younger girl drew away, and still holding Clodagh's hand, looked at her intently. "Oh, Clo," she cried, "how lovely you are!" At the old name, the old candid admiration, tears rushed suddenly to Clodagh's eyes. "I'm not, darlin', I'm not, but you are sweet and the same, oh, the very same." She laughed, with a break in her voice, then, as two porters came down the platform rolling Nance's luggage, she remembered the necessities of the moment. "Is this yours?" "Yes, my American clothes. Do I look very American?" "You look sweet. Myers," she added to the groom who had come forward, "this is Miss Ashlin's luggage, and will you please go back in the dog cart? I want to drive the pony home." Myers touched his cap. "Very good, ma'am." He turned and passed out of the station. Nance pressed her sister's hand with one of her old shy laughs that sounded infinitely sweet from grown-up lips. "Clo, I can never get used to your bein' called ma'am. Do you remember the people at San Domenico who would call you Signora when poor James—" She stopped abruptly, coloring at her unconsidered mention of her brother-in-law. "Clo, tell me all about Tuffnell Place," she substituted, with another sympathetic pressure of her fingers. "Tell me about Lady Diana and Mr. Tuffnell. I think I should hate to be plain Mr. if my wife had a title. And all about Lady Frances Hope and Lord Deerhurst and Mr. Sericold. I'm dyin' to see all the people you put in your letters. They're like characters in a book, and, of course, you are the heroine." "Oh, I'm so happy, Clo," she cried ecstatically. "I'm so happy. Do you care for me? Do you want me much very much?" Her dark blue eyes searched Clodagh's face as they had been wont to search it long ago, for beneath the pretty manner that time had taught her, her warm, loyal nature had remained unchanged. And as Clodagh returned her glance, her heart suddenly sank. Until the moment of her meeting with Nance she had been conscious of only one desire in her regard, the desire to fully confess to her appropriation of the £1,000. For in the lull that followed the previous night's crisis, she had seen this confession as the sole means of regaining self-respect. Her other follies, her gambling and her extravagances, offered no means of redress. But for this one personal act of weakness she could still do penance. And now, by her very faith, by her very love, Nance had shaken the desire. This spontaneous, unsuspicious admiration was the sweetest experience that had come into her life. She involuntarily returned the pressure of the clinging fingers as she drew her sister through the small gate of the station. She was glad to think that there was the drive home, the moments of arrival and unpacking, before any mention of personal matters could break in upon the present calm. Outside the station, Nance saw the two dogs for the first time and insisted upon making friends with them before entering the trap. "Did you miss Mick dreadfully when you sent him back to Orristown?" she asked when at last she took her seat. "Dreadfully," Chloe answered, taking the reins from the groom. "But I didn't know what to do with him when I left the villa. You see, I had no real plans." "No, of course not. But you'll get him back soon?" "Yes, I want to." Chloe gathered up the reins, and the pony started forward at a swift trot. "But do you know, Nance, I have thought of going to Orristown in a month or so. Would you like to come to Ireland?" "Like to? Oh, Chloe, I have dreamt and dreamt of our being at Orristown together, just you and me. Can you picture it? Wearing our oldest clothes, riding and walking and sailing all day long, and making Hannah cook us the most heavenly cakes for tea." She clasped her hands rapturously, regardless of her new white gloves. Clodagh laughed softly and affectionately. "Oh, you child!" she said almost enviously. How sweet and pretty and unaffected she was, this little sister who had suddenly stepped back into her life. An overwhelming tender feeling of protectiveness welled up within her, a sudden deep longing to shelter and guard her, to hedge her round with all that is sacred and fine. "Nance," she said impulsively, "have you ever thought that I behaved badly to you, behaved unfairly in any way?" "Unfairly?" "Yes." Nance laughed. "You're dreaming, Chloe. How could you behave unfairly?" "Suppose some one were to tell you that I had?" "I shouldn't believe, that's all." "If I were to tell you?" Clodagh's fingers tightened on the reins. "If you were to tell me that," Nance said very slowly, "I think it would spoil everything in the world. I believe so dreadfully in you. But why talk about it when it's nonsense?" She shook off the momentary shadow that had fallen between them. "I hate ifs, unless they're very happy ones." So Clodagh struggled no more with her conscience during the drive along the shady Buckinghamshire roads. Yielding to the spell of Nance's voice, she lulled the knowledge of impending difficulties and opened her ears to the tale of her sister's experiences, of her friends, her acquaintances, her pleasures, her occupations, all poured forth with a perfectly ingenuous egotism that was a refreshment and delight. Though they remained together all through the morning and afternoon, the sisters had no further opportunity of a tete-a-tete. Immediately on their arrival at Tuffnell, Lady Diana had made Nance welcome and had introduced her to her fellow guests, and the remainder of the day had been spent, first in tennis and croquet, later in a long coach drive, which included a call upon some neighbours of the Tuffnells. Almost immediately after dinner, however, Clodagh had pleaded that Nance was tired, and had borne her off to her own room. There she dismissed Simonetta, and closing the door drew forward two chairs to the open window. "Now," she said at last, "what do you think of Tuffnell, and of everybody?" She sank into one of the chairs with a little sigh. But Nance, instead of answering, tiptoed across the room, and bending over the back of her chair, gave her a long, impulsive kiss. "Darlin'," she cried, "Chloe, you are so lovely. I am so proud of you." Clodagh pressed her cheeks against the warm lips, then drew Nance round to the side of her chair. "Talk to me," she said. "Tell me whether you like Tuffnell." Nance gave a little laugh of inconsequent happiness, and nestled down at her sister's feet. "Tuffnell is heavenly, but there are only 4 nice people here." "4 nice people? What do you mean?" "What I say. There are only 4 nice people here. You, of course." She lifted one of Clodagh's hands and pressed it against her lips. "And Lady Diana Tuffnell, and Mr. Tuffnell, and that nice fair man with the sunburnt face." Clodagh withdrew her hand from her sister's. "Sir Walter Gore?" "Yes. Don't you think him nice?" I don't know." "But why? He likes you." Clodagh gave a quick, unsteady laugh, and sank back into her chair. "Dear little Nance, what a baby you are! If there is one person in the world who does not like me, it is Sir Walter Gore." With a sudden movement of interest, Nance sat up and looked at her sister. "But he does, Chloe," she said. "I saw him looking at you over and over again, when you were talking to other people. He likes you. Oh, he does like you. And he doesn't care one bit for Lady Frances Hope, though she follows him everywhere he goes." But Clodagh sat suddenly upright, and with an abrupt gesture put her hand on her sister's shoulder. "Nance," she said sharply, "you are talking about things that you don't understand. Don't talk about them. It annoys me." "But, Clo—" For answer, Clodagh stooped and kissed her almost nervously. "When you are older, Nance, you will know that it is tactless to talk of certain things to certain people. Don't talk to me again of Sir Walter Gore. He and I have nothing to do with each other. We belong to different worlds." Once more she bent and kissed Nance's startled, penitent face, and, putting her gently from her, rose and walked to the window. For some minutes there was silence in the room. Then Clodagh spoke in a completely different voice. "Nance," she said, "there is something I want to tell you, something I should have written to you and didn't." Nance, in the swift relief of her sister's altered tone, sprang to her feet, and running across the room threw her arms about her. "And, Clo, there's something I ought to have written to you, only I was too shy, and had to wait till I could say it like this, with my arms round you." It was Clodagh's turn to look startled. She tried to hold Nance away from her, that she might see her face, but Nance only clung the closer. "Clo, do you love me? Oh, say you love me." "Of course I love you." "And you won't be vexed?" "Nance, what is it? You frighten me. What is it?" "Oh, it's nothing frightening. It's about Pierce Escoit." The words came forth with a tremendous gasp. "What is it?" Clo, he wants to marry me. You're not vexed? Oh, Clo, you're not vexed?" At last Nance's arms relaxed, and she looked up beseechingly into her sister's face. In sudden nervous relief and amusement Clodagh laughed. Then her face became grave again, and she drew her sister to her with deep, impulsive tenderness. "Vexed, darling," she said. "Vexed?" Nance kissed her ecstatically. "Oh, the relief of having it said!" she cried. "I have felt like a criminal keeping it to myself, but Pierce said I could do more with one word than a dozen letters." Clo looked down into the pretty, eager face and laughed again softly, though her eyes were full of tears. "Pierce was right," she said. "I don't think any one could say more in one word than you could. But do you love him, Nance? Do you love him? That is the great, great thing, and you are so very young." A look of keen anxiety crossed her face, and she gazed into Nance's eyes as if striving to read her heart. Nance returned her look with a steadfast gravity, curious in one so young. "Next to you, Clo, he's the best person in all the world," she said. The tears in Clodagh's eyes brimmed over. "You put me first. Really, Nance? Really?" Nance nodded seriously. "And next to you he's the very best. But, Clo," she blushed deeply, "he wants me to marry him soon, fearfully soon, in the autumn. He's coming over with Mrs. Escoit and Daisy in 3 weeks' time to try to persuade you. Clo, you're not vexed? He has promised that we shall be together more than half every year, if you wish." Clodagh, touched by a pang of loneliness, turned away and gazed through the open window across the sleeping country. "And you love him? You are certain that you love him?" She turned again and laid her hands on her sister's shoulders. Nance's gaze, wise in its very youthfulness, met hers unflinchingly. "I care for him like I care for you, Clo, and I've cared for you always." Clodagh drew a long breath. "Then I am satisfied. I shall not keep you from happiness." With a quiet movement she bent forward and kissed the soft hair above Nance's forehead. After this seal of love both were silent for a minute or two. Then Nance spoke again, her lashes lowered, her fingers twisted tightly about her sister's. "Clo, doesn't it seem wonderful that he should care for me? He who is so bright and clever and rich. But I've been lucky in everything, haven't I? I haven't liked to say it before, but wasn't it awfully kind, awfully good of James?" Clodagh half withdrew her hand. In the surprising news that Nance had given her, she had forgotten the confession she had still to make. "Clo, wasn't it awfully kind of him?" Clodagh did not answer at once, and when she did so, her voice was strained. "To leave you that money, that £1,000? Yes, the £1,000. Chloe, you don't know the dozens and dozens of times it has made me happy to think of that since Pierce has cared for me. It isn't that I like money for itself, but when one is horribly poor, one is sensitive about marrying a millionaire. I mean, you know." Again her fingers clung to her sister's. "Yes. One feels that one would like to come to him with everything that his sister would have if she married. It's very silly, of course, Clodagh. Do I seem very silly?" At any other time Clodagh would have smiled at the ingenuousness of the words, but now some feeling within herself banished amusement. "What is it, darling?" she asked. "There's something you are trying to say." Nance looked up into her face. "Chloe, it's all this stupid pride. Of course Pierce and Daisy and Mrs. Escoit know that I have nothing, except my share in Orristown, which, of course, is nothing. And I know that for all the rest of my life I shall be dependent on Pierce for everything. But it's just because of that I want to come to him with all the things, the clothes and things, that other girls have. Oh, I know it's hateful of me. It's weak and vain." Clodagh pressed her hand suddenly. "No, darling, I understand." "You do? Oh, Chloe, dear Chloe, then you know what the £1,000 seems like. £1,000, all my own. Money of my own to buy beautiful things with. Things like Daisy's, things like yours. I, who have never had a penny that really belonged to me. And Clodagh, may I have it soon? That's what I want to say. May I have it soon? I won't spend it all, of course. Not half, not quarter." She laughed. "But may I have it soon? It would be heaven." With a swift, involuntary movement, Clodagh freed her hand. "Chloe, I have said too much. I have asked too much." "No, darling, no, no." "Then I've tired you. Chloe, you're tired." She caught Clodagh's hand again. "And you wanted to tell me something. Oh, I've been selfish. Won't you forgive me and say it now?" But Clodagh turned from her and walked to the writing table, the table on which her father's miniature had rested the night before. "No, I won't talk to night, darling," she said, without looking round. I think I have forgotten what I was going to say." Chapter 10. The keynote of Clodagh's character was impulse. She loved, she hated, she was generous, she was foolish, with a wide impulsiveness. When Nance had spoken of her engagement, her unselfish joy and relief in the security it promised had aroused a renewed desire for self-sacrifice, as represented by confession of her weakness. But a moment later, when Nance had spoken of Millbank's legacy, of her innocent joy in its existence, of her innocent desire for its possession, the wish had faltered. She had given her tacit agreement that the £1,000 should be placed in Nance's hands, the £1,000 of which the greater portion had already gone to swell the coffers of London tradesmen or fill the pockets of her friends. That was her position on the night of Nance's confidence, and on the following morning she woke with an oppressive sense that action must be taken in some direction. The whole house party, with the exception of Deerhurst, put in an appearance at the early breakfast, and as Clodagh entered the breakfast room her spirits rallied a little at the sight of the crowded table, and she took her place between George Tufnell and Sarah Cald with a sense of respite. Lady Diana, who was occupying her usual place at the head of the table, had borne Nance off to sit beside her, while Lady Frances, looking a little worn in the searching morning light, was keeping Mrs. Bathurst, Mansfeld, and Gore amused. The breakfast was not a long meal, and at its conclusion Lady Diana looked round the table. "Now, people," she said amiably, "what are the morning's plans? You know you are none of you to forget my dance to-night and tire yourselves." Mrs. Bathurst turned to her with a pretty languid smile. "I'm going to play croquet with Mr. Mansfeld," she announced. "Nice, lazy, old-fashioned croquet. We shall turn up at lunch time." "And you, Walter?" Lady Diana asked. "Will you drive over with me to Winchley? We might take Frances and" again she looked round the party "and Miss Asshlin." But Nance glanced quickly down the table to where her sister sat. Clodagh caught the questioning look and bent her head. "Yes, go with Lady Diana," she said affectionately. It's very sweet of her to take you." Nance smiled shyly. "I know," she said, looking from Clodagh to her hostess. Lady Diana returned the smile. "It's sweet of your sister to spare you to me." While she was speaking, Serical turned to Clodagh. "Will you give me the morning?" he said in an undertone. She drew back and laughed a little. "What a conceited suggestion! Fancy throwing my little sister over to spend the morning with you!" He looked at her unabashed, and as Tufnell turned to address his neighbour, he bent close to her again. "You were very hard on me. When will you be really properly kind?" "Oh, sometimes, perhaps." Clodagh's tone was careless and light. "This morning, then. Come for a ride with me." She laughed once more and shook her head. "I have a letter, a terrible business letter, that must be written, a letter to Mr. Barnard." Serical raised his eyebrows a trifle satirically. "To Barney? Ah, then I shan't press the point. But how many dances am I to have to night?" "Dances? You know I shan't dance." She glanced down at her black linen dress. He smiled a little. "Am I a schoolboy, that I should want to dance? How many dances are we to sit out?" "To sit out? Oh, I'll tell you that when we've sat out one." Without looking at him, she pushed back her chair as Lady Diana rose. "Then let that be the first dance?" She nodded inconsequently. "Perhaps. The first dance." She stood up, and joining the rest of the company, moved down the room. As she gained the door, Nance ran up to her. "Clo, darlin', can't I stay with you?" Clo smiled down into the eager, upturned face. "Not this mornin'. I have a business letter to write." "Then I must go?" Nance's face fell. "Must, darlin'." "But, Clo, you'll think of me and love me all the time you're writing the horrid thing?" Clodagh laughed. Then all at once her face looked grave. "Dearest," she said suddenly, "you don't know how much." And without explaining her words, or waiting for Nance to speak again, she passed quickly across the hall and up the stairs. 4 different times Clodagh began her letter to Barnard. Sitting by the writing table close to the open window of her bedroom, she watched the various members of the house party depart on their different ways. But the quieter and more deserted the house became, the more impossible it seemed to her to accomplish the task she had in hand. At last, with a gesture of despair, she tore up the half-written letters that lay strewn about her, and rising from the table with a sign of vexation, left the room, closing the door softly. With a frown of unhappiness and perplexity still upon her forehead, she descended the stairs, crossed the hall, and passing round the back of the house, made her way to the rose garden. The rose garden at Tufnell was always a place of beauty, but in the month of July it was a paradise of scent and colour. Down its centre ran a long strip of close-cut lawn, flanked on either side by stone seats and stone nymphs and satyrs brought from an old Italian garden. On the high wall that preserved to the place an absolute seclusion, a dozen peacocks sunned themselves gorgeously, while over the entire closure grew and climbed and drooped roses. Roses of every shade and of every size, roses that filled the air with a warm scent that seemed at once to mingle with and to hold the summer sun. She paused for an instant upon entering this enchanted garden, and drew a deep breath of involuntary delight. Then, walking slowly, as though haste might desecrate such beauty, she passed down the long, smooth lawn that formed an alley of greenness amid the pink and crimson of the flowers. Pausing at the farther end, she stood, soothed by the sights and sounds about her, until suddenly a harsh, disturbed cry from one of the peacocks broke the spell. She turned sharply and saw Deerhurst standing close behind her. "I saw you from my dressing-room window," he said, in answer to her look of surprise. "Was it very presumptuous of me to follow you?" The cold, familiar voice banished the thought of the roses. Her vexations and perplexities came back upon her abruptly, causing her face to cloud over. "No," she said hastily. "No, I think I am glad to see you. I am in a hopeless mood to-day. Things won't go right." He took her hand and bent over it with even more than his usual deference, although his cold eyes shot a swift glance at her distressed face. "But you must not say that," he said softly. "Things can always be compelled to go right." She shook her head despondently. "Not for me." He freed her hand gently, and pointed to one of the stone seats that stood under the shadow of the rose bushes. "Shall we sit down?" he said. "There is a great deal of repose to be found in this garden of Lady Diana's. She had it copied many years ago from my rose garden at Amblay." Clodagh looked up at him as they moved together across the grass. "Indeed," she said. "From your rose garden?" "Yes. She and Tuffnell stayed with me at Amblay shortly after they were married, when my sister was alive. And Lady Diana fell in love with my rose garden. I remember I sent a couple of my gardeners down here to plant this one for her. It is an exact reproduction, on a smaller scale." There was silence while they seated themselves. Then Clodagh, looking meditatively in front of her at the evil face of one of the stone satyrs, spoke suddenly and impulsively. "I envy you," she said. "You envy me." There was a curious, almost an eager tone in Deerhurst's voice, but she was too preoccupied to hear it. "All people are to be envied who have power and freedom. I get so tired of myself sometimes, so rebellious against myself. I am always doing the things I should not do, and failing to do the things I should. I am hopeless." For a space he made no attempt to break in upon her mood. Then very quietly he bent forward and looked up into her face. "What is worrying you?" he asked in a whisper. "Confession really is very good for the soul." For a moment she answered nothing. Then, yielding to an impulse, she met his scrutinizing eyes. "Oh, it's only a letter that won't let itself be written, one of those abominable letters that one has to write. Talking of it does no good." "No good. I'm not so sure of that. I believe in talking. Tell me about it." Clodagh laid her hand nervously on the arm of the seat. "I have been stupid," she said almost defiantly. "I have overstepped my allowance, and must ask Mr. Barnard to advance me some money. And I somehow hate to do it. Am I not a fool?" She laughed unsteadily and turned to look at her companion. But he had drawn back into the shadow of the seat. "Oh, it's childish, ridiculous. I am disgusted with myself." Her glance again crossed the strip of green lawn to where the stone satyr stood. Quite silently Deerhurst bent forward again. "What is the amount?" he asked softly. £1,000. "And is Barnard such a very great friend?" Clodagh started. "No. Oh, no. Why?" She turned quickly and looked at him. "Because I wish to know why it should be Barnard." There was a long silence, in which she felt her heart beat uncomfortably fast. A sudden surprise, a sudden confusion filled her. Then, through the confusion, she was conscious that Deerhurst was speaking again. "Why should you think of Barnard?" he murmured. "Barnard is not a rich man. To advance you £1,000 may possibly inconvenience him, whereas a man who need not consider ways and means." Clodagh sat very still. "Yes, but I think—" "And why think?" He spoke calmly, considerately, without a tinge of disturbing emotion. "Why think? Why write that troublesome letter? Why ask a favor when, by granting one—" "Granting one?" "Yes, when by granting a favor you can make everything smooth. Think what it would be to me, for instance, if some of the money I am saddled with were used to bring you happiness or peace. Think of the favor you would be doing me." She half rose, then sank back again. "Oh, but I couldn't. How could I?" "And why not? Look, I have only to open my check book." He very quietly drew a check book from his breast pocket. "Find the all powerful pen." He searched for and produced a gold pen. "And look." He wrote rapidly for a moment, then held the fluttering white paper in front of Clodagh's eyes. "Look." With a little start, a little cry of deprecation, she rose from her seat. In a flash of memory she recalled the night on the balcony at Venice when he had kissed her hand. She recalled the letter she had found awaiting her in her room at the hotel. In sudden fear she glanced at him. Then her fear faltered. To her searching eyes he presented the same aspect that he had assumed since their first meeting in London, the aspect of a tried, deferential friend. "How could I?" she asked again, but unconsciously her tone had weakened. For answer Deerhurst folded up the cheque and held it out to her with a respectful almost a formal bow, by extending to me the merest act of friendship. She sat very still, not attempting to take the cheque. I could not repay it before January, perhaps not entirely even then." "January or any time. I understand the art of patience." For one moment longer her uncertain glance wandered from the slip of paper to the glowing rose bushes, from the roses to the cold, malignant face of the satyr that confronted her across the strip of grass. "You are very kind. In January, then." Deerhurst bowed again, and in complete silence the cheque passed from his hand to hers. Chapter 11. Action. Decisive action always brings relief. An hour after it had come into her possession, Clodagh had dispatched Deerhurst's cheque to her bankers in London, and when at 7 o'clock she entered Nance's room with the intention of dressing for the night's festivities, she was carrying a cheque from her own book. As she came into the room, Nance was kneeling before her trunk, but at the sound of the closing door she looked round and sprang to her feet with a cry of delight. "Clo!" she cried, running forward. "Clo, how lovely of you to come! Shall we dress together like long ago?" Then her eyes fell to the folded slip of paper in Clodagh's hand. "What is that?" she asked curiously. Clodagh looked down at the cheque. "I have come to do my duty," she said with a faint laugh. "Here is your £1,000, darling. May it be enough to buy everything in life worth having." Her voice faltered on the last words, but the touch of emotion was lost in a sudden embrace from Nance. "Oh, you darling, you love!" she cried. £1,000! I feel like a queen." She drew back a little, flushing with excitement and pleasure, and opened the cheque almost reverently. "And can I really get £1,000 by signing my name on the back of this? I can't believe it, you know. I simply can't." She raised her shining eyes to Clodagh's. Clodagh's face softened. "Oh, you poor child," she said. "You child! It makes me remember our weekly pennies just to listen to you. How poor, and how very happy we were long ago. Do you remember?" Nance gave a little cry of recollection. "Remember, Clo? Could I forget?" Then followed another impulsive embrace, a kiss, and a whole torrent of reminiscence. And a quarter of an hour had slipped away before the entrance of Simonetta with Clodagh's dress recalled them to the knowledge of present things. 5 minutes before the dinner hour had struck, the sisters entered the hall. At the foot of the stairs Nance was detained by George Tufnell, while Clodagh, left alone for the moment, was at once claimed by Sericolt. He came forward from one of the windows, moving with his usual graceful indolence, and pausing beside her looked intently into her face. "You look radiant to-night," he said. She laughed. "Can one ever look radiant in black?" Sericolt's eyes passed slowly from her face to her slim white neck. "Yes," he said, in his cool, deliberate voice. She gave another laugh, slightly shorter and more conscious than the last. But before she could speak again, he moved a trifle nearer and laid his fingers lightly on her fan. "And how many dances am I to have? I told you that I must not dance yet." "And I told you that I would not make you dance. How many may I have?" He bent very close to her, then frowned a little, and drew away again as Lady Frances Hope, followed by Mrs. Bathurst and Mansfeld, came towards them across the hall. "You'll give me the dances?" he asked quickly. Clodagh glanced at the approaching party, then bent her head in assent. "And which?" His tone was eager. "The first, at least," she said. With a faint, satisfied smile he turned and moved away. Dinner that night was a very lively meal. Everybody seemed imbued with the spirit of the coming ball and anxious to display a personal sense of anticipation. After the company had risen from table, Clodagh and Nance met again in the hall by previous arrangement, and retired to their rooms, that Simonetta might put some finishing touches to their hair and dresses, and that they might get the bouquets they were to carry at the dance. As they mounted the staircase, side by side, Nance, after the custom of old days, slipped her arm through her sister's. "Clo," she said softly, "you are excited too. I can feel it." Clodagh smiled a little. "Well, it is my first dance." Nance halted and looked at her. "Why, of course it is. And you must feel like I did the night of Mrs. Escoyt's ball. The night—" She stopped, blushing. "Oh, darling," she added, "fancy my not realizing that you had never been to a dance. It must feel lovely and strange to you." Clodagh drew her onward up the stairs. "Yes, it does feel different from anything else. Of course I shan't dance, but then people may ask me to sit out." "May? I wonder who wouldn't ask you?" Nance's eyes spoke volumes as they travelled from her sister's face to the long lines of her soft black dress. Arrested by the look, Clodagh spoke again, abruptly and a little anxiously. "Nance, why do you say that?" "Say what?" "That people would ask me for dances, that people would care." Again Nance paused and looked at her. "I am nearly angry with you for asking anything so silly," she said after a second's pause. "But I won't be. I'll forgive you. Though you know perfectly well that there isn't a man here who wouldn't sit out, or dance, or do anything in the world with you from now till doomsday." She looked up laughingly, but as she did so, her expression fell. "Clo, you're angry." Clodagh patted the hand that lay upon her wrist. "Angry, darling? No. Only thinking how wrong you are." "Wrong?" "Yes, I know one man who would not dance with me even if I were to offer him a dance." She made the confession swiftly, in obedience to a sudden impulse. Nance looked at her afresh in involuntary curiosity. "Clo." But Clodagh raised her head in a half defiant return to reticence. "Don't mind me," she said. "After all, no man should fill anybody's world, should he? Come along. It's 9:30, and I hear the first carriages." And without waiting for Nance to reply, she swept her down the corridor to the door of her bedroom. The presence of Simonetta precluded the possibility of further confidences, and 10 minutes later, as the sisters again emerged upon the corridor, the appearance of Lady Frances Hope from the door of her own room deprived Nance of the moment for which she had been waiting. Seeing them, Lady Frances came forward smilingly. "How charming!" she said. "A study in black and white. Where did those wonderful roses come from, Clodagh? They're nearly as dark as your dress." Clodagh looked down at the damask roses in her hand. "Yes, aren't they nearly black?" she said easily. "I was saying to Lord Deerhurst the other day that there were no flowers one could wear in mourning. And to day I found these in my room. He had wired for them to Amblay. It was very thoughtful of him." Lady Frances gave an odd little smile. "Very," she said. "I wonder if he meant them to be mourning. I believe there was a language of flowers when he was young." She gave a short, amused laugh, and turned to Nance. "And this is your first English dance, Miss Asshlin?" Nance, whose eyes had been flashing from one face to the other, gave a little start at being so suddenly addressed. "Yes, it is. I came out in America." "Then you can tell us in the morning which men make the nicest partners, English or American." Nance laughed, and Clodagh, with the new protective instinct, put out her hand and drew her close to her. "Nance has made her choice," she said impulsively. "The field is not open to Englishmen, but let us go downstairs. We are barely in time." At the foot of the stairs the three turned to the left and made their way to the ballroom through the throng of arriving guests. Entering the long room, they moved slowly forward to where Lady Diana and her husband were receiving their guest. Reaching Lady Diana's side, Clodagh felt her heart beat quicker as she caught sight of Gore's fair head and tall, straight figure, and a strange sense of repeated sensation surged about her. It might almost have been the night at the Palazzo Uguccini, when Lady Frances Hope had held her reception. Her hand felt a little unsteady as she laid it over Nance's. Her voice sounded low and uncertain as she spoke her hostess's name. "Lady Diana," she said, "here is Nance. You told me to bring her to you before the first dance." At her tone, so very soft and pleading, Lady Diana turned, and a smile, the first real smile she had given her since the episode of 2 nights ago, broke over her face. "Yes," she said with sudden geniality. "Yes, that is quite right. Leave her with me. I will find her the nicest men." She paused, and her eyes travelled kindly from Clodagh's face to her black dress. "And you? Won't you have some partners?" Her glance swept the little group about her. Walter, Mrs. Milbank won't dance, but—" At the moment that she spoke, Sericul's light voice sounded from behind them, and his slim figure emerged from the surrounding crowd. "Ah, here you are, Mrs. Milbank. I have a strong suspicion that I am only just in time. Where shall we go? Into the music room, or out into the garden?" Supremely ignoring the rest of the group, he offered Clodagh his arm and led her out into the throng, at the moment that the swaying notes of the first waltz floated down the musicians' gallery. With a faint disappointment, warring with a faint elation, Clodagh suffered him to guide her down the long ballroom. Life seemed suddenly a brighter thing than it had seemed for days. Nance was with her, Lady Diana had smiled on her again, and only a moment ago she had met Gore's eyes in almost the first direct glance they had exchanged since his coming to Tuffnell. She lifted her head in response to a sudden excited happiness as the dancers flashed past her over the polished floor, and the deep, long notes of the violins vibrated on the air. Unconsciously her fingers tightened on Sericul's arm, and in instant response he paused. "Can you resist?" he said. She looked up at him. The color had rushed into her face with the emotion of the moment, an inordinate longing to be young, to enjoy, to be as the crowd about her swept her mind imperiously. A peculiar look crossed Sericul's eyes. "Just for 2 minutes," he whispered. "No one will see you in the first crush. There is no waltz like this." Almost before she was aware of it, he had slipped his arm round her waist. For an instant a gleam of surprise, of alarm, showed in her face. Then the long, persuasive notes of the stringed instruments dropped to a lower, more enticing key. She yielded to the pressure of his arm, and the two glided in amongst the dancers. They made the half circuit of the room, escaping the observation of the house party at its further end, and as they reached the door, Clodagh pressed her hand detainingly on Sericul's arm. He paused. "Tired?" he asked, looking down into her flushed face and brilliant eyes. She shook her head faintly. Her heart was still beating too fast, her brain still felt too elated to notice the ardor and the intentness of his gaze. "We must stop," she said softly. "You know, even the 2 minutes were stolen." He slowly withdrew his arm from her waist, but still kept his eyes on hers. "I suppose all the things in life worth having are come by dishonestly," he said lightly. Then in a lower tone he added, "Do you know that you dance gloriously?" Clodagh made no answer. Her mind was more occupied with the dance just gone through than with the partner who had shared it. And for the moment Sericul was content with her silence. Leaving the ballroom, they passed together down a long corridor that ended in a short flight of stairs leading to the card room. At the foot of these stairs he paused, struck by a new idea. "Suppose we look into the card room," he said. "I believe it will be deserted at this early hour." Clodagh assented. "If you like," she said. "It would be rather nice to find a quiet spot." And leading the way with careless unconcern, she began to mount the stairs. The door of the card room was open. The baize-covered tables were arranged for play, but only one small green-shaded lamp had been lighted, and the window was uncurtained and open to the still summer night. She paused on the threshold, and Sericul stepped quickly to her side. "It might almost have been arranged for us," he said. "Won't you go in?" She waited for a moment longer, then walked slowly forward and halted beside one of the tables. Very quietly her companion closed the door, and crossing the room softly, paused close behind her. "Do you know that you dance gloriously?" he said again. "But I always knew you would. A waltz with you is one of the things I promised myself a long time ago." As he spoke, she was conscious that his shoulder almost brushed hers. With a faintly uneasy movement she raised her head. "What do you mean?" she asked, turning and meeting his eyes. In the dim light of the room there was something curious, new, and alarming in the glance she encountered. He was standing exceedingly near. His face looked very pale, the pupils of his eyes were dilated, giving them a peculiar, unfamiliar look. Embarrassed and yet doubtful that her embarrassment was justified, she turned away, and nervously taking a pack of cards from the table, began to pass them through her fingers. "I don't know what you mean," she said again. "I don't understand." Quite suddenly Serical laughed, and passing his arms over hers, caught her hands so that the cards fluttered to the table. "Nonsense," he said in a sharp, whispering voice. "Nonsense. The prettiest woman of the season not understand?" He laughed again, and with a swift movement freed her hands, and clasping her suddenly and closely, forced her head backwards and bent his face to hers. The action was not so much a kiss as a vehement, almost painful pressure of his lips upon her mouth, something that stung her to resentment rather than to fear. For one instant she remained passive, the next she had freed herself with the muscular activity that had always belonged to her slight, supple frame. As she drew away from him she was trembling and her face was white, but there was a look he had never imagined in her eyes and on her lips. For one moment it seemed that she meant to speak, and then her lips closed. She turned away from him and walked out of the room without a word. Chapter 11. Recording by Tom Weiss, tomsaudioBooks.com. Part 4, Chapter 12 of The Gambler. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. The Gambler by Katherine Cecil THURSTON. Chapter 12. Hardly conscious of her movements, Clodagh left the card room and passed down the corridor. Her only tangible sensations were anger and self-contempt. The thought that Serical, who had seemed less than nothing in the scheme of her life, Serical with whom she had laughed and jested and flirted because he was a boy and of no account, should have treated her lightly, should have presumed to kiss her, to seize her violently in his arms, was something shameful and intolerable. The simplicity of her upbringing, the uncontaminated childhood that her country had given her, rose to confront her in this newest crisis. Vain, frivolous, foolish she might be, but beneath the vanity, the frivolity, the folly, she was, and always had been, good in the primitive, fundamental sense of the word. She hurried down the corridor and down the staircase that she had ascended so short a time before, but reaching the ground floor, she did not turn towards the ballroom, from which the sound of the violins still floated. Instinctively she moved in the opposite direction, towards the quieter portion of the house, in which stood the music room. The door of the room was closed when she reached it, and no sound came to her from within. For a space she stood hesitatingly outside. Then the distant murmur of talk and laughter roused her to action. Her hesitancy fled before her distaste for companionship. She raised her hand and noiselessly opened the door. To enter the music room was to enter a region of romance, for, as the card room upstairs suggested the world and the things of the world, this room seemed to embrace all the repose, all the dignity, all the peace that such places as Tuffnell gather unto themselves with the passage of time. It was a long, low-ceiled room with wainscoted walls and a polished oak floor, and the first object that met the visitor's eye was an old harpsichord, mutely eloquent of bygone days, for, with rare good taste, Lady Diana had hidden her piano behind a tapestry screen worked many centuries ago by another lady of the house. Even on this night of festivity the place retained its peculiar quiet. Only half a dozen candles burned in the sconces that hung upon the walls, and the scent of lavender and dried rose leaves lingered upon the air. It seemed what it was, a room in which, for numberless generations, women of refinement had made music, read poetry, or sung songs while they wove about them the indescribable atmosphere of home. And into this room Clodagh stepped, her heart burning, her mind distressed, pained, and hurt. For an instant she paused upon the threshold, overwhelmed by the contrast between the aloofness, the grateful repose of the place, and tumult of her own thoughts. Then, yielding to the spirit of peace, she closed the door resolutely and went forward into the room. But at sound of the closing door, at sound of her dress upon the polished floor, an answering sound came from behind the tapestry screen, the noise of a chair being quietly pushed back, of some one rising to his feet. In sudden consternation she stopped. For one instant she glanced behind her, contemplating flight. The next, a faint exclamation of surprise, the merest audible breath escaped her, and her figure became motionless. The occupant of the room came quietly round the screen, and in the uncertain light of the candles she recognized Gore. The position was unusual. The moment was unusual. For the first time since the night at the Palazzo Ugucciini they were entirely alone. For the first time since the night at the Palazzo Ugucciini they looked at each other without the commentary of other eyes, without the atmosphere of conventional things. Involuntarily, inevitably, their eyes met. Clodagh looked into his, and in the contact of glances it seemed that a miracle came to pass. By power of that magnetism that indisputably exists, the magnetism that draws certain natures irrevocably together, although circumstance and time may delay their union, she saw the gleam of comprehension, of question, of acknowledgment spring from his eyes to hers. And she knew, without the need of words, that he stood within the circle of her power, that, whether with or against his will, his personality claimed response from hers. She did not move, for it seemed to her in that instant of understanding that her life and his were mysteriously suspended. Her heart beat extraordinarily fast, yet her mental vision was curiously clear. By the light of her recent misgivings, by the light of her sudden confidence, she seemed to see and to read herself and him with a strange and vivid clearness. Some power, tangible yet invincibly compelling, drew them together. In the personal scheme of things there were only two persons, he and she. Beyond the walls of the music room life swept forward as relentlessly, as rapidly as before, but inside the walls of the music room there were only he and she. Almost unconsciously she took a step towards him. "Do you remember that night in Venice?" she asked. "The night you said all the things that sounded so hard, and hurt so much, and were so true." She did not know why she had spoken. She did not know how she had framed her words. She only knew that, exalted by the consciousness of great good within her reach, she was moved to dare greatly. It was the moment of her life, the moment when all social barriers of prejudice and of etiquette fell away before a tremendous self-knowledge. She realized in that space of time that her thoughts of Gore, her attraction towards him, her reluctant admiration, had been insensibly leading up to this instant of action, that on the evening when they stood together on the terrace of the hotel at Venice and watched the night steal in from the lagoon, it had been irrevocably written in the book of fate that they should one day look into each other's hearts, for happiness or sorrow. "Do you remember that night in Venice?" she said again, almost below her breath. And in the pause that followed the whispered words, the most wonderful, the most wholly perfect incident of her life occurred. The voice that had power to chill or stir her spoke her name. The hands she had believed closed to her for ever were held out towards her. Gore came slowly forward across the shadowed room. "I do remember," he said. "I have never forgotten. I never shall forget." Chapter 13. Nearly 3 weeks had passed since the night of Lady Diana Tuffnell's dance, and Clodagh was once more occupying her London flat. The season was long since dead, the fashionable world had betaken itself to its customary haunts. London had, in the eyes of society, become intolerable. And yet it seemed to her as she woke each morning and looked across the park lying under a haze of heat, that she had never known the great city until now, that she had never experienced the exhilaration that can lie in its crowded, strenuous life until now, when her own existence, her own soul seemed lifted above it on the wings of happiness. The hours, the days, the weeks that had followed the night of Lady Diana's dance had been a chain of golden dreams linked one to the other. From the moment that Gore had made his confession, the face of the world had altered for her. One overwhelming fact had colored the universe, the fact that he loved, that he needed her. They had entered into no lucid explanations in the moments that had followed the confession, for men and women in love have no need of such mundane things. With the glorious egotism of nature, they are content with the primitive consciousness that each lives and is close to the other. Clodagh had, it is true, made some faint and deprecating allusion to the past, to Gore's first disapproval and subsequent avoidance of her. And he had paused in his flow of talk and looked at her with sudden seriousness. "I have never disapproved of you," he had said. "I have never felt it was my place to disapprove." "But you have avoided me." "Never intentionally. I have watched you. I have studied you since we have been here together." "And what have you seen?" Clodagh had remembered the card room and Sericall, the rose garden and Deerhurst, with a quick faint sense of fear. But Gore had taken her hand and, with quiet courtesy, had raised it to his lips. "I have seen, or believe I have seen, that though you may like these people, may be amused by them, may even court them, not one of them is more to you now than they were in Venice. That is what I believe. Am I right?" And Clodagh, in sudden relief, in sudden gratitude for his faith, had caught his hand passionately between her own and looked up confidently into his face. "You are right," she had cried. "Oh, you are right. They are nothing to me, nothing, nothing." And Gore, moved by her vehemence, had leant forward and looked deeply into the eyes that challenged his. "Not one of them is anything to you in any way?" "Not one of them is anything to me in any way." That had been the only moment of personal doubt or question that had obtruded itself upon the first hours of mutual comprehension. Until more than half the programme had been danced through and the older guests had begun to depart, they had walked together up and down the solitary paths of the old garden upon which the music room opened, a garden where thyme and lavender and 100 other sweet-smelling plants bordered the prim flower-beds and recalled by their scents the days when the harpsichord had tinkled out across the silence of the night. As they paced slowly to and fro, they had made many confessions, sweet in the confessing, of thoughts and desires and doubts felt by each, when each had believed the other out of reach. And quietly, hesitatingly, eagerly they had touched upon the future, upon the days when Clodagh's mourning should be over and they could permit the world to share their secret, upon the days still later when their lives should no longer be separate things, but one perfect whole. Gore was an unusual and a very delightful lover. The slight suggestion of reticence that marked him in ordinary life clung to him even in these intimate moments. He gave the impression that behind his extreme quiet, his almost gentle deference of manner, lay reserves of feeling, of dignity, of strength that he himself had, perhaps, never fathomed. And for this very reserve, this courtliness, this indescribable fineness of bearing, Clodagh felt her own nature leap forth in renewed admiration. At last, at 1 o'clock, they had parted, he to smoke and pace the garden paths until the early summer dawn broke over the woods, she to wait by the open window of Nance's bedroom with her face buried in her hands, her whole being alive and tingling with the tumult, the excitement of the joy that had come to her. At 6 o'clock next morning, before any member of the house party was awake, Gore had made his way to the stables, and a few minutes later had emerged, leading 2 saddled horses. In the drive he had been joined by Clodagh, dressed in her riding habit and fresh and buoyant as on the first morning when she had ridden alone through the great gates and had dreamed of his coming to Tuffnell. No companionship can be more delightful than that of 2 people wholly occupied with each other who ride together on a summer morning. To Clodagh the frank happiness of that stolen ride, the intoxicating sense of reality conveyed by Gore's glance as she met it in the searching sunlight, had been things that possessed no parallel. Her natural spontaneous capacity for joy had awakened within her like a flood of light. The misgivings, the dark hours, the feverish artificiality of the past months had been dispersed as if by magic. She had become as a child who, by the fervour of its own delight, sheds delight upon all around. And so it had been with the days that had elapsed before their departure from Buckinghamshire. They had met as often as chance would permit, but, with the exception of the first stolen ride, they had arranged no more secret meetings. And to Clodagh the half furtive, ever expectant existence had been fraught with new pleasure. To talk and laugh with others, to watch Gore do likewise, and all the while to know that, unseen by any eyes, unsuspected by those around them, their lives were linked together, their thoughts belonged to each other, was a source of intense excitement, of unending joy. To Nance alone did she confide her secret, and here lay another source of happiness. For every night when the house party had retired, when Simonetta had been dismissed, and the house given over to the great sheltering stillness of the country, the sisters had exchanged such confidences as all women love, talking of their hopes, their fears, their pasts, their futures, in the half-reluctant, half-eager confessions that the dark suggests. Then at last these days of mystery and possibility had come to an end. Gore had received a letter from his mother asking him to join her in Scotland, and almost at the same hour had come a cablegram from Pierce Escoit saying that he, with his mother and sister, had sailed for England a fortnight earlier than they had at first intended. So bidding good-bye to the Tuffnells, to her fellow guests, and to Gore, Clodagh had returned to London, and now, a fortnight later, she and Nance were driving homeward through the park in the warmth of an early afternoon. The morning had been devoted to the preparation of Nance's trousseau, a matter which in these days claimed absorbed attention, and later the sisters had lunched together at one of the restaurants. The day, or at least the earlier portion of it, had been a complete success. But now, as Clodagh's motor car sped along under the canopy of trees, already whitened with summer dust, a cloud seemed to have fallen upon the sisters' gaiety. Clodagh lay back in her corner, looking straight in front of her. Nance sat stiffly upright, her face flushed, her head held at an aggressive angle. At last, unable to maintain the silence longer, she turned and looked at her sister. It seems to me so stupid," she said. Clodagh took up a parasol that lay beside her and opened it with a little jerk. "Was it my fault that he lunched at Prince's? Was it my fault that he sat at the table next to ours? You know perfectly well that I don't care where he lunches, or whether he ever lunches." Nance maintained her rigid attitude. "I wonder if he is of that opinion," she said dryly. Clodagh flushed suddenly. "It is you who are being stupid. Lord Deerhurst is one of my best friends. It's impossible to treat him rudely when we chance to meet." Nance gave a little angry laugh. "When you chance to meet," she repeated with immense scorn. Then she turned afresh and looked at her sister. "Do you think engaged people ought to have best friends? I wonder what Pierce would say if I were to get flowers and books and things every day." Clodagh shut her parasol sharply. "How can you, Nance? Books and flowers and things every day? 4 times Lord Deerhurst has sent me flowers since we came back to town. And how many times has he written to you? And how many times has he called? And why did he come back to town from Tuffnell instead of going to France with Mr. Sericold?" Clodagh looked away across the park. "He had business in town." "Business! Was it business that brought him to the flat at 9 o'clock the second day after we arrived, and that made you ride with him? Oh, Clo, I wonder when you think of Walter that you're not ashamed." She brought the last word forth with a little gasp. For a moment Clodagh's face was suffused with red. "I don't need anybody to tell me how I should care for Walter," she said after a moment's pause. At the low, hurt tone, Nance's antagonistic attitude suddenly deserted her. The expression of her face changed, her figure unbent. "Clo, I was a wretch. I was a wretch. Forgive me. It's only that, knowing Walter is coming back to-morrow, knowing that he hates Lord Deerhurst, and seeing you allow him to go everywhere that you go, oh, Clo, I can't properly explain, but sometimes I have felt afraid. Walter is so honourable himself." Clo put out her hand and laid it for a moment upon her sister's. "When one loves like I do, Nance," she said, "one simply doesn't see anybody but the person that one cares for. Other people don't count. Other people don't exist." Nance looked down at the hand still resting upon her own. "Perhaps not," she said wisely. "But the point is that the person one cares for may not be quite so blind." Clodagh withdrew her hand. "You mean that Walter might imagine? You mean that Walter might be jealous of Lord Deerhurst?" "I do mean that." With a sudden gesture of amusement, Clodagh threw up her head and laughed. Then, almost as suddenly, her face became grave. "Nance," she said in a new voice. Very sharply Nance turned. "Yes." But Clodagh's mood had veered once more. "Nothing, darling," she said. "Nothing. Here we are at home. Aren't you longing for a nice cool room and a cup of tea?" Chapter 14. The fragmentary quarrel between the sisters was very suggestive. Nance's anger and Clodagh's irritable repudiation of her advice had each been fraught with its own significance. For much as the former might busy herself in the happiness of her own engagement and the preparations for her marriage, she could not blind herself to the fact that Clodagh was acting, if not with genuine folly, at least with something that might readily be mistaken for it. And much as the latter might resent a criticism of her action, she could not mentally deny that possibly the criticism was justified. Yet when the matter came to be sifted, it was hard to say exactly the point to which exception could reasonably be taken. Undoubtedly Deerhurst did obtrude himself with curious, with almost intimate frequency into the plans of each day, but then the intrusion was so natural, so simple, so subtle, if one might use so extreme a word. If London is large in one sense, it is socially as small as any other capital, and the man who wishes to seek the society of a member of his own set finds his way rendered very easy. And in all matters of tact and subtlety Deerhurst was an adept. If in Nance's eyes his comings and goings were things to cavil at, he knew exactly how to arrange them for Clodagh's consideration, so that the gift of a bunch of flowers, the offer of seats at a theatre, the loan of a horse, or the retailing of an amusing bit of gossip seemed the merest courtesies from one friend to another. For in one fact lay his advantage, the fact of a really great favor, secretly given and secretly accepted, in comparison with which all trivial civilities became as nothing. Not that he ever pressed this advantage home. He was far too wise to allude to it by look or word. But the very passivity of his attitude served to fix the consciousness of his generosity deeper in Clodagh's mind. Not that the knowledge of it galled her. She was too exultantly happy in her own life to be hampered by any debt. But the knowledge of its existence was there, unconsciously bearing upon her ideas and her actions. On the morning following her return from Tuffnell, a faint thrill of surprise and uneasiness had touched her when her eyes had fallen upon a big square envelope, bearing a black coronet, that lay amongst her letters on the breakfast table, and another remembrance of Venice had caused her fingers to tremble slightly as she tore the letter open. But at the first line her face had cleared. Her confidence in life and in herself had flowed back in full tide. There was not a word in the letter that Gore himself might not have read. So great had been her relief that a new wave of kindly feeling for Deerhurst had awakened in her mind, and when, on the following morning, he had joined her in her early ride, she had received him with friendly warmth. And from that things had drifted until Deerhurst's presence, Deerhurst's discreet, deferential, amusing personality, had become a factor in the day's routine. The Escoits had arrived from America, and, with their advent, she had been compelled to see less of Nance. The majority of her friends had already left town, so that even had she desired the old existence, amusements and occupations were less easy to find than they had been a month ago. There was, of course, her daily letter from Gore, the most precious thing in her existence, and there was also her daily letter to him. But even a woman in love cannot read and write or even dream all day, and in the intervals of idleness there invariably seemed to be Deerhurst. But now at last the day had arrived upon which Gore was to return to London. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The hot summer air was beating upon the green and white sunblinds of the flat, and Nance was standing at a table in the window arranging a bowl of heliotrope when Clodagh opened the door of the drawing room. She was dressed in her riding habit, her riding crop was under one arm, and as she came forward into the room she was drawing off a pair of chamois gloves. "He hasn't come?" she asked quickly. "Oh, I'm so glad. I was terrified that last gallop might have made me late. How lovely life is!" She came quickly across the room, and linking her arm in Nance's, buried her face in the heliotrope. "How lovely life is, and summer, and flowers. Do you know, the sun to day made me long for Orristown. Think of it all, Nance. Burke and Hannah and Polly and the dogs. Oh, we must all go there together, you and I and Pierce and Walter." She paused suddenly and looked at her sister. "Nance, you're cross." Nance refused to look up. "Nance, you're cross." Her voice was less sure, less confident. Nance caught the tone of hesitancy and turned quickly round. "I wish Walter had driven through the park 10 minutes ago," she said. "I do. I really, really do." Clodagh's face flamed, and she drew away from her sister. "And I wish " she began hotly. Then she paused. The door of the drawing room was thrown open, and Gore was announced. For one instant Clodagh stood hesitating with a new and charming diffidence. The next, all thoughts of self were blotted out by the consciousness of his presence, his bright, strong presence, typified by his frank eyes, his clear, healthy skin, his close cropped fair hair. With a little exclamation of greeting, she hurried towards him. In quick, warm response, he took both her hands. "Well," he said, "well. It's good to see you. How splendid you look. And Nance, too." He turned to the window with quiet cordiality. "Can Nance find time to shake hands with a mere Englishman?" Nance laid down the bunch of heliotrope she was still holding, and at the same moment Clodagh looked round impulsively. "Nance and I were quarrelling," she said. "Quarrelling? What on earth about?" Gore looked amusedly from one to the other. "Oh, about " But Nance interrupted by stepping quickly forward. "About nothing," she said hastily. "How are you, Walter? I'm so glad to see you. But I must wash my hands before I even try to talk. Heliotrope is much stickier than you'd think." She looked down at her fingers, then laughed and moved across the room. But as Gore hurried forward to open the door for her, she glanced up into his face with an almost serious look. "I'm so glad you have come back," she whispered. "Make up to her for the time you've been away." Gore's feelings were very pleasant, very protective as he closed the door and turned back into the room. He was too essentially an Englishman to be very demonstrative, but the leaven of sentiment that so often lies in the English character had always held a place in his nature. In confessing his love to Clodagh, in acknowledging that love to himself, he had indisputably swept aside some difficulties born of inherited prejudice, of a certain stiff-necked distrust of what he had begun by criticizing. But they had been thrust aside. He had acknowledged himself stirred to the depths of nature by something brilliant and vivid in her personality. He had made his choice. His whole expression, his whole bearing, was attractive as he came towards her. He seemed to carry about him a breath of the country, the clean, open spaces of the country. And her heart gave a throb of pride and satisfaction, of complete, ungrudging admiration, as he took her hands again and drew her to him. "Well," he said fondly, "well, have you really missed me as much as your letter said?" For a moment she remained silent, drinking in the joy of his presence. "Won't you tell me?" "In a moment, in one moment. Oh, Walter, the heavenly rest of knowing that you care." Then, suddenly shaking off her seriousness, she drew away from him, looking up into his face with eyes that shone strangely. "I'm not crying, Walter," she exclaimed. "I'm only frantically happy." She gave a little gasp, followed by a little laugh. And Gore, carried away by her charm, by the unconscious flattery of her words, caught her suddenly in his arms and bending his face to hers, kissed her passionately. At last they drew apart, laughing, and Clodagh moved across the room to the open window and sat down upon the low sill. A second or two later he followed her. "Well, and so the fiancé is perfection?" he said smilingly. "Little Nance looks very happy." He seated himself on the edge of the table, strewn with the débris of the heliotrope. Clodagh glanced up, pleased and interested. "Yes, Pierce is charming," she said eagerly, "and so are his mother and sister. I told you, didn't I?" "Yes." "We dined with them at the Carlton last night, and they're coming here to tea this afternoon. I know you'll love them. Mrs. Escoit has the most fascinating—" But Gore made a rueful face. "To day?" he said. "Oh, you might have given me the first day!" Clodagh laughed happily. "How greedy of you! This is to be a family party." Gore smiled. And Nance was decorating the room for the sacrifice! He idly gathered the stalks and leaves of the heliotrope into a little pile. The action was purely mechanical, purely inadvertent. But as he drew the broken stems together, a small object hitherto hidden under the scattered leaves was suddenly brought to light. It was very trivial, very uninteresting, merely a man's visiting card. Without consideration he picked it up and looked at it. Then, with an extremely quiet gesture, he laid it down again. It bore the name of the Earl of Deerhurst, and across it Clodagh's name and address had been scribbled in pencil. "So you owe the decorations to Deerhurst?" he said in a low voice. There was a short silence. Then suddenly he rose and stepped to Clodagh's side. "Dear, forgive me," he said. At the unexpected words Clodagh's heart swelled. With a sudden impulse she caught the hand he had laid upon her shoulder and pressed it against her face. "No, Walter," she said. "Say all that was in your mind. Be angry if you like." For answer Gore seated himself beside her on the window sill. "I don't think I should ever be angry with you," he said gently. "Anger seems to belong to lesser things than love. I should either believe in you or disbelieve in you." He said the somewhat curious words gravely. Clodagh turned to him swiftly. "Walter, there was no doubt of me in your mind then?" He met her searching eyes quietly. "Not one doubt. Do you think I have forgotten that night at Tuffnell?" He spoke almost gently, but at his words the remembrance of the night at Tuffnell rushed back upon Clodagh with an almost exaggerated vividness. On that night love had shone upon her, love with its coveted accompaniments of trust and protection. She remembered the dimly lit music room, the dark garden with its old-fashioned scents. She remembered Gore's quiet, distinct question: "Not one of these people is anything to you in any way?" She remembered this, and she remembered also the infinitesimal pause that had divided his question from her answer, when the images of Lady Francis Hope, of Siricald, of Deerhurst had flitted across her imagination. Then, last of all, she recalled her own answer. "Not one of them is anything to me in any way." The moment that had brought forth that answer had been crucial, had been psychologically intensely interesting. It had been the triumph of love, the triumph of the egotism that is, and ever must be, a component part of love. And now, as she reviewed the incident in the colder light of day, as she turned involuntarily and looked at Gore, she was suddenly mastered by the certain knowledge that, were the circumstance to be repeated, her action would be the same. With a swift movement she held out her hand. "Walter," she said impulsively, "you are the only person in the world. No one else exists." It was an hour later, and the outward aspect of Clodagh's drawing room had been changed. The sun blinds had been drawn up, and a full flood of light allowed to pour in across the table in the window. The débris of leaves and stalks upon the table, and with them Deerhurst's card, had been removed to give place to a tea tray, while through the room itself rang the gay talk and laughter of people who have enjoyed a genuinely pleasant meal. The tea had been disposed of some little time ago, but Nance still lingered beside the tea table, and at her side stood Gore and a young man of 25, with a tall, slight figure, a pale face, and intensely shrewd and penetrating eyes. Clodagh, still wearing her riding habit, sat in the centre of the room in radiantly high spirits, talking animatedly to a distinguished-looking woman with beautiful white hair and to a slim, graceful girl of about Nance's age who sat on either side of her. "Isn't it unkind of Mrs. Escoit, Pierce?" she said, suddenly turning towards the tea-table. "She says she must go." Escoit laughed, and when he laughed a very agreeable gleam of humour showed in his shrewd eyes. "But it takes my mother 10 minutes to go from anywhere," he said. "Ask Nance if it doesn't." Clodagh laughed gaily. "Good. Then I can ask 10 more questions about Boston. Mrs. Escoit, please tell me—" But she paused before her sentence was finished, for the handle of the door had turned, and looking up quickly, she saw the tall figure of Deerhurst. Had any member of the party looked at her in that moment, he or she would have seen a wave of colour sweep across her face, then die out, leaving her almost white. But beyond this she betrayed no emotion, and a moment later, when Deerhurst came towards her across the room with his habitual slow, silent step, she raised her head, smiling a conventional welcome, and held out her hand. He took it silently and with a slightly ostentatious impressiveness. "A thousand apologies if I intrude on a social gathering," he murmured. "But on returning home I chanced upon the book we were discussing to day, and remembering how interested you were." With a very quiet movement he laid a small and costly little book of verses on the arm of Clodagh's chair, and turned with his usual dignity to where Nance was standing. "How do you do, Miss Asshlin? Is it too late to beg for a cup of tea?" Nance held out her hand. "I'm afraid 'twill be rather cold," she said a little ungraciously, "but if you don't mind that, will you please ring the bell? We shall want another cup." Escoit glanced at her, a humorous look hovering about his thin lips, and at the same instant Gore was conscious of a sudden wave of brotherly affection. But Deerhurst showed no embarrassment. He turned to the fireplace, pressed the bell, then looked round again upon the little group. "Hello, Gore," he said carelessly. "I thought you were killing salmon at the home of the ancestors. How do you do, Mr. Escoit?" He nodded to the young American, then moved away again to where Clodagh sat. "What a dreadful afternoon," he said. "Why haven't you changed into something lighter?" He glanced at her riding habit. She blushed and looked up hastily. "We have just been saying what a glorious afternoon, but I don't think you have met Mrs. and Miss Escoit. Let me introduce you. Lord Deerhurst, Mrs. Escoit." Both ladies bowed, and Mrs. Escoit broke at once into an unaffected flow of talk, to which Deerhurst listened with polite interest, smiling now and then, and occasionally raising his eyeglass. At last, as she paused, he looked at her in faint curiosity. "And do you really find an interest in England?" he asked. She gave a bright, cordial laugh, a laugh that seemed to testify to the perennial youth of her countrywomen. "This is the 21st visit I've paid to England," she said, "and I love it more every time. When my son turns me out of my home in Boston, I shall buy one of your country places as a dower house." Again she laughed, casting an affectionate glance towards Nance and Escoit. "But, Clodagh, we really must fly. Good bye, Lord Deerhurst. Delighted to have met you." She rose gracefully, shook hands with the old peer, and turning to Clodagh took both her hands and kissed her warmly. "Good bye," she said. "Good bye. It has been perfectly charming." Clodagh smiled a quick response. "Indeed it has for me. Don't forget to-morrow night." "Forget? Why, I'm existing to see that play. Come, Daisy." She turned to her daughter, who had joined the group at the tea table. "Pierce, are you ready? Good bye, Nance. Come with us to the elevator?" Nance crossed the room readily, while Escoit shook hands with Clodagh. "Good bye," he said. "I shall see you to-morrow night, if not sooner." She pressed his hand warmly. "Make it sooner," she said, and they both laughed, after the manner of people who understand and like each other. The momentary departure of Nance left Clodagh, Gore, and Deerhurst the sole occupants of the room. After Escoit had closed the door there was a faint pause, and in that pause Clodagh was a prey to conflicting feelings, passionate hope that Deerhurst might see fit to go, passionate fear that Gore might leave before they could have a word in private. And while her mind swayed between hope and fear, Deerhurst drew forward a chair and seated himself beside her. "I shall be interested to know what you think of this," he said, leaning forward and lifting the book from the arm of her chair, where she had allowed it to lie untouched. She smiled mechanically, though her senses were strained to observe Gore's attitude. "It is very good of you. I am sure I shall like it." For an instant his cold glance rested curiously on her face. The next it fell again to the book. "I shall expect you to like it," he said enigmatically. "What is the book?" Gore came quietly forward and stood looking down at them. Deerhurst raised his eyes with an expression in which amusement and a faint contempt were to be read by a close observer. "The book?" he said. "Oh, something, I am afraid, that wouldn't interest you. I don't believe the writer knew anything of far countries, or even of fishing." He paused and deliberately turned half a dozen pages. He only understood one thing, but that he understood perfectly. Gore laughed. "And may a Philistine ask what it was?" "Oh, certainly. It was love." The door opened as he said the word in his high, expressive voice, and to Clodagh's indescribable relief, Nance entered. In the second that she stepped across the threshold, her bright eyes passed from one face to the other, and a rapid process of deduction took place in her mind. "Walter," she said pleasantly, "Pierce says there's one question he forgot to ask you about Japan. Do you mind if I ask it now?" She walked to the open window. Gore followed her, and Clodagh drew a breath of deep relief. 10 minutes passed, 10 interminable minutes, in which she strove to attend to Deerhurst's words while her ears were strained to follow the conversation in the window. Then at last relief came. He rose to go. "I must say good bye," he said, taking her hand. "I shall await your verdict on the verses. There is one I want you specially to read, the last one. Good bye." She smiled, scarcely hearing what he said, and a moment later he had bowed to the two in the window and passed out of the room. As the outer door closed, Nance came across to her sister. "Do you mind if I run down to Sloane Street, Chloe?" she asked. "I never remembered those lozengers for Aunt Fan, and I can just catch the Irish mail." Without waiting for an answer, she stooped and kissed Clodagh's forehead, and turning, passed out of the room. After she left there was a silence, in which neither Clodagh nor Gore made any attempt to speak. Filled with a nervous sense of something inevitably impending, Clodagh sat very still. She dreaded to look at Gore, lest she might precipitate what he was going to say, yet to her strained mind suspense appeared intolerable. She clasped her hands suddenly, with a little catching of the breath. At the faint yet significant sound, he turned from the window, and coming quietly across the room, paused behind her chair. "Clodagh," he bent over her, laying his hands gently on her shoulders. "Clodagh, we talked to day of the night at Tuffnell, of what you said that night." "Yes." Clodagh's throat felt dry. "And it was all true perfectly true?" "Yes, oh, Walter, yes." Gore stood upright, still keeping his hands upon her shoulders. "Then I am going to ask a great favor of you. I am going to ask you to break your friendship, to break your acquaintance with Deerhurst. I want you never to have him in your house after to day. Dearest, believe me, I know what I am saying." As Clodagh remained silent, he bent over her again. "It isn't jealousy, Clodagh. It isn't pique. It is just that I cannot bear to see the man in your presence, knowing what I know of him." "What do you know of him?" Clodagh asked faintly. "Nothing that I care to tell you. Be satisfied that I know what I ask, and that I do ask. Give him up. Cease to know him. Cease to have him here." In the intensity of his feelings, his fingers pressed her shoulders. "Clodagh, am I asking too much?" Quite suddenly, almost hysterically, Clodagh rose, and turning to him caught his hand. "No, Walter," she cried. "No, no. Nothing you could ask would be too great to grant. I will do what you wish. I will give him up, utterly, entirely, from to day." Chapter 14. Recording by Tom Weiss. Tom'sAudiobooks.com.
Part 4, Chapter 15 of The Gambler. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. The Gambler by Katherine Cecil THURSTON. Chapter 15. The next morning Clodagh rose imbued with new decision. During Gore's absence, things had worn a vague, even an impersonal aspect, for like all her countrymen she possessed a fatally pleasant capacity for shelving the disagreeable. While Gore was absent, it had seemed so easy to meet Deerhurst on the footing he elected to maintain, the footing of calm, reassuring friendship. But now, with Gore's return, the aspect of affairs had altered. She was forced to look upon circumstances in the face, forced to consider her position. She might be a shelver of difficulties, but before all things she was a woman in love, and with the instinct that such a condition of mind engenders, she had interpreted the look in Gore's eyes when the name of Deerhurst had been mentioned between them, and had recognized that it was not to be ignored. As she dressed that morning she mentally surveyed the courses of action that lay open to her, and with each moment of reflection it became plainer to her understanding that only one was worthy of consideration. However difficult the task, she must make known her position to Deerhurst, and trust to his generosity to find means of helping her. Her mind was full of this new and somewhat optimistic scheme when she came into the dining room, where Nance was already reading her morning letters. With a slightly absorbed manner she kissed her sister, and passing round the breakfast table, picked up her own correspondence. In a perfunctory way she turned the envelopes over until one arrested her attention as being intimately connected with her thoughts. It was a letter from Deerhurst, and she tore it open hastily, skimming the contents with an eager glance. "Dear little lady," it began. "Yesterday the fates who watch over my affairs were unkind. The afternoon was frankly a failure. But I shall claim recompense. I shall look in upon you in your box at the Apollo at 9 tonight. A vexatious business matter calls me out of town to-day, or I should strive to see you earlier. But at 9 make me welcome. Always devotedly, Deerhurst." She finished reading the note, then laid it down and hurriedly picked up another letter. How annoying it was! How malicious of chance! The second letter proved to be from Lady Frances Hope. It was from Brittany, and reproached her extravagantly for not having written since they parted at Tuffnell. Imploring for news of her movements, it informed her that the writer, with Mrs. Bathurst and Valentine Sericold, was on her way back to London. She followed the lines mechanically, but her mind was elsewhere. At last she threw the letter down. "Nance," she said suddenly. "Darling?" "Nance, I'm in a horrid difficulty." Nance's high arched eyebrows drew together in a frown of concern. "Nothin' bad?" she said. "Nothin' about Walter?" "No. Yes, it is. You know Walter dislikes Lord Deerhurst. Well, he was vexed at finding him here yesterday, and after he had gone I promised not to see him any more. I promised to break off my friendship with him." Nance nodded, tactfully refraining from any joy in the proving of her theories. "Yes," she prompted softly. "And now Lord Deerhurst writes that he will be at the Apollo to-night, and is comin' round to our box at 9. Nance pursed up her lips. "Oh," she said, "and you'll have to put him off?" "That's the annoying thing. I can't at least, not easily." "Why?" "Because he's going into the country to-day, and won't be back till evening. Send him a note. He must go home to dress before going to the theatre. He might dress and dine at his club. Write to his club as well." Clodagh's perplexity showed itself in annoyance. "How absurd you are, Nance! Fancy writing a man 2 letters asking him not to see you, and giving no explanation. It would simply bring him round here at 10 to-morrow mornin'." She poured herself out a cup of tea, and drank it hastily. "Life is a hateful tangle," she said. "No, it isn't, darling, if you only had a little patience." Clodagh made a very impatient gesture. "You don't understand." "I understand one thing, that you care for Walter." Clodagh looked up, her mutable face lit by a sudden change of expression, a sudden look of almost passionate seriousness.
"Yes, I do care for Walter," she said suddenly. "I care so much that I honestly and truly believe it would kill me if anything came between us. I have had lots of things in my life pleasure, excitement, admiration, but I have never had happiness until now. And I won't lose it. I can't lose it." The words poured forth in vehement sincerity. Then, as she saw the expression on Nance's face, she gave a little laugh and put out her hand across the table. "Dearest, I've frightened you. Of course everything comes right if one has a little patience. Let's begin breakfast properly. My head aches." With another laugh, she pressed Nance's fingers, gathered up her scattered correspondence, and poured herself out another cup of tea. Nance spent a long morning with her future mother-in-law, lunching with her afterward at her hotel. Clodagh, left to herself, ordered her horse for 11 o'clock, and after 2 hours of recklessly swift riding in the Row, lunched alone at her club. After lunch she wrote 2 telegrams, one addressed to Deerhurst's London house, the other to the club he most frequented. These she handed in herself at a telegraph office, and having dispatched them, drove straight home. At 4 o'clock Nance returned to the flat, to be met by the announcement that her sister had a bad headache and had gone to her own room. Full of concern, she flew along the corridor and knocked on Clodagh's door. In a very low voice, Clodagh gave her leave to enter. She opened the door swiftly, then paused, alarmed. The blinds were drawn, and by the subdued light she saw Clodagh lying on a couch near one of the windows. "Why, Clo, what's the matter?" She ran forward and dropped on her knees by the couch. Clodagh extended 2 rather cold hands and took possession of Nance's warm ones. "Nothin' but a wretched headache. It will go if I lie down all the afternoon and keep quiet to-night." Nance looked up. "But how can you, at the play?" "I'm not goin' to the play." "Not goin'?" Clodagh drew her sister close. "Now, darlin', don't make a fuss. If you say one word of objection my head will get 10 times worse than it is. You are just to listen and do as I tell you. You are to telephone to Mrs. Escoit and explain what has happened. She will do the chaperoning instead of me." "But Walter?" "Walter is to go with you. You are to be as nice to him as you possibly can be. Everything is to be exactly as we arranged. Exactly as we arranged." She raised herself on her elbow to enforce the words. "And what about Lord Deerhurst?" Clodagh did not answer immediately. Then, sinking back among her pillows, she spoke in a somewhat hurried voice. "That will be all right. I took your advice and sent him 2 messages, one to Carlton House Terrace and one to his club. He won't be at the theatre." "But if he doesn't get the message? If he comes all the same?" "Then be polite to him, and now go like a good child. Don't ask any more questions. Don't say anything. Let me see you when you're dressed, and I'll give you a letter for Walter. I'm afraid I can't dine with you. I'll just have something sent in here." Then, as if in sudden remorse, she put her arms about Nance's neck and drew her close to her. "Darling, forgive me if I seem impossible." At 8:30 Nance left the house, having shown herself to her sister, made a last loving inquiry as to her health, and taken possession of the note for Gore. As she passed out of the bedroom, Clodagh threw off the fur rug that lay across her feet and sat up with an expression of sharp attention. As the sound of the closing hall door reached her ears, she drew a little breath of excitement and rose from the couch with no appearance of her recent indisposition. Without calling in Simonetta, she changed from the white silk wrapper she was wearing into a black walking dress, and crossing to one of the wardrobes took out a black hat and veil. She scarcely looked at herself as she smoothed her hair and fastened on her hat. Beneath the enforced repression of the afternoon there burned in her mind a certain sense of adventure, of enterprise, that turned her hot and cold. For though the Irish nature may procrastinate, it takes action with a very keen zest when once circumstance has compelled a decisive step. Having finished her dressing, she picked up a pair of gloves, switched off the electric light, and left the room. In the corridor outside she met one of the maids, but without giving the woman time to show any surprise, she made haste to offer an explanation. "I have forgotten to tell Miss Asshlin something of importance," she said. "I shall have to drive to the theatre and see her. Please ring for the lift. The porter will find me a cab." And without waiting to observe the effect of the somewhat disjointed statement, she passed to the hall door. A few minutes later the hall porter had put her into a hansom, telling the cabman to drive to the Apollo Theatre. While the cab doors were being closed and the order given, Clodagh sat very still, and for a few minutes after they had started she lay back in her seat, watching the familiar succession of lights and trees and indistinct masked faces that formed the nightly picture between Knightsbridge and Piccadilly. But at last, as Hyde Park Corner loomed into view, she sat upright and, raising her hand, shook the roof trap. The cabman checked the pace of his horse and, opening the little door, looked down. "Don't mind the Apollo," she said. "Drive to Carlton House Terrace instead." The man muttered an assent, and wheeling his horse to the right, cut across the traffic. 5 or 6 minutes passed while the cab threaded its way across the Green Park, past Buckingham Palace into St. James's Park. Then Clodagh gained her first close view of Deerhurst's town house. For one moment she felt daunted by the unfamiliarity of its aspect, but the next she rallied her determination, and stepping from the cab paid her fare and walked resolutely across the pavement to the imposing door. It was opened at once by a servant in very sombre and decorous livery, who, having thrown the door wide, looked at her, then looked at the cab just wheeling away from the curb. There was nothing uncivil in the man's glance, nothing that one could reasonably complain of, yet to her intense annoyance Clodagh coloured. "Is Lord Deerhurst at home?" she asked. The servant's eyes left the retreating cab. "Have you an appointment with his lordship?" "If he is in, Lord Deerhurst will see me. I am Mrs. Milbank." At the coldness of her tone and her ready mention of her name, his manner changed, though a flicker of curiosity passed across his face. "Are you the lady his lordship is expecting?" he said in a different voice. "Yes, Lord Deerhurst is expecting me." There was a slight pause. Then, with the air of one who admits a novice into inner mysteries, he stepped back, ushering her up into the spacious hall. "Will you kindly step this way?" he said. "His lordship is in his study." Glad that the ordeal of entering the house was over, Clodagh readily followed the man across the hall, up a wide stairs, and along a softly carpeted corridor. At the end of the passage he paused in front of a curtained door, and, pushing the curtain back, entered an unseen room. "The lady your lordship is expecting," she heard him say. Then he turned quickly and threw the door open for her. An instant later she had entered Deerhurst's room. At the moment her thoughts were too confused to permit of detailed observation of the room, although afterwards, when the interview had taken place, and she had time to sift reality from imagination, the scene and its central figure were destined to stand out with the accuracy of a picture that has made an indelible, if an unconscious, impression upon the observer's mind. The room was an anomaly, viewed from a studious point of view, but the merely artistic eye would have found nothing to cavil at. It was not large, as one counts rooms in a great London house, though elsewhere it would have seemed spacious. Numberless books in costly bindings were strewn about on tables and in cases, but they were not the books of the thinker. They were the romances, the memoirs, the poems of the last half century, but not one volume dealt with science or even with philosophy. The walls were panelled in dark red, some beautiful lamps hung from the ceiling, and in a distant corner a large silver bowl full of crimson roses was set up, as if in homage to beauty before an exquisitely modelled statue of Venus. In a quick, half-comprehended flash of instinct, it came to Clodagh that she had never really seen Deerhurst until now, as he stood backgrounded by the atmosphere he himself had created. He was dressed as he had been on the night in Venice when she had first seen him. He wore the curiously cut evening clothes that he always affected, and which gave to his appearance the peculiar distinction that set him apart from other men. The diamond ring that she had noticed on that first night glittered on his hand, and, as then, the black ribbon of his eyeglass showed across his shirt front. But more clearly than in the dusk of the Venetian night, she saw the long outline of his face, the peculiar artificial pallor of his skin, the cold vigilance of his eyes. And in that moment of entry, A faint, indescribable hesitancy chilled her resolution. Involuntarily she halted on the threshold of the room. But Deerhurst gave no time for her indecision to mature. As the door closed upon the servant, he came quickly forward and took the hand she mechanically offered him. For one moment he held her fingers closely, then he lifted them and, before she could anticipate the action, pressed them to his lips. That a man should kiss a woman's hand by way of greeting is not necessarily a significant thing. It may be a slightly ostentatious act, but it may be nothing more. Uncertain how to construe the movement, Clodagh gave a faint laugh, and withdrew her fingers. "Were you very much surprised to get my wire?" She moved away from him into the middle of the room. Now that she put it to the test, the interview seemed infinitely more difficult than when contemplated from a distance. She felt nervous and ill at ease. Watching her with his close, attentive look, Deerhurst drew forward a chair. "Sit down, little lady," he said in his thin, impassive voice. Reassured by the formality of the action, she took the proffered seat. "Now take off your gloves. We shall feel more at home." Again she gave a little laugh. "My gloves? But I must go in 5 minutes." "In 5 minutes? When the night is so young?" He drew forward another chair and sat down beside her. "Do you know how glad and proud I feel?" She looked up quickly. His tone had subtly changed. "Lord Deerhurst," she said, "I must explain that the reason I came instead of sending for you or writing." Deerhurst leant forward and laid his cold hands over hers. "Let me take these off. It feels so very formal and unlike ourselves." He began softly to open the buttons of her glove and draw it deftly from her hand. "But you haven't listened to what I said," she objected. "I want to explain at once, so that you can understand at once." Before answering, he drew off the second glove and laid the two upon the table. "Why should you explain? Have I ever been lacking in imagination?" "No. Oh, no, I did not mean that." "Then why explain anything? Don't you think we have fenced with each other long enough?" He picked up the gloves quickly and again laid them down. "Don't you think I can understand without explanation?" "Understand?" "Why you came to me to night." "Understand why I came to night?" "I think so." He turned and looked straight into her eyes. At the look and the movement the blood leaped to her face. She drew back into her chair. "And why do you think I came to night?" Very swiftly Deerhurst bent forward. "I think, little lady, that you came because you know that a man cannot be played with forever, and because, being a very proud woman, you will not say in so many words, 'I give you leave to love me.' Dear little Clodagh!" He suddenly put out his hand towards hers. "It has all been very delightful, your reticence and your innocence, but we both know that such pretty things are perishable." Clodagh sat perfectly still. She did not attempt to withdraw her hand. She did not attempt to rise. She sat watching him as if fascinated, while 100 recollections of looks, of words, of insinuations directed against her and him by Lady Frances Hope, by Rose Bathurst, by other women of their set, strayed in nightmare fashion across her mind. Deerhurst sat watching her, his hand holding hers, his eyes steadily reading her face. Then suddenly he gave a short laugh, and leant back in his chair. "Little actress," he said. The words, but more than the words, the tone in which they were spoken, roused her. She rose incontinently to her feet, a sudden memory of Sarah Colt and the card room at Tuffnell sweeping across her mind. "Lord Deerhurst," she said breathlessly, "there is some terrible mistake. You utterly, utterly misunderstand." It was Deerhurst's turn to show emotion. For the first time in her knowledge of him, the mask of impassivity dropped from his face. His cold eyes gleamed unpleasantly. "And how, little lady? I am not often accused of misreading men and women." "You think?" She paused, unable to find the word she needed. She felt like one who has inadvertently stepped upon shifting sands where the ground had seemed most secure. "You think?" she began again, but she got no further. With a silent movement Deerhurst laid his hand upon her arm. "Don't you think we have fenced long enough? Don't you think I have been extraordinarily patient?"
Clodagh turned very cold.
"Patient," she said indistinctly. He drew her suddenly closer to him, and before she could resist, he had kissed her hair, her lips, her neck. "Yes, patient, because I have never before asked for this, because I have been content to kiss your hand when I might long ago." He bent over her again. But something in the white face and wild eyes that confronted him arrested him. He drew back and looked at her. "Come," he said. "The play is over. Give me a kiss of your own accord." Clodagh said nothing. Terror mastered her. "Come, give me a kiss." She lay almost passive in his embrace, her lips parted, her eyes fixed on his. He gave another short laugh, half indulgent, half triumphant. "What a little saint! Come, show me why you came to night. Be human. Be what you know you are." Clodagh made no answer, but he felt her sway a little in his arms. "What is it?" he asked sharply. Self-annoyance was written on his face, though he asked the question solicitously. "I feel faint," she said. "A little faint." "Faint? Nonsense. It will pass. Rest for a moment." Without ceremony, he half lifted her across the room to a couch that stood between the fireplace and the door. "Poor little girl. Don't be frightened. It will pass in a minute. Is there anything you would like?" Clodagh opened her eyes. "A little water, I think," she said in a tremulous voice. His face cleared. "Or some champagne. Nothing would pick you up like a glass of champagne. Why did I not think of it before? Lie perfectly still. We will have some champagne in one moment." With the possibilities held out by the idea, he turned eagerly from the couch and crossed the room to the electric bell that was placed beside his desk. But quick as lightning, the instant his back was turned, Clodagh was on her feet. With a movement so swift and silent that only fear could have inspired it, she slipped to the door, opened it, and was speeding down the long corridor to the stairs. The house was silent. The upper portion seemed darker than when she had arrived. The hall alone lay brightly lighted, a place of hope and promise, figuring the world outside, the good, wholesome world lying suddenly within her reach. She ran down the broad stairs, indifferent to the fact that the servant who had admitted her had risen from a seat near the door and was looking at her in frank surprise. Her ears were strained to catch any sound from upstairs, her eyes were on the door. As she hurried across the hall, the man came forward. "Do you require a cab, madam?" he asked a little doubtfully. "No, just open the door." Still with a shade of uncertainty he obeyed, and at the same instant Deerhurst's voice sounded from the head of the stairs. What he said, whether he addressed her or the servant, Clodagh never knew. At the mere sound of his high, thin tones she went blindly forward through the open door. As she passed down the steps, a cab wheeled round the corner of Carlton House Terrace. Instinctively she looked towards it, still animated by the desire for flight. But the next instant she looked away, realizing that it already held a fare, and that there was luggage on the roof. In the perturbation of the moment she failed to see what was infinitely more material, that the occupant of the cab was Valentine Sericold, that he had leant forward in sudden eager curiosity as she passed down the steps of the house to which he was driving, and that as she turned her head in his direction he had drawn quickly back into the shadow of his seat. Chapter 16. Almost immediately a second cab appeared, and finding it at her disposal, Clodagh hailed it eagerly and gave the address of the flat. As the horse sped away in the direction of her home, she sat almost motionless, her only gesture being to lift her hands to her eyes from time to time, as if to shut out some near and unpleasant vision. Life in its crudest, its most repulsive aspect stared at her out of the darkness. She sat crushed by the disillusionment of the last hour. And a new furtiveness, born of the new realization, assailed her when at last she stepped from the cab at her own door. With an instinctive lessening of her natural fearlessness, she hurried through the vestibule and passed straight to the lift. Gaining her own door, she let herself in by her latchkey, and then paused, looking fearfully and eagerly about, in expectation of some unwished-for sound. But everything in the flat was still, and crossing the hall she entered her own room. The electric light had been switched on, and the place set in order, and Simonetta sat at the dressing table mending a piece of lace. "No one has come back?" Clodagh asked. "No one, Signora." Simonetta arose and turned to her mistress. Seeing the expression on her face, Clodagh nervously anticipated her words. "My head still aches," she said. "I think you may go. I should like to be alone." From previous knowledge of her moods, the woman made no protestations, but folded up her work and went quietly towards the door. As she gained it, Clodagh turned. "Simonetta." "Yes, Signora." "Tell the servants they are to say nothing to any one of my having gone out to night. You understand?" "I understand, Signora." "That is all. Good night." "Good night, Signora." It would be futile to relate the thoughts that passed through Clodagh's mind in the hour that followed Simonetta's departure. But when, at 11:30, Nance returned from the theatre, and hurrying to the bedroom opened the door swiftly and anxiously, she was standing by one of the open windows, her hat and veil still on, her gaze fixed resolutely on the shadowy trees of the park. Crossing the threshold softly, Nance tiptoed into the room. "Clo," she whispered, "how are you?" "Better." Then she paused in pleased surprise. "What? You've been out? Then you are better. How glad Walter will be. He insisted on coming back to know how you were." At Gore's name, Clodagh started and looked round. "Walter here?" she said. "Yes, but Clo, what's the matter? You've been crying." Clodagh stepped to her side and laid her hand imperatively on her arm. "Hush!" she whispered. "Go back at once and tell Walter that I'm asleep. Tell him that Simonetta said I was better and fell asleep. Tell him anything you can think of that will make him happy, and get him away. He must be got away. I can't see him. Do you understand, Nance? He must be got away." For one surprised moment Nance looked at her sister. Then, conquering her curiosity, she turned quietly and moved to the door. "All right, darling," she said assuredly. "I'll send him away happy." Clodagh put her hand across her eyes. "Thank God," she said. "If you had asked me one more question I couldn't have borne it. Send him away, and then come back." In silence Nance left the room. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes. Then Clodagh's straining ears caught the closing of the outer door, and her hand dropped to her side in a gesture of excessive relief. "Thank God," she said again. When Nance re-entered, she was still standing in the middle of the room, her face white and tear-stained, her figure braced. "Nance," she said, almost before the door had closed upon her sister, "I am going to tell you things I have never told you before. I feel I shall go mad to night if I don't tell some one. Don't ask me any questions. Just listen and, if you can, love me." Nance paused just inside the door. Her own face looked pale above the shimmering blue and silver of her evening dress. Her dark blue eyes were full of a peculiarly tender light. "I don't love you, Clo," she said below her breath. "I adore you. Tell me whatever you like." Clodagh threw out her hands despairingly. "I'm not worth love like that," she cried. "You'll know it when I'm finished. Do you remember long ago, Nance, when James and I went to Venice? Do you remember my letters from Venice?" Nance showed no surprise at the sudden irrelevant questions. "All of them," she answered. "I have them all." "Then you remember how I met Francis Hope, and Val Serracall, and Lord Deerhurst?" "I remember. I was very much alone at that time, Nance. James was only a shadow in my life, and they seemed like sunshine, and I wanted the sunshine. I have always been like a child, turning to bright tawdry things. Clo, you're upset to night. You're ill." "No, I'm not. I've been seeing myself and seeing my life to night. I like these people. I like these men who talked to me and flattered me and ignored the fact that I had a husband. I liked them and encouraged them. And one night on the balcony of the Palazzo Uguccini." She stopped, then made a sudden gesture, as if to sweep unnecessary things aside. "But I won't talk of that," she cried. "It is the later time I want to come to, the time after James' death, when I met Francis Hope again." She paused to regain her breath, but the look of determination did not leave her face. Her dark eyes seemed almost to challenge Nance's. "When I went to Monte Carlo with Francis," she went on, "I did not go to forget poor James' death as you believed. I went to forget something else that had made me much more unhappy, and the way I set about forgetting was to gamble. Yes, I know what you feel, I know what you think, but it cannot alter anything. I gambled. I lost large sums of money that Francis advanced me. I had to borrow, because there were formalities to be gone through about James' will before I could draw my income. Then I came back to London. I met Val Seroquold and Lord Deerhurst again. I took an expensive flat. I lived like people 6 times as well off as myself. I gambled again. Clodagh." Clodagh put up her hand. "Wait! It's all leading up to something. I was utterly foolish, utterly mad. I borrowed again to pay my debts at bridge. Then one day Frances asked me for her money. It seemed like the end of the world, but it was a debt of honour. It couldn't be shirked. I wrote her out a cheque that left me beggared of the half-year's income I had been counting on to put me straight. Oh, Clo, why wasn't I here? Yes, why wasn't somebody here? But the worst is to come. I did not know where to look. I did not know where to turn, when suddenly, quite suddenly, I thought of your £1,000." Nance gave a little gasp. "I remembered that, and Nance, can you guess what happened?" Nance did not attempt to answer. "I took that £1,000. I stole it. Don't say anything. Don't try to excuse me. I want to face things. I told myself I would write and tell you. Then I told myself I would say it when you came back. But when you did come." She halted for a second. "When you did come, Nance, you loved me. You admired me. You respected me, and I couldn't. When you asked me for the money that night at Tuffnell, I knew I would have to find it and pay it back without making any confession to you." A sound that was almost a moan escaped Nance's lips. "Yes," Clodagh cried. "Yes, I know exactly how great a fool I was. But what is done is done. The day you drove to Winchley with Lady Diana and Walter, I stayed behind to write to Mr. Barnard and ask him to advance me the money. But somehow I couldn't do that either. And then hate me, Nance, hate me if you like. Lord Deerhurst came to me when I was most disheartened, most depressed, and offered to lend me the money. And you took it," Nance said almost quietly. "I took it. Yes, I took it. I have always been like that. Always, grasping at the easy things, letting the hard ones slip by. And now
Now?"
Nance, listen." She took a quick step forward. "It was because of that loan that I couldn't slight him since we came back to town. You were right. You were quite right in all you advised, but I couldn't do it. He had lent me the money. He had seemed my best friend. I felt I couldn't do it until yesterday. But yesterday, when he left and Walter spoke of him, I knew there was no choice. It was my own happiness or his friendship. And I decided for my own happiness." She stopped and drew a quick, deep breath. Nance clasped her hands, fearfully conscious that more was still to come. "When I have a difficult thing to do," Clodagh went on, "I must do it quickly. I can't wait. I can't prepare and plan. I can't brood over things. After Walter left yesterday, I decided that what must be done at once. I made up my mind that I would see Lord Deerhurst to-night, that I would be quite candid with him, explain my position, and appeal to his generosity to let our friendship end. Then to-night was all a deception. I had no headache. I wasn't ill. I shammed it all that I might be alone. And while we were at the theatre, you sent for him. No, I went to Carlton House Terrace to see him." "Went to see him? Clo!" "I said you could hate me. Do hate me. Despise me. Think anything you like. I went to see him. I went to his house, at night, alone, thinking, believing. Oh!" She made a gesture of acute self-disgust. "Nance, need I say it all? Need I? Can't you understand without my saying? All that I had imagined about his friendship was untrue. Such people don't understand friendship. All along he had been waiting, quietly and silently, like one of those horrible hawks we used to watch at Orristown, waiting to swoop down when the right moment came." With an almost hysterical gesture she put her hand to her throat. Nance's face had become very white, but in the intensity of her pity and love she did not dare to approach her sister. "Clo," she whispered, "you must tell Walter." Clodagh's face suddenly flamed. "Tell Walter that I owe Deerhurst £1,000? that I lied to him and to you all to-night, that I might go alone to Deerhurst House? You don't know, Walter. There is only one thing in the world that I can do, that I must do, and that is to go to Ireland and arrange about raising money on my share of Orristown. It can be done somehow. Father did it. I shall not eat or sleep or think until that £1,000 is paid." Prompted by a swift and eager impulse, Nance's face flushed, and she ran forward. Then, almost as she reached her sister's side, her expression changed. She suddenly curbed her impetuosity. "Perhaps it would be a good idea," she said slowly. "When would you like to go?" "To-night, if I could. I feel Clodagh put her hands over her face. Nance stood watching her for a moment longer. Then she slipped softly to her side, and put one arm about her neck. "Don't be sad, darling," she murmured. "Don't be sad. You shall go to Ireland to-morrow, if you like, and all the planning, all the explaining to Walter and to everybody, will be done by me." And so it came to pass, in the extraordinary way with which events sometimes precipitate themselves, that at 4 o'clock on the following afternoon Clodagh was borne swiftly out of Paddington Station on the first stage of her journey to Ireland. The chain of incidents that had been forged by Nance to make this departure feasible, as well as possible, had been too minute and complex to make any impression upon Clodagh's mind. Her confession the night before had been more a confession to herself than a conscious unburdening of her soul to other ears, and having made it, she was satisfied to resign herself into any hands that were willing and capable of guiding her actions. The first incident of the morning had been a visit from Gore, but it had been Nance who had interviewed him first, and a quarter of an hour later, when Clodagh had come into the drawing room, nervous and guilty, she had found him full of sympathy and solicitude for what he believed to be her sudden recall to Ireland. Then had come the Escoits, and with their advent more solicitude and more sympathy. Lunch time had crept upon them almost unawares, and, again on Nance's initiative, the whole party had adjourned to the Hyde Park Hotel and had partaken of a meal in company. More than once during the crowded hours of the morning Clodagh had striven to draw her sister aside, but Nance, animated by an unusual excitement, had evaded every possibility of a tete-a-tete. It was only at the door of the railway carriage, when Gore and Escoit were superintending the labelling of her luggage, and Mrs. Escoit and Daisy were buying books and papers for her amusement, that at last they had a word in private. Clodagh was standing in the open doorway of the carriage, and Nance was on the step, when, quite suddenly, the latter put up her hand and pressed a letter between her sister's fingers. "My proper good-bye is in this letter, darling," she said. "I couldn't say it before everybody. Kiss me, will you?" Impulsively Clodagh bent forward, and the sisters exchanged a long kiss. "You have been an angel, Nance. I will thank you when No, no, there can never be thanks between you and me. We are one. Remember that. Always, Clo, always." She drew back quickly as the rest of the party came hurrying to the carriage. And so the good-byes had all been said, and the train had steamed out of the station. She had watched the platform melt into obscurity, and then had dropped into her seat with that sense of quiet, of flatness that follows the moments of parting. The long railway journey and the night crossing to Ireland still lay between her and action. She looked impatiently at her travelling companions, an uninteresting brother and sister who had already buried themselves behind newspapers in their respective corners of the carriage, and almost angrily she turned to the heap of magazines lying beside her. But as she did so, her glance brightened. Nance's letter was still to be read. In the midst of her perplexities, a tender thought flashed over her mind as she opened the envelope, and her face softened instinctively as she began to read. But gradually, as her glance passed from one line to the other, her expression changed. She sat upright in her seat, her bearing altered in a sudden, inexplicable manner. "Darling, darling Clo," the letter began, "I must have seemed a wretch last night and to-day. I mean, I must have seemed very strange, showing hardly any surprise or sympathy at anything you told me, and taking your going to Ireland as though it were a thing that happened every day. But, Clo, it wasn't because I didn't love and worship you, and feel for you in every tiny thing. but because I was afraid you would guess what was really in my mind, what I was plotting and planning all the time. Clo, I wanted you to go to Ireland because oh, do forgive me for even writing it I wanted to get you away. Dearest, you are to do no more silly things. At the risk of hurting you, I am saying this. You used to say long ago that I saw more than you, because I looked on instead of doing things myself. Clo, you are not to raise money on Orristown, because you have no need to do it. Lord Deerhurst has been paid his £1,000, and you are free, quite free. My little sister, imagine that my arms are round your neck so tight that you can't be vexed. When you told me last night that my £1,000 really belonged to him, my first thought was to say, well, let's give him back as much of it as we have left. But I stopped in time. You were not in the mood last night to take the most loving favor in the world. You wanted to sacrifice yourself. So instead of saying what was in my heart, I locked it up closely and thought about it all night. And before you were awake this morning, I sent for Pierce and asked him to lend me £300, the 300 we had spent out of the 1,000. Don't say anything, darling. Don't be angry. Don't even think. Pierce was perfectly sweet. He never asked one question, and at 3 o'clock to-day, just after we came back from lunch, I sent the £1,000 in notes to Carlton House Terrace, with a card of yours enclosed. Darling, don't be vexed. Don't question it. It is right, I know. It was a debt of honor, in the fullest sense. And now, Clo, it's all finished, all done with, all past, and you can repay me the money slowly in years and years. Be happy. Oh, darling, be happy. Go back to Orristown as I would have you to go back, with your heart full of all the great, good, true love that Walter and I have for you. Ride and walk and swim, and be without one care, and in a week or two, when the hateful thought of last night has been swept away by the splendid strong winds, come back to us a newer, wiser, happier Clodagh. Darling, I am, now and always, your true sister, Nance. Clodagh closed the letter. Then suddenly she rose from her seat and stepped from the carriage into the narrow corridor. The engine was swinging forward at great speed. The train itself was swaying to the swift motion. Outside, the pleasant English country seemed to fly past the long line of windows. For a second she stood by the carriage door. Then she stepped forward to the open window, and leaning out, let the strong current of air play upon her face, blowing back the hair from her temples. How good God was! How good the world was! The great machinery of the train, the great wheels of life, ground out the same sudden song. She was free. By the unlimited power of love she had been made free. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17. It was 11 o'clock on the day following when Clodagh's train steamed into the little station of Muskerry. Her boat had arrived in Cork in the early hours of the morning, but she had only given herself time to take a hurried breakfast at one of the hotels before driving to the railway station. Now that she had set foot in Ireland, the racial love of home had awakened in her, making the hours leaden until she found herself at Orristown. The great lifting of the spirit that Nance's letter had brought into being had not subsided since the moment she had arisen from her seat in the train, filled with the knowledge that an insupportable burden had been lifted from her. At Reading she had dispatched an answering telegram to her sister, and for nearly an hour afterwards she had sat in the corner of her carriage, covering sheet after sheet of notepaper with hasty pencilling. 2 letters were the result. One to Nance, all love, all spontaneous gratitude; the other to Gore, full of tenderness, of promise, of almost vehement reassurance. Thus the long and usually monotonous train journey ran itself out, and in the confused darkness of the crowded landing stage she went on board the boat at New Milford. The crossing of the sea had ever been a delight to Clodagh. The love of the sea, the almost mystical knowledge of it, was in her blood. And that night for many hours she had paced the deck, rejoicing after a fashion understood by few in each forward plunge of the vessel, in the sense of exhilaration and action conveyed each time the prow dipped to cut the waves and send the spray flying. She was going home. There had seemed a curious, thrilling sensation in the knowledge. She was going home. After many experiences, she was returning to the spot where her life had first separated its thread from the great tapestry of existence, the spot where happiness and unhappiness had first presented themselves as differentiated things, where the elemental facts of pain and pleasure had been first demonstrated to her unformed mind. The memory of Orristown had materialized as she had walked to and fro under the summer sky powdered with faint stars, and she had closed her eyes until the salt sting of the sea had conjured up the square white house, the green fields, and the long shelving rocks. The picture had remained with her long after she retired to her cabin, and had been still before her mind when the first low line of Irish land had broken across her vision in the silvery morning. Then it had been dispersed by more immediate things: the arrival at Cork, the breakfast, the drive across the town to the Muskerry train, until at last the shrill whistle of the small engine, announcing that her destination was reached, swept everything but the incidents of the moment from her consideration. As the train stopped, she sprang to her feet and leaned out of the window. How intensely familiar it was, the narrow platform, the wooden paling behind which the incursion of summer visitors to Muskerry congregated each day to watch the Cork trains arrive, the slovenly, good-natured quarter, absolutely unaltered by the passage of time. Her thoughts swam as she tried vainly to reconcile her own many experiences with this amazing changelessness. Then all need for such comparison was brushed aside as a tall figure came striding down the platform, followed by a couple of dogs, and she recognized Lawrence Asshlin. Her first conscious thought was, "How fine-looking he has grown!" Her second, "How badly his clothes are made!" Then she laughed to herself from happiness, and from that sense of comradeship and clannishness to which the Irish nature is so susceptible. "Larry!" she cried a moment later, as she threw the carriage door open. But her dog Mick was the first to gain her side. Leaping forward at the sound of her voice, he sprang into the carriage, whimpering with joy. "Mick, darlin' Mick! Oh, you bad thing!" She laughed again delightedly, then she turned, flushed and radiant, to greet her cousin. "Hold him, Larry, that's better. Now, how are you?" She held out her hand and laid it in Ashlin's disengaged one. Larry flushed with excitement and embarrassment. "How are you, Clo? You're awfully unchanged. Let me help you out. The trap is waitin'." As in a dream she passed through the little station that had seemed so large and imposing to her childish eyes in the time when a day's shopping in Cork had represented the acme of adventure and enterprise. But half-way down the narrow platform she paused. "Oh, the sea, Larry!" she exclaimed, drawing in a long, deep breath. "The heavenly smell of the sea!" Then she suddenly caught sight of Burke, waiting, as he might have waited 6 years ago, beside the high, old-fashioned trap. "The same trap!" she said with a little gasp. Ashlin laughed. "The same, only for a coat of varnish. But won't you speak to Tim?" he added the last a trifle diffidently, with a shy glance at her costly clothes and her general air of refinement and distinction. Without a word she went forward. "Tim," she said very softly. The old man turned quickly, then drew back. But Clodagh held out her hand, regardless of the staring summer visitors. "Tim, I'm not so changed that you don't know me?" The old man remained motionless. "I'd know you if I was under the sod and the sound of your voice come anear me," he said almost solemnly. Clodagh felt her throat tighten, as the old horny hand was slowly extended to clasp her own. "I'm glad to be home, Tim," she said impulsively. "I'm glad to be home." There was a delay of several minutes while the porter extricated her luggage from the van, and during this interval she found time to admire the young horse, which had been bred at Orristown, and to make friends with the Irish terrier that had been Mick's companion on the run to Muskerry, besides asking a dozen questions concerning the people and things at Carrigmore. Then at last the trunk was deposited under the roomy seat of the trap, and Ashlin stepped forward to help her into her place. "Larry," she said, pausing with her foot on the step, "may I drive? I'd love to drive." Ashlin gave a ready assent, and taking his own seat, handed her the reins, while Burke mounted to the back of the trap. It was wonderful to Clodagh, that first gathering up of reins rendered hard by long service and Irish rain, that first forward start into the strong sea-scented air. A sudden joy filled her. She was young. The world was a goodly place when one studied it in this untainted atmosphere. Above all, she was possessor of the great prize, love. Far away in the tumult and press of the greatest city in the world, the man she set above all others thought of her, waited for her, trusted her. Out of her own bright confidence she made the sunny morning brighter, as she drove along the well-remembered roads, halting every mile or so to gaze at some thrice familiar object that stood now as it had stood in the days of her babyhood. At last Carrigmore was reached. She saw the clustering pink and white cottages of the village, the sleeping ruins guarded by the round tower, the long yellow strand and the glassy bay on whose farther headland stood the house of Orristown, a square white patch to be seen for many miles. She looked at it all long and closely. "Oh, Larry," she said below her breath, "how wonderfully the same it is! Nance told me, but I couldn't imagine it. Why, there's scarcely a weed changed." Ashlin laughed a little. "We didn't think you'd care much about it after Italy and places," he said with a slight touch of shy awkwardness that seemed more than ever to link the present with the past. "Not care about it, Larry?" Her voice quivered. Then she laughed quickly and touched the horse with the whip. "Shall we go straight to Orristown, or shall I run in and see Aunt Fan?" Ashlin looked slightly distressed. "You're tired after the journey," he said, "and anyway, it's one of her bad days. They come oftener than ever now. To-morrow she'll enjoy seeing you more." A quick recollection of her aunt on her bad days swept over Clodagh's mind, and she looked up suddenly into Larry's handsome, spirited face. "Is she often cross now, Larry?" she asked, as she might have asked when they were children. Ashlin turned at the sound of her voice. His diffidence forsook him. The old comradeship, the old sense of sympathy and understanding, came rushing back. "She is harder than ever to get on with," he said, "and every day seems worse than the last. Sometimes—" He stopped, but a shadow of discontent, of depression, had darkened his face. "Poor Larry!" Clodagh said very softly, and without further comment she turned the horse's head in the direction of Orristown. The cousins spoke rather less during the drive along the low, flat road lying parallel to the Strand, but despite the silence each was conscious of an awakened fellowship, and as they descended the sharp hill that led to the gates of Orristown, Clodagh pointed with her whip to where the sky hung low and brooding over the glassy line of the horizon. "This heat will break in a storm, Larry," she said, aware of having spoken the same words 100 times in almost the same spot. Ashlin scanned the sea thoughtfully. "I believe you're right," he answered, "but a puff of wind would do no harm. You'd like a scud across the bay, wouldn't you?" Clodagh's eyes danced. "Love it," she substituted enthusiastically. "Come for me at 10 to-morrow, Larry, and we'll sail back together to Carrigmore. We'll have a long day there and see everything, and then you'll come back with me to dinner." She flashed a quick smile at him as she piloted the trap through the rusty gates. As they swept up the long, narrow drive she looked eagerly to right and left. Then suddenly she gave a little laugh of pleasure and waved her whip towards a field that skirted the avenue, in which a very old man had paused in the act of digging potatoes and now stood in an attitude of rigid salutation, a broken felt hat held above his head. "Look, Larry, it's Pat Foley. Poor old Pat. Isn't it lovely the way everyone remembers?" Her eyes filled with sudden tears as they passed the last clump of trees and came full upon the old white house. Then, as the horse drew up sharply under the well-remembered iron balcony, she gave a little cry and threw the reins to Ashlin. Hannah had opened the hall door and stood broad-faced, honest, beaming as of old. "My darlin'!" she cried. "My darlin'!" And in an instant, regardless of her dress and of the eyes of Ashlin and Bert, Clodagh sprang to the ground and rushed into the arms that had so often sheltered her. At 8 o'clock on the same evening, Clodagh, with Mick at her feet, sat in a shabby leather armchair by the open window of the bedroom that she had shared with Nance for so many years. Outside, the soft beating of the sea against the rocks came to her ears with strange familiarity. By her side stood a small table set out with a homely tea, while in front of her, jealously watchful that she did justice to the meal, stood Hannah. "And 'tis a millionaire they tells me the child is goin' to marry?" she asked in one of her tentative, roundabout questions. "Glory be to God! And she only out of the school!" Clodagh glanced through the window at the golden evening sky. "You married me before I had been to school, Hannah," she said below her breath. The old shrewd light gleamed in Hannah's eyes. She moved awkwardly and yet softly round the tea table and laid her broad hand on Clodagh's shoulder. "Many's the day I do be ponderin' on that match, Miss Clodagh," she said earnestly. "The ways of God are dark, and what I done for the best." Clodagh, touched by the deep solicitude of the voice, put her own smooth hand over the old rough one. "I'm sure God did everything as it should be done, Hannah, because it has all come right in the end." Hannah's hand dropped from her shoulder in sudden excitement. "Miss Clodagh," she said breathlessly. "Miss Clodagh, is it a husband you'll be thinking to take?" Again Clodagh's gaze wandered across the sky, melting now from gold to orange. "There is a man who wants to take me for his wife, Hannah," she corrected very gently. "And you do be puttin' him before everything in the world?" Clodagh turned swiftly and met the small, anxious eyes. "So much before everything that if I were to lose him now I should lose—" She paused for an instant, then added, "myself." Hannah's eyes narrowed in the intensity of her concern. "And he do be carin' for you, Miss Clodagh?" Clodagh leant forward, and the warm light from the sunset touched and transfigured her face. "Yes, he cares," she said, very slowly. Chapter 17. Recording by Tom Weiss. Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Part 4, Chapter 18 of The Gambler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. The Gambler by Katherine Cecil THURSTON. Chapter 18. Late on the afternoon that followed her arrival, Clodagh, with Larry in attendance, climbed up the uneven path that led from the Orristown boat cove to the house. A considerable change had taken place in the weather since the previous evening. The sky no longer hung low and motionless above the horizon line. The sea no longer shone white and polished as a mirror. A gale had sprung up, breaking the clouds and whipping the sea into small green waves. And more than once, as the cousins clambered up the rugged track, Asshlin paused to look back at his small boat, lying with furled sail and shipped oars on the shingle. "I hope I've beached her high enough," he said. "There will be a big sea to night." Clodagh laughed. The prospect of a storm stirred her. She felt boundlessly happy, boundlessly confident in this free, open life. The night before, after Larry had left her, and the first twinge of twilight had fallen across the old house, there had been a moment in which the ghosts of memory had threatened to assail her, to come trooping up the gaunt staircase, and through the great bare rooms. But her will had conquered. She had dispelled the phantoms, and had slept dreamlessly in the big four-post bed. In the morning she had awakened, as James Milbank had awakened long ago, to a world of light and joy, but with this difference, that to him the world had been a thing to speculate upon and study, while to her it was a thing familiar, understood, possessed. While she partook of breakfast and while she visited the stables, she kept Hannah by her side, learning from her the vicissitudes of the many humble lives around Orristown that had been known to her since childhood. Then, before the tales had been half recounted, Larry had arrived in his boat, and the two cousins, like children playing at a long-loved game, had gone down together to the boat cove to where the little craft flashed its white sail like a seagull in the sun, and danced with impatience to be off across the crisp green waves. Clodagh's first act on landing at Carrigmore had been to visit the little ivory-covered post office in the hope that the Orristown letters might possibly be intercepted. But the postman had already left the village, and she had no choice but to wait patiently for Gore's first letter until her return in the evening. But the postponement had not been sufficient to damp her spirits, and she had started on her various expeditions with a very light heart. Last of all had come the visit to Mrs. Asshlin, who now rarely left her room, but lay all day in the semi-light made by drawn blinds, drinking numerous cups of strong tea, and keeping up a fitful murmur of complaint. With senses that rebelled against the depressing atmosphere, Clodagh had entered the bedroom and had sat for nearly an hour beside her aunt's couch, listening with all the patience she could muster to the oft-repeated tale of discontent and ill health. Then, at last, feeling that duty could demand no more, she had risen and kissed Mrs. Ashlin's worn cheek. "We must have you over in London, Aunt Fan," she said cheerfully. "We must take you to a really good doctor, and have you made quite well." But Mrs. Ashlin had shaken her head dubiously. "I have never had faith in really good doctors since Molyneux came down to see your poor father." To this there seemed no possible response, so Clodagh had kissed her aunt once more, and, with a promise that she would return the next day, had slipped silently out of the gloomy room, followed by Larry. Outside, in the vivid daylight, the cousins had looked at each other involuntarily. "Sometimes life seems so awful, Clo," Ashlin had said in a despondent voice. And with the momentary shock, Clodagh had caught a gleam of the restlessness, the brooding gloom that used long ago to settle on the face of her father. "Why don't you leave Carrickmore, Larry?" she had said very quickly. "It's a wonderful place to rest in, but it's not the place for the whole of a man's life." Ashlin had made a descriptive gesture, indicating the house behind him. Then, with a sudden impulse of confidence, he had thrust his hand into his pocket and had drawn out 6 5-pound notes. "When this represents the whole exchequer of the next 3 months, there isn't much question of foreign travel or fortune seeking," he had said. "Come along, the gale is freshening." And Clodagh had obeyed, depressed for the moment by contact with that hidden poverty of the proud and well born that is one of the most pathetic factors in the scheme of Irish social life. She had longed ardently to make some suggestion, some offer of help to this bright spirited boy who was wasting the best years God had given him in coping with an estate that could never be made to pay, and attending upon an invalid who hovered perpetually on the borderland of shadows. But a native comprehension of the position held her dumb. An offer of help made on the moment of his confidence would set an irrevocable barrier between them in the very dawning of their renewed friendship. So she had talked to him of the crops, of the fishing, of the Orristown livestock, while the boat carried them back across the bay. And the sail homeward under the scudding clouds, while the little boat danced and dipped to the buffeting of the waves, had erased the passing gloom. And now, as they climbed the steep pathway and passed across the fields to the house, Clodagh's heart was beating high in her own egotistical joy at the mere fact of life. She laughed out of sheer pleasure as they passed round the house and 4 or 5 dogs rushed forth from the hall to greet them. And stooping impulsively, she drew Mick close to her and kissed his rough head. "Larry, do you remember how you won him for me long ago, and how nobly you gave him back? I have never forgotten it." She smiled affectionately at her tall cousin, and freeing Mick, led the way into the house. On the shabby hall table, where the silver sconces stood as of old, lay a small heap of letters, and with an exclamation of pleasure Clodagh ran forward and picked them up, passing them hastily in review. There was a thick, important-looking one from Nance, and yes, the first letter from Gore, the letter she had been waiting for. For an instant her face fell. It felt thin and disappointing as she held the envelope between her fingers. But almost at once her face cleared. After all, men had not as much time as women for the writing of letters, and this had been written on the day of her departure. She looked at the postmark. London, 10:30. Of course he had only had time to scribble a line. How good and thoughtful of him even to have sent that line. She turned and looked at Larry, her face radiant once more. "Larry," she said, "will you tell Burke that we'll dine in half an hour if Hannah has everything ready? And tell them to have candles in all the sconces. It is to be a dinner party, you know." She gave a pleasant little laugh and turned towards the stairs, closing her fingers over her letters in a delightful secret sense of anticipation and possession. Her own room was filled with a cold gray light as she entered it, a peculiar light drawn from the wind-swept sky and the pale, agitated waters. and she noticed as she crossed the threshold that the wind roared draughty down the wide chimney in a way that suggested autumn and autumnal gales. But the circumstance made little impression. She carried her own world in her heart, and here, in the letter Gore had written. In a second impulse of love she laid the others aside and opened Gore's envelope. Drawing out the letter, she held it for a moment against her face. On this paper his hand had rested when he wrote to her. There was a sense of personal contact in the mere thought. Then at last, with a smile at her own sentiment, she opened it slowly and smoothed out the pages. The written lines, scarcely more than a dozen in number, danced for an instant before her eyes, then focused themselves with terrible distinctness. There was no formal beginning to the letter. It was merely a statement made in sharp, uneven characters, as though the sender had written under great stress, great emotion or resolve. "I find," it began, "that you have treated me with an unpardonable want of honor and want of truth on a matter that concerned me very deeply, the matter of Deerhurst. And it seems to me, under the circumstances, only just and right that our engagement should come to an end. A marriage built upon such a basis could only have one termination. If this seems hard or abrupt, I can only say that the knowledge of my mistake has come hardly to me. I shall go abroad again as soon as I can make my plans. I am glad to think that, as no one but your sister knew of our engagement, my action can cause no public comment or unpleasantness for you. Walter Gore." Clodagh read the lines. Read and reread them. For the first time in her life her quick brain failed to respond to a first suggestion. Then at last, as though the cloud that obscured her mind had been rent asunder, conception of all that the letter conveyed sprang to her understanding. Walter had written this letter. Walter had given her up. Her face became very white. She swayed a little, looking about her vaguely, as if for some physical aid. Then suddenly revolt took the place of panic. It was all some horrible mistake. She must go to him, rend the web of doubt that had divided them, if need be, humble herself, show him the greatness of her love, until he must condone, must forgive, must reinstate her in his heart. Moving swiftly, she crossed the room to the fireplace, drawing out her watch as she went. With a good horse she might still catch the last train from Muscovy, take the night mail from Cork to Dublin, cross to Holyhead in the morning and be back in London to morrow. She lifted her hand to the frayed and tasselled bell rope that hung from the ceiling. Then, by a strange impulse, her arm dropped to her side. When her journey was accomplished, when she met Gore, what had she to explain? What had she to confess? The tassel of the bell rope slipped from between her fingers. The vision of herself pleading with him rose vividly before her. She with her passionate impulsiveness, he with his grave dignity, his uncompromising integrity. She recalled the peculiar words he had made use of on the day he had discovered Deerhurst's gift of flowers. "I should either believe in you or disbelieve in you." His critical attitude in their first acquaintance started to life at the remembrance of the words. He who expected of others what he himself performed. He who, as Nance had said, was so honorable himself. How would he receive the poor lame story she had to offer? A horrible, confusing dread closed in about her. A week ago she would have gone forth confidently to make her confession, but now her faith was less. On the night in Deerhurst's study she had tasted of the tree of knowledge, had seen things as men see them, and her fearlessness had been shaken. She looked helplessly round the bare room filled with cold grey light. No, Walter would never believe. Walter would never believe. The knowledge that she had lied to him even once would stand between them, condemning her hopelessly. An appalling weight seemed to press her to the earth. She was cut adrift. She was separated for ever from all safe, sheltering human things. Somewhere in the dim far regions where the decrees of fate are made, a knell had been sounded. She glanced once more round the bare, familiar room, from the great four-post bedstead to the long window, beyond which lay the green fields, the wind-swept sky, and the livid line of the sea. Then suddenly she turned and fled through the open door and out into the empty corridor. Asshlin was still standing in the hall as she came downstairs. At the sound of her approach he looked up, but in the falling twilight he noticed nothing unusual in her appearance. "We've made a great illumination," he said. "Quite a blaze of light." Clodagh made no answer, but descending the stairs quickly, passed into the dining room. As on the night years ago when Milbank had come to Orristown, the old room was prepared to do honour to a guest. The tablecloth was laid, places were set for two, and the great silver sconces were filled with candles that glowed so brightly that even the dark portraits on the walls were thrown into relief. But no fire blazed in the wide grate as on the former occasion, and the curtains of the three long windows were drawn back, admitting the light from the stormy evening sky. Clodagh's first glance as she entered the room was for these windows, and her first words concerned them. "Larry, draw the curtains," she said. To her own ears her voice seemed to come from some distant place, to sound infinitely thin and far away, but Asshlin seemed to observe nothing. He went forward obediently and drew the 6 long curtains. As the last was pulled into place Burke entered and carefully laid 2 dishes upon the table. A moment later Clodagh took her seat. "What will you eat, Larry?" she said hurriedly. "Chicken? Ham?" Asshlin turned to her as he in his turn took his place. "What will you have?" he said. Anything. But talk, Larry. Tell me things. Let's be gay." Asshlin was busy cutting up the chicken. He did not hear the faintly hysterical note that underran her voice, the note of warning from a mind trying with panic-stricken haste to evade itself. He helped her to some chicken, and Burke, laying the plate before her, went in search of wine. She toyed for a moment or two with the food, making pretense to eat. At last Larry looked at her. "You're eating nothing. Aren't you hungry?" She started nervously. "No, I'm not hungry. I had a glass of milk in my room. I couldn't wait for dinner." She tried to laugh as she told the falsehood. He accepted the explanation. "Then you must have a glass of wine now," he said genially, as Burke re-entered with a dusty bottle of port. "Give me the bottle, Burke." He took it from the old man's hands and poured some wine into Clodagh's glass, and as he leant forward he suddenly saw by the light of the candles that her eyes were wide and black, her face very white. "Clo, you're not feeling ill?" he asked in quick concern. Clodagh put her hand to her face with a startled gesture. "No. Do I look ill? It's the storm. The storm has got on my nerves. We develop nerves in London, you know." Again she attempted to laugh. Once more Asshlin accepted her explanation as something he had no authority to question. "I want you to talk, Larry," she added hurriedly. "I want you to talk. Say anything. Take me out of myself." She raised her glass to her lips and drank some of the wine. It brought a faint tinge of color to her cheeks, but only increased the bright darkness of her eyes. While Asshlin consumed his dinner she sat very upright in her chair, sipping her wine from time to time, or breaking small mouthfuls from her bread. At last, having hovered anxiously about her, Burke made bold to speak his thoughts. "Is it the way the chicken isn't nice, ma'am?" he ventured. She started as she had started each time she had been directly addressed. "No, Burke. Oh, no," she said hastily. "The chicken is very nice. It's only that the storm has given me a headache." Burke shook his head sympathetically as a sudden gale swept round the house. "'Tis lookin' for a bad night, sure enough," he said, as he passed round the table with the next course. When the pudding had been served and partaken of by Asshlin, Clodagh at last pushed back her chair, and with a curiously unstrung movement walked across the room to the fireplace. "Larry," she said suddenly, "will you play cards with me when Burke takes the things away?" Asshlin looked up with interest. "By Jove!" he said. "What a good idea!" When Burke reappeared, solemnly carrying some cheese, Clodagh turned to him quickly. "Is there a pack of cards in the house, Tim?" she asked. He glanced at her white face and upright figure, but his expression betrayed nothing. "I do be thinking there's a deck some place, if I could lay me mind on it." Asshlin leant across the table. "There's a pack in the drawer of the sideboard." Burke crossed the room, but not over eagerly, and opening the drawer, produced the cards. "'Tis the deck poor Mr. Dennis got from Cork the self same day." he began. Then he stopped considerately and added under his breath, "The Almighty God be good to us all." Clodagh took the cards from him and stood very still, fingering them nervously. At any other time the thought of playing with cards that belonged to the dead would have filled her with repugnance, but to night all ordinary standards had been lost, all the world was chaos. She was like one who is slipping down into a bottomless abyss and stretches desperate hands towards any straw that might offer respite. She never changed her position while the table was being cleared, her only sign of emotion still being shown by the spasmodic way in which she passed the cards between her fingers. When at last the cloth had been removed and the candles replaced, she came quickly across the room and stood looking down upon her cousin. She still mechanically shuffled the cards, but her glance, as it rested on Asshlin, was unconscious and absorbed, seeing only its own mental pictures. "What shall we play, Larry? What game can two people play?" Asshlin looked up. "Piquet," he said, "or euchre." She nodded. "Euchre. Yes, euchre." She drew a chair up to the table and sat down. "What stakes?" Asshlin looked uncertain. "You say," he suggested a little diffidently. She gave a nervous start as a fresh gale shook the windows. 30 shillings a game? 20 shillings a game?" For an instant he looked at her amazed, but seeing the unconscious of her expression, his breeding forbade him to offer any objection. With a reckless excitement he had never before had opportunity to feel, he leant back in his chair, and taking up the glass Burke had set beside him, poured out some port and drank it. 30 shillings a game," he said magnificently. Clodagh did not seem to hear. Certainly she saw nothing of his scruple and his yielding. Her own thoughts rode and spurred her, pressing her forward in a wild, panic-stricken search for oblivion. "Come, Larry, play, play. I feel—" She paused and laughed hysterically. "I feel that if I were a man to night I should drink all the port in that bottle. I want to forget everything. Play, play." Asshlin picked up the cards that she had laid upon the table. He could not understand her in this new mood, but he was satisfied not to understand her. He felt stimulated, lifted above himself, as he had never been before. For 2 hours they played, with luck evenly balanced. Then Asshlin made a reluctant attempt to draw out his watch. "Did you hear that?" he said, as the wind roared up from the sea like an invading army. "I ought to be getting home. She'll be worrying about me." He spoke firmly enough, but his eyes wandered back to the cards. Clodagh rose, and crossing to the sideboard, poured some water into a glass and drank it. "No, no," she said eagerly. "It's quite early. It's only 11. She won't expect you yet." He put his watch back into his pocket. Clodagh returned to her place at the table, and the play went on. By 12 o'clock a change had come in their positions. Fortune was no longer impartial, and Clodagh stood the winner by several games. Again Asshlin made a movement towards departure. His face was flushed now, and a look of alarm had begun to mingle with his excitement. I ought to be going now, Clo," he said a little huskily. Clodagh gave a sharp laugh. At last it seemed to her that she was drowning thought, holding at bay the black sense of loss and agony that threatened to inundate her soul. She threw up her head, and her eyes challenged her cousin's. "You are a coward if you go now, Larry. You are afraid to take your revenge." He colored like a girl, and gave a half angry, half embarrassed laugh. "Don't say that, Clo." "Then will you play?" I oughtn't to." Again Clodagh laughed, a laugh so nervous and high-pitched that it rang almost harshly across the room. "Then you're not an Asshlin." "Am I not?" He tilted his chair forward and leaned upon the table. "Let's see. Come along. I'm game for anything after that." There was a new note in his voice, a fiery note that seemed to challenge fate and throw reason to the winds. It stirred some latent power in Clodagh's brain. A faint color crossed the pallor of her face. She half rose from her seat. "Shall we play like the devil, as father used to say?" Asshlin threw up his head. It was as if flint and steel had struck. The spark followed inevitably. "Yes," he cried, "we'll play like the devil." At 1 o'clock they rose from the table. Clodagh's face was white again, but Ashlin's was deeply flushed, and as he stood up confronting his cousin, It almost seemed that he had drunk more than the 2 glasses of port to which the bottle testified. "I must go now, Clo," he said. "May I ring for Burke to get me a lantern?" Clodagh took a step forward. "Stay the night, Larry. You can have father's room." He shook his head and crossed to the fireplace. "I owe you £40," he said in an unsteady voice. "I'll leave 30 here." He drew out the notes he had shown her at Carrigmore and laid them under the clock on the mantelpiece. "The other 10 I'll give you to morrow." But Clodagh scarcely heard. "Do stay. Oh, do stay!" Again he shook his head and pulled the bell rope. "I've put the notes here, under the clock." All right, but Larry, can't you stay? It's a horrible night." "I can't." Then, as the door opened and Burke appeared, he turned to him hastily. "Burke, bring me a lantern. I want to get the boat out." At last Clodagh's mind was torn from its own concerns. "The boat? You're not going to cross the bay on a night like this?" Old Burke came forward, looking from one to the other. "Wisha, Massa Larry, is it crazy you are?" Ashlin turned his flushed face on the old servant. "We're all a bit crazy now and then, Tim, but I was never afraid of the sea. Get me the lantern." Still Burke hesitated, but suddenly Ashlin stepped forward with a look so full of pride and domination that by instinct he succumbed. "As quick as you can, Burke." And the old man hobbled off. There was silence between the cousins after he had gone. Ashlin leaned upon the mantelpiece with his face averted. Clodagh walked nervously about the room, changing the arrangement of the silver on the sideboard, snuffing the candles that had begun to gutter, doing any aimless and unnecessary thing that could blur her sense of impending solitude. At last she paused in the middle of the room. "Larry," she began desperately, but at the same instant Burke's step sounded in the hall, and his voice came to them through the open door. "The lantern is here, Master Larry." Ashlin started. "All right, I'm coming," he called. "Good night, Clo." He walked forward almost awkwardly and took her cold hand. She looked up into his face, her own misery blotting out all other things. "Larry, can't you stay?" Ashlin passed his hand across his forehead. "Don't ask me, Clo. Good night." An instant later he was gone. She ran out into the hall on the moment that she realized her desertion. "Larry!" she called. "Larry!" But her voice was drowned in the gale as Burke opened the hall door and the wind rushed in, filling the wide black hall. There was a confused suggestion of storm and lantern light, a vague silhouetted vision of Burke, bent and small, and of Ashlin, straight, lithe, and tall. Then the door closed with a thud. Lantern, figures, and storm were alike shut out from her knowledge. She was alone in the great house. Chapter 19. Almost at the same hour that Clodagh sat down to play cards with Lawrence Ashlin at Orristown, Nance was seated with Daisy Escoit in the lounge of the Carlton. After her sister's departure, Mrs. Escoit had borne her off to be her guest at the hotel, and now the little party of 4, having dined in the restaurant, she had gone to her room to discuss a business letter with her son, leaving the 2 girls ensconced under one of the big palm trees. It was very pleasant and interesting to sit there and watch the groups seated on the low couches beside the little coffee tables, or to study the throng of people that moved constantly through the large glass doors of the vestibule and up the flight of shallow steps to the restaurant itself, with its shaded lights and pretty artificial garden. The crowd was unusually large for the time of year. The band was playing a waltz. The whole atmosphere seemed gay and happy to one who only that morning had performed a great act of love. "How lovely life is, Daisy," Nance said suddenly, unconsciously echoing Clodagh's words on the day of Gore's return to London. Daisy Escoit laughed. "Of course it is, with a trousseau like yours. But look over there, by the big palm." Nance had bent to rearrange some roses in her belt. "Where? What?" she said, glancing up. "Don't you see?" "No. What?" "Sir Walter Gore. He just rushed through and into the restaurant. He seems in tremendous haste." "Walter? Where?" Nance looked round eagerly. "I've just told you. In the restaurant. But here he is back again. He must have been looking for some one." Nance rose from the quiet corner in which they were sitting and stepped forward to greet Gore. But as he came towards her down the flight of shallow steps Her smile of welcome died, and a look of surprise and concern crossed her eyes. "Walter," she said softly. He looked round at the sound of his name. "Oh, Nance," he said. His manner was as quiet as usual, but he looked like a man who has undergone some great fatigue and has not yet found time to rest. They shook hands in silence, Nance's dark blue eyes scanning his face. "Have you heard from Clodagh?" she said at last. "I have. Such a dear letter written in the train." He flushed. "Yes," he said laconically, "I have heard. But I can't wait to talk about the letter now. I only came here hoping to find a man I know. They told me at his rooms that he was dining here, but 'twas evidently a mistake. I must say good night." He held out his hand, and Nance took it mechanically. But as their fingers fell apart, she stepped forward and walked with him resolutely across the lounge. In the vestibule she paused and compelled him to meet her eyes. "Walter," she said, "something is wrong." Gore's face hardened. "Nothing is wrong." She tightened her fingers round the fan she was carrying. "That is untrue, Walter." Something in the entire candor of the words touched him. He looked at her with new eyes. "You are right," he said quietly. "It was untrue." "Then something has happened something about Clodagh?" "Yes, something that will break our engagement." Nance turned very pale. "Walter," she said faintly, after a moment's pause. Then, before he could speak again, she looked up at him. "Wait for a minute," she said sharply. "Wait for a minute." And turning, she hurried back to where Daisy Escoit was still sitting. "Daisy," she said, "tell Pierce that I have gone out with Walter and that I'll be back in half an hour. Tell him that it's something most important." She spoke hastily, and without waiting to see the effect of her words, turned again and threaded her way between the groups of people back to where Gore was standing. "Call a cab, Walter," she said. "We must talk." "But, Nance " "A hansom, please." She turned without embarrassment to one of the attendants. "But, Nance " "You cannot refuse me, Walter. Clodagh is everything in the world to me." The jingle of harness sounded as the hansom drew up, and walking deliberately forward she got into the vehicle. "Tell him to drive anywhere that will take half an hour," she said to Gore, as he reluctantly followed. "Out Holland Park way," he said, pausing on the step. "I'll tell you when to stop." He took his seat and closed the doors of the cab. "Won't you be cold without a wrap?" Nance ignored the question. "No," she said. "What is it? Is it about Deerhurst?" At the sudden onslaught, Gore started, and turning round, looked at her. "I don't intend to discuss this matter," he said in his coldest voice. "But I mean to discuss it." She met his glance with a resolution that was not to be denied. "Is it about Deerhurst?" "If you wish to know, it is about Deerhurst." In his voice there was all the reserve, all the coldness of the Englishman who has been very sorely wounded. "And what about him?" Quite suddenly Gore's reserve flamed to anger. "Do you think I am going to talk of such things with a child like you?" Nance clasped her hands on the closed doors of the cab, formulating a sudden prayer that help might be vouchsafed her. Then she spoke, with eyes fixed steadily in front of her. "I am not a child, Walter," she said in a very low voice, "and you must speak to me for Clodagh's sake. And if you won't, then I must tell you that I know all about her staying away from the theatre the other night, about her having no headache, but wanting to see Deerhurst, about her going to Carlton House Terrace at 9 o'clock. I know it all, because she told me." Gore drew a quick, amazed breath. "She told you?" She nodded. Her throat felt very dry. "Clodagh told you that?" "Yes. Who told you?" He made no answer. "Walter, was it Lady Frances Hope?" "What does that matter?" "It was Lady Frances?" He put his hand wearily over his eyes. "If you wish to know, it was." "I guessed so. I always hated her. The other day, as we drove from Paddington after seeing Clodagh off, we passed her in the park with Valentine Serencalled. He must have seen or guessed or heard from Deerhurst, and told her. He is an enemy of Clodagh's, too, since the time at Tuffnell." "Oh, Walter!" She turned suddenly and looked at him. "Walter, have you ever really known Clodagh?" The pain and question in her voice broke through his wounded self-esteem. "Clodagh has made a fool of me, Nance," he said harshly. "She has never been straight with me never from the very first. "And do you know why?" "No, I can't pretend that I know why." His tone was very bitter. "Because she cares too much. She idealizes too much." Gore made a sound that might have been meant for a laugh. "I think it is I who have idealized." Nance straightened her small figure. "Then you have always treated her wrongly. What Claude needs is not to be idealized, but to be taken care of, not to be praised or blamed, but to be taken care of." Her brown fingers were tightly clasped as they rested on the cab doors. "All her life she has wanted to be taken care of, and all her life she has been thrown back upon herself. When I was little I had her, but when she was little she had no one. Our mother died when I was born." Something in the simple pathos of this statement stirred Gore's ever-present sense of the sacredness of home ties. "I never knew that," he said very quietly. "Yes, our mother died when I was born, and Claude grew up in our father's care. Did she ever tell you about our father?" "No, at least " "Then I shall. I've told Pierce. People ought to know. It helps them to understand. Our father was a spendthrift, a gambler, a man without any principles. If somebody stronger than himself had taken him in hand when he was young, things might have been different. But he began by ruling everybody who came in contact with him, until at last nobody dared to rule him. Can you imagine how a man like that would bring up a daughter, you who had a mother to help you in every year of your life?" Her blue eyes darkened with intensity. "Our home in Ireland is a big, lonely house on the sea coast. Imagine growing up in a house like that, without care or money or friends, for father drove all his friends away. Imagine Claude's life. Her only learnin' was what she got with our cousin from the schoolmaster of the nearest village. Her only amusements were sailing and riding and fishing. She never had the love or friendship of a woman of her own class. She never knew what it was to be without the dread of debt or disgrace. And then, at 18, she married the first man who came into her life, not because she liked him, not because she wanted to marry, or knew what marrying was, but because he had saved our father's honor by paying his debt." She paused to take breath, but before Gore could speak she went on again. "Do you know what I always wonder, Walter, when I think of Clodagh?" Gore made a low murmur. "I wonder, considering everything, that she hasn't done really wrong things, instead of just terribly foolish ones. It doesn't seem strange to me that she should have behaved like a child when she first felt what it was to be free and flattered and admired. Listen, Walter, there have been too many clouds between you and Clodagh. Neither of you has understood. You have been too proud, and she has been too much afraid. But I am not afraid." And in the prosaic London cab, with her eyes fixed resolutely on the heavy copper-colored sky that hung above the housetops, Nance performed her second act of love. While Gore sat silent, she poured forth the whole mistaken tale of Claude's life, from the days in Venice to the hour of her departure for Ireland. She omitted nothing, she extenuated nothing. With a strange instinct towards choice of the right weapons, she fought for her sister's future. Everything was told. Lady Frances Hope's poisoning of Clodagh's mind against Gore himself, the scene with Sarah called in the card room, all the temptations, all the follies confessed in the darkness of the nights at Tuffnell, and in Clodagh's own bedroom on the night she visited Deerhurst. It was the moment for speech, and she spoke. Her own shyness, her own natural reticence were swept aside by the great need of one who was infinitely dear. The scene at Carlton House Terrace she described without flinching, for candor and innocence move boldly where lesser virtues fail and falter. She told the story with a simple truth that was more dignified than any hesitancy. When at last she had finished, Gore sat for a space, very silent and with bent head. Then abruptly, as if inspired by a sudden resolution, he put up his hand to the trap in the roof. "The nearest telegraph office," he called as the cabman looked down. The man whipped up his horse, but Nance turned sharply. "What are you going to do?" "To wire to Clodagh." "To Clodagh?" "Yes." "But Clodagh doesn't know. Walter, you haven't told Clodagh. Walter!" Gore bent his head. "I wrote to her the night I saw Frances Hope," he said. "She had my letter this morning." "This morning!" It was impossible to fathom the pain and alarm in Nance's voice. "What did you write?" "Very little. Just that I knew about Deerhurst that I thought it better we should not marry." "And she got the letter this mornin'? She's been hours and hours alone, believin' that you don't love her, that she is left utterly by herself? Oh!" "Nance, don't. I'm sufficiently ashamed." Nance put her hands over her eyes. "I'm not thinking of you," she said cruelly. "I know. But remember, there's the wire. We can still wire. I shall tell her that you and I are coming for her to Ireland, that she will never be alone again." Nance's hand dropped. "But you don't understand," she cried. "No telegram can reach her to night. It will only get to Carrigmore to morrow morning, and from there to Orristown. If we were to give everything we have in the world, if we were to die for it, we could not save her from the blackness, the loneliness, and horror of to night." Chapter 20. Early on the morning that followed the storm, Clodagh stepped from the hall door at Orristown. As she stood on the gravelled pathway in the clear, strong daylight, she looked like one who has fought some terrible battle in the watches of the night, and who has been worsted in the encounter. She was pale and fragile, with a frightened query in her eyes, as though she had propounded some enormous question to which fate had as yet made no answer. For a time she stood in a helpless attitude, looking toward the green hill crowned with sparsely foliaged trees that fronted the house. Then, seeming to take some vague resolution, she walked slowly forward towards the avenue, pausing where the gravelled pathway joined the fields. There was a curious look upon the land and sea that morning, as though both were lying exhausted by the tumult of the night. All around beneath the avenue trees lay twigs and short splintered branches, to which the limp leaves, whipped to untimely death by the vehemence of the storm, still hung. Across the bay, as far as Carrigmore, the sea lay like a sleeping tiger that has prowled and harried through the dark eyes of night, and now lies at rest. A wonderful pearly blue was upon the waters. Long rippling lines spread from headland to headland like faintly penciled shadows. But massed in a dark fringe along the curve of yellow strand was a ridge of packed seaweed that held within its meshes 1,000 evidences of the strife that had been, in twists of straw, pieces of broken cork, and long black chunks of driftwood. She stood for an indefinite space, looking at this magnificent dark line standing out against the smoothness of the sand, until, half consciously, her attention was attracted by a sound that made itself audible from the direction of the gate, growing in volume as it advanced, the swish, swish of bare feet on soft ground. She turned from the vision of the sleeping sea to behold a small peasant child in torn dress and dirty apron speeding up the drive. The child neared her, then swerved away as if in fear, and continued her flight towards the house. A sudden impulse seized Clodagh. "Come here," she called. "Where are you going?" For an instant the child looked too frightened to speak, then her lips parted. "Mr. Asshlin, beyont at Carrigmore," she said inarticulately, and turning she fled onward to the house. Clodagh stood still for a moment. Then she also turned and recrossed the gravel pathway. She walked forward, scarcely feeling the ground beneath her feet. Her heart beat fast. A cold premonition ran through her, chilling her blood. Something was about to happen. The inertia that lay upon her mind was to be shattered. Something was about to happen. As she reached the hall door, she saw the child vanish into the stable yard by the small latched door in the great wooden gate, and saw Mick, escaped from confinement, come careening towards her. But for once she took no heed of his manifestations. Scarcely even noticing that he followed her, she passed into the hall and from thence to the dining room. There she stood for a long time listening intently. At last the sound she instinctively waited for reached her, the sound of a sharp, wailing cry. With a frightened gesture she put her hands over her face, then let them drop to the back of a chair that stood beside the center table. She stood holding weakly to this chair, her limbs trembling, her face white, while the wailing sound drew nearer, growing more spasmodic as it approached. At last the door was thrust wide open, and Hannah burst into the room, her face blanched, tears streaming from her eyes, her whole air demoralized. "Miss Clodagh! Master Larry!" she muttered inarticulately. Master Larry!" Clodagh held to the back of the chair. "What is it?" "Gone! Drownded!" Clodagh swayed a little. "Drowned?" she echoed in a faint voice. "He never went home at all last night, and to day mornin' they found the little boat capsized beyont at the head. Oh, God, help the poor mother! What'll the poor woman do at all?" "Drowned?" Clodagh said again. "Larry drowned!" Hannah stepped forward as though she expected her to fall, but she motioned her away. "How did it happen?" she asked in a vague, thin voice. "'Twas the storm, sure 'twas the storm. But Larry was the best sailor at Carrickmore." She said the words involuntarily, but as they left her lips they brought into being a new thought. She stood upright, and by a strange, slow process of suggestion her eyes travelled to the mantelpiece where the bundle of notes still protruded from under the clock. What if Larry had quailed before the thought of confessing his losses to the querulous mother who could so ill spare the money he had squandered? What if Larry had not fought the storm last night as it might have been fought? She suddenly contemplated last night's play from Larry's point of view, contemplated Larry's losses by light of the hard monetary straits that Ireland breathes. Her blood seemed to turn to water. She felt like one beyond the pale of human emotion or superhuman help. "Leave me to myself, Hannah," she said faintly. "I want to be alone." "Lave you? But, my darlin'!" "I must be alone." Hannah looked at her in agonized concern. "Miss Clodagh," she began. But something in Clodagh's stony quiet daunted her. She gave a muffled sob and moved slowly across the room. Clodagh was conscious of the wailing sounds of grief for several minutes after she had disappeared. Then gradually they fainted as she descended into the lower regions to share the appalling and yet grimly fascinating news with Burke and the farm labourers, and silence reigned in the lonely room. When full consciousness that she was alone came to Clodagh, she let her hands drop from the back of the chair, and moving stiffly crossed the room to the fireplace. She made no attempt to touch the notes that lay as Asshlin had placed them, but she looked at them for long with a species of horror. And at last, as though the thought of them had begotten other thoughts, she raised her eyes to the picture hanging above them, the picture of Anthony Asshlin in his lace ruffles and black satin coat, with his powdered hair, his gallant bearing, and his dark, eager face. The eyes of the picture seemed to look into hers with an almost human smile of satire. Time had passed since that gay, reckless presence had filled the old room. Dice and duelling were gone out of fashion, but human nature was unchanged. There were still Ashlins of Orristown. "Oh, God!" she said aloud, then she stopped. "There is no God!" she added wildly. "There is no God!" At the sudden sound of her voice, Mick rose from the corner where he had been crouching. The sight of him calmed her. She passed her hand once or twice across her eyes, then walked quite steadily across the room. The dog followed her closely, but at the door she stopped and looked at him. "No, Mick, you cannot come." By some extraordinary sagacity the animal whimpered and pressed closer to her skirt. With an almost fierce impulse she stooped, kissed him once, then, holding him back, slipped through the door and closed it. He gave a frantic bark of misery, but she did not pause, she did not even look back. Walking rapidly, she passed across the hall and out into the open. Turning to the right, she skirted the stable yard and the orchard, and hurrying past the spot where years ago Milbank had asked her to be his wife, took the path to the Orristown cliffs. Her thoughts trooped up like living things as she stumbled forward along the uneven track. She was conscious of no fear, only of a desolating loneliness, an enormous sense of futility, of finality. Last night she had looked into the eyes of fate, propounding the question of how she was to carry on her life, and to day she had read the answer in the face of the portrait. She hurried on unseeingly, covering the same track that her father had covered on the night he had ridden out and met death on the dark headland. From time to time she stopped and looked at the sea, looked at the long curve of shining beach with its margin of dark wreckage, looked at the clustering cottages of Carrigmore and marveled in a dumb way at the tragedy that could underlie so calm a scene. She had none of the nervous panic that had assailed her the night before. She was conscious of nothing but a black despair, a despair such as Dennis Asshlin had been wont to drown in drink and cards. She had lived her life. She had had her chance. And the end was failure. She had tangled the thread of her existence, and the one hand that could have unravelled the tangle was closed against her. One thought alone she rigorously refused to harbor, the thought of Nance. Nance would have her husband. Nance would have her home, she assured herself. Nance would forget. In vain the remembrance of her faithful loyalty rose to make the assurance doubtful. As she had closed the door upon Mick, so she closed her heart to the knowledge. There were certain hours in every life, she told herself, when the soul judged the body, judged and forgave, or judged and condemned. Her shaken mind drove her feet faster along the rugged track, faster, faster, as though Nemesis pursued her. Terrible visions rose from the sea, creeping over the cliff's edge, visions of Larry, stiff and dead, as she had seen her father, as she had seen Millbank, visions of the cottage at Carrigmore, of her aunt's dark room, filled with the sound of lamentation. Before she was aware of it, she turned a bend in the path and came full upon the scene of her father's accident. She paused, gave a faint gasp, and involuntarily put her hand to her throat. Her destination was nearer than she had thought. In a vague, startled way her eyes scanned the place, roving from the chasm in the cliff to the sweep of short grass, with its tufting of hardy flowers that throve in the strong salt air. It was all so still, so extraordinarily still. 50 yards away a goat browsed on the cliff, and the quiet cropping sound of its eating came to her distinctly. Overhead, in the pale blue sky, a hawk was poised, seemingly motionless. Down below her, 300 feet away, the sea made a curious sucking noise as it filled and receded from some invisible fissure in the rocks. Still with her hand to her throat, she tiptoed forward to the edge of the chasm. Then suddenly she drew back, trembling and giddy. Beneath her, at what looked an incredible distance, the clear green waters formed a narrow estuary shadowed by the towering rocks. They were like a grave, those waters, so secret, so full of mystery. Again she forced herself to look, compelling her unwilling eyes to travel up and down the great sweep of red sandstone, from the grass at the edge of the abyss to the dark water, from the water back again to the grass. She could not be a coward in this last moment. She had never been a physical coward. She stepped back. She took one dazed look at the world that, until yesterday, had been so very fair. She drew one long, tense, shuddering breath, closed her eyes, and went forward. But at her first step something or someone came rushing down the cliff behind her. She gave a terrified cry, opened her eyes, and recoiled from the chasm. A moment later she had turned, trembling, crying, unutterably unnerved, to find Mick leaping round her. "Mick!" she said tremulously. "Mick!" Then a voice called to her, and looking up, she saw Hannah, her hair dishevelled, her eyes still streaming, the yellow envelope of a telegram held in the corner of her apron. "The fright you gave me, Miss Clodagh," she began. "Sure I'd never find you at all, only for the dog." Then she stopped, looking sharply at her mistress. "Miss Clodagh, what is it all? Come home, my lamb." Her voice, husky from tears, dropped suddenly. But Clodagh still stood white and shaking. She had been too near the verge to be easily recalled. "Sure God's ways are quare, but 'tisn't for us to be judgin'. Maybe He's saved worse, Miss Clodagh. Keep thinkin' that. Maybe He's saved worse." Clodagh covered her eyes. "But here's something for you, God help us. I was forgettin'. Will you be seein' what is in it?" She came slowly forward, extending her arm. Clodagh took the telegram. Without thought or interest she tore it open, and her eyes passed mechanically over the written words. Then suddenly it slipped from between her fingers, blew a little way across the close grass, and fluttered down over the edge of the chasm. As it disappeared she turned. Her face was entirely without color. Her eyes had the dazed look of one who is confronted with a great light. "Hannah," she cried, "Hannah, there is a God, after all. There is a God." She swayed suddenly, and the old servant, rushing forward, caught her in her arms. This is the end of The Gambler, by Katherine Cecil THURSTON. Recording by Tom Weiss, tomsaudioBooks.com.